She blocked my driveway again. Third time this week, I'm at my kitchen window, coffee going cold, watching this entitled HOA Karen in her gleaming white Lexus deliberately park right behind my car, trapping me inside my own home. Door slams like a gunshot. Her designer heels strut past my door like she owns the street. I'm already late for court. As an elected official, showing up late damages my credibility. I step outside. "Excuse me, you're blocking my driveway." She doesn't even look up from her clipboard. "Community compliance inspection. You'll wait. I have to get to work. Maybe consider more appropriate transportation for this neighborhood." This woman thinks her HOA badge lets her bully everyone. But she picked the wrong neighbor to mess with, because I'm not just some guy she can push around. I'm the county sheriff, and in 30 minutes her precious Lexus would be hooked to a tow truck on my direct orders. The moment she found out, absolute gold. What would you have done? Drop a comment below. Let me back up and tell you how this whole mess started. My name's Denver, and I'm the county sheriff. Been elected to this position for 8 years now, with 18 years total in law enforcement. I work a lot of undercover operations and community policing, which means I don't always wear the uniform around town. 8 months ago, my personal life got turned upside down. Messy divorce, lost the family home, and suddenly I'm a 47-year-old man starting over in a modest HOA neighborhood in North Carolina. The only reason I picked this particular house was to stay in my 16-year-old son Tyler's school district. Kid's been through enough without changing schools on top of everything else. Tyler visits every other weekend, and those 48 hours are sacred to me. After the divorce, after losing the family home, these weekends are when we rebuild what was broken. The last thing I need is neighborhood drama affecting the one relationship that matters most. As an elected official, I try to keep a low profile in my personal life. People don't need to know where the sheriff lives or what his private routine looks like. Most neighbors work normal 9-to-5 jobs, so they don't really notice when I come and go at odd hours for emergency calls or court appearances. The neighborhood's pretty typical suburban stuff. Quiet streets, manicured lawns, people who keep to themselves and mind their own business. Which has been fine by me, honestly. After dealing with county-wide crime and politics all day, the last thing I want is neighborhood drama. But apparently, neighborhood drama found me anyway. It was a Tuesday morning in October when I first encountered Stephanie Caldwell. I'm rushing out the door for an important court testimony, one of those cases where months of investigative work could put a major criminal behind bars. I grab my coffee, check my badge and weapon, and head out to my unmarked county vehicle. That's when I see it, a white Lexus SUV parked directly behind my sedan, completely blocking my exit from the driveway. I can hear the distant hum of morning traffic getting heavier by the minute, and I know every second counts. The smell of autumn leaves crunching under my feet fills the air as I walk around her vehicle, looking for some kind of emergency that might explain why someone would park like this. Nothing. No flat tire, no emergency flashers, no note of explanation. Just an expensive SUV deliberately positioned to trap the county sheriff in his own driveway. I walk over and knock politely on the door of the house where the car is registered. After a few minutes, this woman emerges wearing designer workout gear and carrying a clipboard like she's conducting some kind of official business. "Excuse me," I say, keeping my voice calm and professional. "Your car is blocking my driveway. I need to get to court." She looks me up and down with this expression that I've seen before, the kind of look that says she's already decided I don't belong here. "Oh, you must be the new resident," she says, not moving toward her car at all. "I'm Stephanie Caldwell. I volunteer with the Community Compliance Committee." Her voice carries that edge I recognize, the kind that comes from someone who's lost control over bigger things and now needs to control smaller ones. I'd later learn she was 6 months into a messy divorce, fighting for the house she inherited from her parents. This neighborhood wasn't just her home, it was her last piece of stability. Now I've been in law enforcement long enough to recognize when someone is trying to establish dominance. But I'm also trying to maintain my privacy and avoid drawing attention to myself in my own neighborhood. "I appreciate the work you do for the community," I say. "But I really do need to get to court. Could you move your car?" She taps her clipboard against her hip and gives me this fake smile. Of course, but first, could I see some proof of residency? We need to be careful about the kind of people we attract to this community." The kind of people. Those words hit different when you're the county's top elected law enforcement officer and suddenly you're being treated like an outsider in your own neighborhood. But I show her my lease agreement, and she eventually moves her car with this dramatic sigh like I've inconvenienced her somehow. As I'm pulling out of my driveway, 15 minutes late now, I hear her call out, "We'll need to discuss appropriate parking guidelines for your vehicle." I should have known right then that this woman was going to be a problem. What I didn't realize was that she was about to start a war with the wrong person, the one guy in the county with ultimate local law enforcement authority. By the time I get to court that Tuesday, I'm 20 minutes late. The prosecutor is annoyed, the defense attorney uses my tardiness to question my professionalism, and what should have been a straightforward testimony turns into a credibility challenge. All because some self-appointed neighborhood watch captain decided to flex her imaginary authority. But that was just the beginning. The next morning, I'm heading out for another early court date when I find a crisp white piece of paper tucked under my windshield wiper. The morning dew has made it slightly damp, and it crinkles in my hands as I unfold it. Notice: unidentified vehicles create security concerns for our community. Please display proper resident parking permit and ensure your vehicle meets neighborhood aesthetic standards. Questions? Contact Stephanie Caldwell, Community Compliance Volunteer. I'm standing there in my driveway reading this thing, and I can taste the gas station coffee turning bitter in my mouth. 18 years of putting criminals behind bars, and I'm getting parking tickets from a housewife with too much time on her hands. That evening, I decided to do what any reasonable person would do. I looked up the actual HOA bylaws, spent 2 hours reading through the official documents, searching for any mention of resident parking permits or aesthetic standards for vehicles. You know what I found? Nothing. Absolutely nothing about permits, nothing about vehicle aesthetics, nothing that gave any resident the authority to issue notices about other residents' cars. So the next morning, I walk over to Stephanie's house for what I hope will be a reasonable conversation. She answers the door, still in her workout gear, that same clipboard in her hand like she's conducting official business. "Hi, Stephanie," I say, keeping my voice friendly. "I wanted to talk about that notice you left on my car. I've read through the HOA bylaws and I can't find any mention of parking permits or vehicle standards." Her response? She pulls out her phone and starts recording. "I'm documenting this interaction," she announces loudly enough for neighbors to hear. "This individual is questioning legitimate community safety measures and displaying aggressive behavior." Aggressive behavior. I'm standing on her doorstep, speaking in the same calm tone I use to de-escalate domestic disputes, and she's filming me like I'm some kind of threat. "Ma'am, I'm not being aggressive," I say to the camera. "I'm simply asking about the legal basis for the notice you left on my car. I've already contacted the appropriate authorities about the suspicious activity around your residence," she says, still filming. "If you continue to harass me about legitimate community safety concerns, I'll be forced to file a formal complaint." Here's the first mini twist that I didn't see coming. Stephanie genuinely doesn't recognize me as law enforcement. In her mind, I'm just some sketchy guy in a dark sedan who doesn't belong in her upscale neighborhood. She's looking at my civilian clothes, my unmarked car, my irregular schedule, and she's concluded that I'm up to something criminal. What she doesn't realize is that the appropriate authorities she's been contacting are my colleagues, and the suspicious activity she's been reporting is a sheriff's deputy going about his normal routine. As I'm walking back to my house, I notice Mrs. Peterson from 2 doors down quickly close her curtains when she sees me looking. The mail carrier gives me a weird look. Even the teenagers waiting for the school bus seem to avoid eye contact. That's when it hits me. Stephanie hasn't just been harassing me. She's been building a narrative around the neighborhood that I'm some kind of security threat. And people are starting to believe it. I'm thinking about all the drug dealers I've arrested over the years who were more reasonable to deal with than this woman. At least criminals are honest about being criminals. This lady is convinced she's the hero of this story. But I still believe this can be resolved through reasonable conversation and proper channels. After all, how much trouble can one overzealous HOA volunteer really cause? I was about to find out. The following Tuesday, Stephanie escalated things to a whole new level. I wake up to get ready for a crucial county commissioners meeting, the kind where budget decisions get made that affect every deputy under my command. When I walk out to my car, I see not just her white Lexus blocking my driveway, but her teenage daughter's Honda Civic parked right next to it. A complete blockade. These two cars are positioned like they're guarding Fort Knox, and I'm the enemy trying to get in. I check my watch. The meeting starts in 45 minutes, and it's a 30-minute drive on a good day. This isn't just about my schedule anymore. County business is being disrupted by a neighbor with a clipboard and too much time. The sound of multiple car doors slamming echoes through the morning air as Stephanie and her daughter leave for their respective destinations, her for another one of her compliance walks, and the daughter for school. The diesel exhaust from a delivery truck that's now stuck behind the blockade fills the air with that sharp metallic smell. I'm trapped, completely and totally trapped in my own driveway. I call my chief deputy to explain why the sheriff will be late to a budget meeting. Have you ever tried to tell your staff that you can't make it to county business because your neighbor blocked your car with her teenager's Honda? It sounds ridiculous even when it's true. 3 hours later, they finally moved their cars. 3 hours. I missed crucial discussions about department funding and had to get briefed by phone while standing in my own driveway. That evening, I start doing what I should have done from the beginning, documenting everything. Timestamps, photos, license plate numbers. It's an old police habit, and honestly, I should have started this earlier. But during my research, I discover something more disturbing than just parking violations. Stephanie has been systematically isolating us socially. She's convinced the Petersons that my irregular schedule suggests criminal activity. She's told the Garcias that men in that type of vehicle are usually involved in drugs. She's created a whisper campaign designed to turn the neighborhood against us. Tyler notices it first during his weekend visit. "Dad, why won't kids come over anymore? Jenny's mom said she can't play here." That's when I realize this isn't just about parking. It's about systematically destroying my family's place in this community. Here's something interesting I discovered while doing research on HOA regulations. Most HOA volunteers have zero actual legal authority. They can't write tickets, they can't tow cars, they can't issue fines that hold up in court. They're basically just neighbors with strong opinions and too much free time. But here's the thing about property law that most people don't know. Blocking someone's driveway is actually a crime in most places. It's considered restricting access to private property, which is a towable offense under City Ordinance 14-23. The catch is that it requires a police report to enforce. The irony wasn't lost on me. I'm the county sheriff being harassed by someone who doesn't realize she's committing a crime against the county's top law enforcement officer. During my investigation, I also discovered that Stephanie isn't actually an official member of any HOA board. She's a volunteer for something called the Compliance Committee, which basically means she appointed herself to walk around and look for things to complain about. But here's the mini twist I wasn't expecting. While I'm investigating Stephanie's fake authority, I find out she's been building a coalition against us. Mrs. Cecilia from across the street mentioned to another neighbor that she's been worried about that man's car ever since Stephanie pointed out how he comes and goes at all hours. The teenager next door told his mom that Stephanie said my sedan looks like the kind of car drug dealers drive. Drug dealers. The woman has been telling my neighbors that the county sheriff looks like a drug dealer. If only she knew that I'd spent the last 6 months overseeing major drug operations throughout the county, coordinating with state and federal agencies to dismantle trafficking networks. If only she knew that the suspicious activity she'd been observing was the sheriff doing his job to protect this very community. But the most frustrating part is that her campaign is working. When Tyler comes to visit that weekend, he notices that other kids in the neighborhood aren't allowed to play with him anymore. Their parents have been convinced by Stephanie's whisper campaign that there's something wrong with our family. I'm watching my son deal with social isolation because a woman with too much time and too little actual authority has decided we don't belong in her vision of the perfect neighborhood. That weekend, Tyler asks me a question that hits harder than any criminal I've ever faced. "Dad, are we the bad guys? Is that why people don't like us here?" I realize then that this has gone far beyond neighborhood drama. This woman is affecting my son's sense of self-worth, making him question whether his family belongs anywhere. I decide to try one more reasonable approach before escalating things officially. After all, I've spent my career de-escalating conflicts. Surely I can handle one overzealous neighbor. Looking back, I probably should have just handled it like the sheriff from day one. By the 3rd week of this nonsense, Stephanie had moved from individual harassment to full-scale community organizing. I come home from a long day coordinating a multi-county drug operation to find bright yellow flyers posted on every mailbox in the neighborhood. Emergency Safety Committee meeting, Thursday 7 p.m., Community Center. Topic: unknown vehicles and suspicious activity in our neighborhood. Unknown vehicles. My county-issued sedan that I park in my own driveway is now an unknown vehicle. The flyer goes on to mention documented incidents and resident safety concerns, and encourages everyone to bring photos and observations to the meeting. At the bottom, in bold letters, organized by Stephanie Caldwell, Community Safety Volunteer. Thursday night, I decide to walk past the community center just to see how many people actually show up to this thing. Through the windows, I count about 15 neighbors sitting in folding chairs, all looking very serious as Stephanie stands at the front with a presentation board. I can't hear everything, but I catch phrases like pattern of suspicious behavior, an unknown male dark sedan, and possible criminal activity. She's got photos, actual photographs of my car, my license plate, even shots of me checking my mailbox that make me look like I'm lurking. But what really gets me is the scope of her surveillance operation. She's been building a comprehensive file on me, photos of my car at different times, notes about my schedule, even sketches of my daily routine. This isn't concerned neighbor behavior. This is stalking with a clipboard. The most chilling part? She's shared this evidence with other neighbors, creating her own little investigation task force. Mrs. Cecilia now writes down when I come and go. The teenager next door has been recruited to take pictures of my visitors. Stephanie has turned my own neighbors into unwitting accomplices in her harassment campaign. As I'm watching this meeting through the window, I see Mrs. Peterson nodding along. Mr. Garcia from 3 houses down is taking notes. These are people who've lived in this neighborhood for years, and they're all buying into Stephanie's theory that the county sheriff is some kind of criminal. The next morning, I wake up to find that someone has called the non-emergency police line about suspicious male continuing to demonstrate concerning behavior. My chief deputy, Sarah, gives me a heads up about the call. "Sheriff," she says during our morning briefing, "we got another call about suspicious activity at your address. Same complainant as the last 6 times. You know anything about this?" 6 times. Stephanie has called the police about the sheriff 6 times in 3 weeks. That's when I realize I need to do some serious research on what exactly she's been telling my own department. I request copies of the incident reports, and what I find is pretty shocking. She's been escalating her story every week, building what she thinks is a criminal case against me. First, it was just unfamiliar vehicle in neighborhood. Then it became unknown male with irregular schedule. By the 4th call, she's reporting possible drug-related activity based on visitor patterns. Visitor patterns. My son coming over every other weekend and my chief deputy occasionally stopping by for work discussions apparently constitutes suspicious visitor patterns. Here's something most people don't realize about false police reports. They're not just annoying, they're actually illegal. Filing a false police report is a Class 1 misdemeanor in North Carolina, punishable by up to 120 days in jail and a $1,000 fine. It doesn't matter if you think you're being a good citizen. If you're knowingly providing false information to law enforcement, you're committing a crime. But here's the mini twist that really drove this home for me. When I was reading through the reports, I realized that Stephanie has been telling police that she suspects me of dealing drugs from the residents. Meanwhile, I've been spending my days coordinating major drug investigations, overseeing operations that have taken millions of dollars of narcotics off the streets. The irony would be hilarious if it wasn't destroying my reputation and affecting my son's ability to make friends in the neighborhood. That weekend, Tyler asks me a question that breaks my heart. "Dad, why do people in this neighborhood think we're criminals? Jenny's mom told her we're not the right kind of family for this street." I'm looking at my kid, this good kid who gets straight A's, volunteers at the animal shelter, and has never been in trouble in his life. And I'm trying to explain that sometimes adults act like bullies too. "We didn't do anything wrong, Tyler," I tell him. "Sometimes people make assumptions about others without knowing the facts." But inside, I'm furious. This woman has crossed a line from annoying neighbor to someone who's actively damaging my family's reputation and my son's well-being. I spend that Sunday reviewing everything I know about harassment laws, false reporting statutes, and my own authority as the county sheriff. Because I'm starting to realize that being patient and reasonable isn't working with Stephanie. Some people only understand one language, and maybe it's time to start speaking hers. Monday morning, my chief deputy, Sarah Martinez, calls me with this expression of disbelief in her voice. She's been with the department for 12 years and has seen everything, but this one has her stumped. "Sheriff," she says, "we need to discuss something unusual that's been happening with incident reports." She's got a manila folder on my desk when I get to the office, and she's looking at it like it contains evidence of something impossible. I've been tracking a pattern of reports about suspicious activity, she continues. Same complainant, same address, same type of complaints. Weekly calls for the past 6 weeks about a dark sedan, an unknown male with irregular schedule. I'm listening, but I don't understand why she's bringing this to me personally until she opens the folder. Sheriff, the address being reported is yours. The room feels smaller all of a sudden. I'm looking at incident reports, reports about me, spread across my own desk like evidence in a criminal investigation against the county sheriff. The complainant doesn't know who lives at that address, Sarah continues. She's been filing detailed reports about what she calls suspicious patterns and possible criminal activity. She's submitted photographs. She slides several printed pictures across the desk. Photos of me, coming home from work, checking my mail, loading groceries, all taken from a distance, all making me look like I'm engaged in some kind of covert criminal activity. The complainant claims the subject appears to be casing houses for potential break-ins and describes vehicle patterns consistent with drug dealing operations. She's escalated from concerned neighbor to demanding police investigation. Drug dealing. Someone has been filing police reports claiming the county sheriff is running drugs out of his own house. Sarah, who's the complainant? Stephanie Caldwell, lives 3 houses down from you. She's called 6 times, filed formal written reports twice, and submitted a petition signed by 4 neighbors requesting increased patrol in your area. The irony is staggering. My own department has been considering increased patrols around my house because a neighbor thinks the sheriff is a criminal. There's more, Sheriff. She contacted county administration asking about background checks for residents of suspicious vehicles. She wanted to know if there was a way to verify that people living in the neighborhood aren't criminals. She wanted the county to run a background check on me. The sheriff, the guy who oversees background checks for the entire county. Sarah, how close did this come to becoming an official investigation? Closer than you'd want to know. If Detective Williams hadn't recognized your address during a routine review, this could have been forwarded to the State Bureau of Investigation as a potential corruption case. That hits me like a physical blow. But Sarah isn't done. Sheriff, what would that have meant for my career? Sheriff, a corruption investigation would have triggered automatic suspension pending review. Even if cleared, the political damage would be permanent. In an election year, you'd be finished. Your pension, Tyler's college fund, your ability to serve this community, everything would have been destroyed by one woman's paranoid fantasies. The weight of that hits me like a physical blow. 8 years building trust with this community, 18 years building a career, Tyler's future stability, all of it nearly destroyed because I tried to be a patient neighbor instead of acting like the sheriff. Sarah closes the folder and looks at me with that expression she gets when she's about to give me difficult advice. Sheriff, this woman has been filing false police reports about the county's chief law enforcement officer for 2 months. She's wasted department resources, potentially damaged your reputation, and created a paper trail that could have triggered a state investigation. What's your recommendation? Handle it officially. You're not just a neighbor being harassed. You're an elected official who's been the target of a systematic false reporting campaign. This is bigger than neighborhood drama. She's right. Stephanie escalated this beyond personal harassment when she started filing false reports. She made it official business when she tried to use my own department against me. For the first time in weeks, I feel like I have control over this situation. Stephanie has been treating me like a powerless victim, but I'm not powerless. I'm the highest law enforcement authority in this county. Time to remind her what that means. That afternoon, I switched from victim mode to county sheriff mode. 8 years as an elected official and 18 years total in law enforcement has taught me that preparation is everything, and if I'm going to handle this officially, I need to do it right. I spend an hour that night just sitting in my garage, looking at my dress uniform hanging there. For 2 months, I've been Denver the neighbor, trying to de-escalate and keep peace. Tomorrow I become Sheriff Brennan with all the authority that office commands. The difference isn't just the uniform, it's the mindset. Neighbors can be patient with harassment. Sheriffs don't tolerate interference with law enforcement operations. As county sheriff, I don't need anyone's permission to take official action. I coordinate directly with my chief deputy to assign a tow truck on standby for immediate response. I issue pre-authorized towing forms under my own authority. When someone blocks the county sheriff's driveway, it's not just harassment, it's potentially interfering with emergency response. The financial breakdown shows Stephanie exactly what her harassment campaign will cost her. $85 for the tow, $25 per day for storage, plus $200 fine for false reporting times 6 incidents, plus court costs around $60. She's looking at approximately $1,370 in immediate costs, not counting potential jail time. I spend Tuesday evening reviewing every false police report she filed, creating a comprehensive case file. The pattern shows deliberate escalation, weekly reports that started with unfamiliar vehicle and progressed to suspected drug operations. Any prosecutor looking at this evidence will see systematic false reporting designed to harass an elected official. Wednesday, I brief my chief deputy on the tactical response plan. As county sheriff, I have the authority to respond to false reporting cases personally, especially when I'm the target. 2 patrol units will be on standby for next Tuesday morning. Body cameras will be activated to document everything for the official record. Here's something most civilians don't understand about sheriff's authority. When I respond to a situation in official capacity, I'm not just another cop. I'm the chief elected law enforcement officer of the entire county. Stephanie is about to learn the difference between harassing a regular neighbor and harassing the sheriff. Thursday night, I prepare my dress uniform with the care it deserves. The weight of the duty belt, the shine of the badge, the authority of the office. These symbols carry real power that Stephanie is about to experience firsthand. The smell of metal polish fills my garage as I prepare my equipment. Radio, handcuffs, citation book, camera. Everything needs to be perfect because this is going into the official record as interference with a law enforcement officer in the performance of his duties. I coordinate directly with dispatch for Tuesday morning. They'll have a county tow truck on standby, ready to respond within 10 minutes of my call. The driver already has pre-authorization paperwork signed by me as county sheriff, so there won't be any delays or arguments about authority. My chief deputy makes the operational parameters clear. Handle this exactly like any other case of false reporting and harassment, Sheriff. Document everything, follow protocol, but remember, you're not just a citizen being harassed, you're an elected official who's been the target of systematic interference. Saturday, I explained the situation to Tyler during his weekend visit. Son, I want you to understand something about authority and consequences. Tuesday morning, you're going to see your dad in his uniform, handling this situation as county sheriff. Sometimes people only respect real authority. Tyler looks at me seriously. Dad, are you going to arrest her? That depends on whether she continues to interfere with county law enforcement operations after she learns who she's been messing with. Will this make the other kids' parents stop thinking we're bad people? That question hits me harder than any criminal investigation I've ever conducted. My kid shouldn't have to worry about whether his neighbors think his family are criminals. Tyler, tomorrow morning, everyone in this neighborhood is going to understand exactly who your father is and what he does to protect this community. I think you'll find that changes a lot of attitudes. Sunday night, I set my alarm for 6 a.m. Stephanie typically blocks my driveway around 7:30 on Tuesday mornings for her compliance walks. This Tuesday, she's going to meet County Sheriff Denver Brennan in his official capacity. Time to show a neighborhood bully the difference between imagined authority and the real thing. Monday afternoon, Stephanie makes her most desperate move yet. I'm at home reviewing case files when my phone rings with a call from our emergency dispatch. Sheriff Brennan, this is Sarah at dispatch. We have an unusual situation. Someone called 911 claiming they're being stalked by a suspicious individual, and they gave your address as the location of the stalker. My home address? Yes, sir. The complainant says a man in a dark sedan has been documenting her activities and following her around the neighborhood. She's requesting immediate police response for stalking and harassment. I can hear the confusion in Sarah's voice. She's looking at a 911 call about suspicious activity at the home address of the county sheriff. Sarah, can you patch me through to the complainant? Sir, that's unusual protocol. I'm authorizing it as sheriff. Do it. A few moments later, I hear Stephanie's voice on the line talking rapidly to dispatch. He's been taking pictures of me, following me during my neighborhood safety walks, and I think he might be escalating to direct confrontation. This morning, I saw him writing down my license plate number. Ma'am, I interject, this is Sheriff Denver Brennan. I live at the address you've reported as the source of stalking behavior. Dead silence on the line. Ma'am, Sarah prompts. That's impossible. The man I'm reporting drives a dark sedan and wears civilian clothes. He can't be the sheriff. Ma'am, the sheriff often works in unmarked vehicles and civilian clothes. Are you saying you've been filing reports about the county sheriff without knowing who he is? Another long silence. Then Stephanie's voice, much smaller now. I was just trying to protect the neighborhood. After Sarah ends the call and marks it as unfounded complainant error, she calls me back privately. Sheriff, what the hell is going on over there? Long story, Sarah, but here's the short version. My neighbor has been calling in false reports about me for 2 months because she doesn't know I'm the sheriff. Are you serious? She's been reporting the county sheriff for suspicious activity? Dead serious. She's called the non-emergency line 6 times, reporting me for various crimes. Today she escalated to 911. Sheriff, you know that misuse of emergency services against an elected official is a federal issue, right? I did know that. Calling 911 to file false reports about the county sheriff isn't just local harassment. It's potentially interference with federal law enforcement cooperation and misuse of emergency resources during a time when real emergencies need priority response. That evening, my chief deputy and 2 senior officers stopped by my house, not for an official visit, but because word had gotten around the department about the situation. Sheriff, says Lieutenant Davis, shaking his head, I've heard some crazy stories in 20 years, but this takes the crown. She's been calling in reports about the county sheriff for 2 months. Gets better, says Chief Deputy Martinez. I pulled the complete call log, 12 calls in 8 weeks, all about the same address, all describing the sheriff's normal activities as criminal behavior. They share some of their own experiences with false reporting cases. Apparently this kind of systematic harassment is more common than you'd think, but targeting an elected law enforcement official crosses several additional legal lines. What's your plan, Sheriff? Davis asks. Tomorrow morning she's going to meet County Sheriff Denver Brennan in his official capacity instead of the mysterious neighbor she thinks she's been monitoring. I think it's time for a formal introduction. Martinez laughs. Can we provide backup? This is going to be the most entertaining arrest of the year. As they're leaving, Davis turns back with one more observation. Sheriff, pattern analysis suggests she's going to escalate one more time before she realizes she's beaten. People like this don't back down until they face real consequences. He was right. The next morning, around 6:30 a.m., I watch through my window as Stephanie parks her Lexus in its usual blocking position. But this time, she's got her daughter Brittany with her, and they're both carrying signs that read, Neighborhood Safety Patrol and Suspicious Activity Under Surveillance. She's turned my driveway into a protest site against the county sheriff. I watch as she starts live streaming on her phone, narrating to her social media followers about her ongoing investigation of criminal activity. This is day 63 of monitoring suspicious behavior, she announces to her camera. Despite multiple reports to authorities, no action has been taken against this obvious security threat. No action has been taken. Lady, you're about to find out what action looks like when you mess with the county sheriff. Time to put on the uniform. Friday evening of that week brought the perfect storm. Tyler was visiting for the weekend, and we'd ordered pizza for dinner. Just a normal father-son evening that I'd been looking forward to all week. Around 6 p.m., the delivery driver calls saying he can't get to my house because someone has blocked my driveway with protest signs. I look out the window, and there's Stephanie's white Lexus in its familiar position, but this time she's standing next to it with her phone out, live streaming to what appears to be a growing social media audience. Tyler and I walk outside to see what's going on. The pizza delivery kid, couldn't be more than 19, is standing there looking confused while Stephanie films him. Ma'am, I just need to deliver this pizza, he's saying. Can you move your car so I can get to the house? This delivery is part of the suspicious pattern I've been documenting, Stephanie announces to her phone camera. Unknown individuals coming and going at all hours, deliveries that could be drug transactions, and a complete lack of response from local law enforcement. Drug transactions. She's live streaming to potentially hundreds of viewers that the county sheriff's dinner delivery might be a drug transaction. Dad, Tyler whispers, what is she talking about? Why does she think you're a criminal? That's my breaking point. Not the weeks of harassment, not the false police reports, not even the 911 calls about the county sheriff. It's my 16-year-old son asking why this woman thinks his father, the county's top law enforcement officer, is a drug dealer. Stephanie, I say, walking over to her car with the authority I should have used from day one. You need to move your vehicle immediately so this young man can deliver our food. She swings the camera toward me, and I can see her viewer count climbing on the screen. Here he is, she announces to her live stream. The subject I've been monitoring for over 2 months. As you can see, he's become increasingly aggressive about my legitimate community safety activities. Ma'am, I'm not being aggressive. I'm telling you to move your car so a teenager can deliver pizza to my son. This man has been harassing me for weeks, she tells her phone camera and growing online audience. Despite my repeated reports to police, he continues to engage in intimidating behavior. The authorities have completely failed to protect this neighborhood. The authorities. She's live streaming complaints about law enforcement failure to an online audience while blocking the county sheriff's driveway. The pizza kid looks back and forth between us like he's watching something surreal. Finally, he just hands me the pizza across the Lexus's hood and says, "Sir, should I call the police?" "Dad," Tyler says as we walk back toward the house, "why does she hate our family? What did we do wrong?" I kneel down so we're eye level. This 16-year-old kid has already dealt with his parents' divorce, moving homes, starting over in a new neighborhood. Now he's watching his dad get publicly humiliated by a neighbor with a live stream audience. "Tyler, I need you to understand something. Tomorrow morning you're going to see a different side of your father. Not Denver the neighbor who tries to avoid conflict. Sheriff Brennan, who doesn't tolerate people threatening his family." He nods seriously. "Will she finally leave us alone?" "Son, she's about to learn that there's a big difference between harassing a quiet neighbor and interfering with the county sheriff." That question breaks something inside me. My kid, this good kid who's never hurt anyone, is being exposed to this woman's public accusations, and it's affecting how he sees himself and our family's place in the community. "Tyler, go inside and start on that pizza. I need to make a call." I call my chief deputy directly. "Sarah, it's the sheriff. She just blocked my driveway during my son's weekend visit and live-streamed accusations about drug dealing to social media. She's now publicly claiming that county law enforcement has failed to protect the community from me." "That's it, Sheriff," Sarah says immediately. "Public accusations against an elected official, interference with your family time, and claiming the department is incompetent on social media. Handle it officially tomorrow morning. Full uniform, by the book, on the record." "You're authorizing official response?" "Sheriff, she just publicly accused the county's top law enforcement officer of criminal activity while live streaming. This isn't neighborhood drama anymore. It's potential defamation of an elected official. Handle it with full authority." Saturday morning, I wake up early and put on my dress uniform for the first time in months. The weight of the duty belt feels exactly right. Familiar, authoritative, and representing the full power of the office I was elected to hold. At 7:25 a.m., right on schedule, Stephanie parks behind my car again. But this time, she's brought an audience. 2 other women from the neighborhood are with her, plus she's clearly arranged for her live stream to be a special investigation finale. Through my window, I can hear her talking to her phone. "This is it, everyone. Day 67 of documenting suspicious activity. Today, I have witnesses and we're going to get definitive proof of illegal activities. The authorities have ignored this situation long enough." I key my radio with the satisfaction of finally taking control. "Dispatch, this is Sheriff Brennan. I'm responding to harassment and false reporting at my residence. Requesting county tow truck for vehicle illegally blocking the sheriff's driveway." Tyler is watching from the living room window as I walk toward the front door in full uniform. He's never seen his dad in the role of county sheriff, and I can see the recognition and pride dawning on his face. Time to introduce myself properly to Ms. Stephanie Caldwell and to her live stream audience. The moment I step out of my front door in full county sheriff uniform, everything changes. The badge catches the morning sunlight like a signal flare. The radio crackles to life on my shoulder. The authority of the office I was elected to hold is suddenly undeniably visible. I can see Stephanie's face through the windshield of her Lexus, and it's like watching someone's entire worldview collapse in real time. The uniform, the badge, the radio, the unmistakable authority, all the pieces clicking into place with devastating clarity. Her live stream is still running, and I can hear her voice getting higher. Oh my God, he's the sheriff, the actual county sheriff." Her 2 neighborhood accomplices with clipboards look confused until they follow her gaze. Then I watch their faces go through the same recognition process. Shock, embarrassment, and the dawning realization that they've been part of a systematic harassment campaign against the county's top law enforcement officer. I walk calmly towards Stephanie's car, keying my radio with the full authority of my office. "Dispatch, Sheriff Brennan on scene. I have 1 vehicle illegally blocking the sheriff's driveway. Driver is present and has been filing false reports for 2 months, requesting immediate county tow truck." Copy, Sheriff. County tow truck ETA 6 minutes. Do you need backup units? Negative. I can handle one confused citizen. By now, neighbors are pouring out of their houses. Weekend morning coffee and lawn care interrupted by the sight of the county sheriff in full uniform in their quiet neighborhood. Mrs. Peterson, Mr. Garcia, the teenagers who wait for the school bus, they're all watching from their yards, phones out, documenting this reversal of fortune. I can hear neighbors whispering, "She's been harassing our sheriff? The man who protects this county? How could we have believed her?" Mrs. Peterson actually covers her mouth in shock. Tyler comes outside and stands on our front porch in his pajamas. I can see him standing straighter, shoulders back, finally understanding not just what his father does for work, but why people respect the office he holds. I stop next to the driver's side window of Stephanie's Lexus and tap gently with the confidence of someone who's never had his authority questioned. She rolls it down, her live stream still running, but her commentary reduced to shocked whispers. "Ma'am, I'm County Sheriff Denver Brennan," I say in my official voice, calm, professional, carrying the weight of an elected office. "I need you to exit the vehicle immediately." She's staring at my badge like she's seeing law enforcement for the first time. This can't be. You can't be the sheriff." "Ma'am, please step out of the vehicle. You're parked illegally on private property, and we need to discuss your systematic filing of false police reports against a county elected official." She gets out of the car slowly, still holding her phone with its live streaming camera. Her neighborhood accomplices have backed away and are whispering frantically. The live stream is capturing everything, but now instead of documenting suspicious activity, it's recording the complete humiliation of someone who spent 2 months harassing the sheriff. "Ma'am, over the past 8 weeks, you've filed multiple false police reports regarding suspicious activity at the county sheriff's residence. You've been reporting the normal activities of your elected law enforcement officer as potential criminal behavior." I pull out the thick folder of incident reports, all 6 of them, plus the 911 call logs, printed and organized with the thoroughness of a criminal investigation. These reports describe someone matching my exact description, engaged in activities you characterized as drug dealing, burglary, and organized crime. You've wasted significant county resources and attempted to damage the reputation of an elected official. The county tow truck arrives with its official seal and emergency lights flashing. The driver hops out, clipboard in hand, already briefed on the situation by dispatch. Stephanie's voice is barely a whisper now. "I didn't know. How was I supposed to know you're the sheriff?" "Ma'am, you weren't supposed to know my profession, but you also weren't supposed to file false reports, block my driveway, or harass my family based on paranoid assumptions about your neighbors." I can see neighbors gathering closer, phones out, documenting this complete reversal of power. Mrs. Peterson looks mortified, probably remembering how she avoided the sheriff's family for weeks based on Stephanie's conspiracy theories. Mr. Garcia is shaking his head like he can't believe he participated in isolating a law enforcement family. The tow truck driver efficiently hooks up the Lexus. "Sheriff, standard impound procedure. County impound lot, full documentation for evidence." "No," Stephanie finally finds her voice again. "You can't do this. This is revenge. This is abuse of power." I look directly into her live stream camera, addressing not just her but her online audience. "Ma'am, congratulations. You just live-streamed yourself committing 6 felonies against your county sheriff. Your 2-month harassment campaign just became evidence in a criminal case. Your 15 minutes of social media fame just cost you approximately $15,000 in fines and legal fees." I can see the comment count exploding as her viewers realize they've been watching someone systematically destroy their own life in real time. I pull out my citation book and start writing with the methodical precision of 18 years in law enforcement. "You're receiving 6 citations for filing false police reports against an elected official, 1 citation for systematic harassment, and 1 citation for illegal parking on the sheriff's property. The false reporting charges will be handled by the district attorney's office as interference with county law enforcement operations," I continue. "Your vehicle will be released when you pay towing and storage fees to the county." I look around at the gathered neighbors, people who've been avoiding my family for weeks based on this woman's paranoid campaign. For anyone who's been concerned about suspicious activity in this neighborhood, I'm County Sheriff Denver Brennan. I live here with my son Tyler. If you have legitimate safety concerns, my office number is public record. What you don't do is file false reports and harass your neighbors based on assumptions. As Stephanie's Lexus gets lifted onto the county tow truck, I deliver my final words. Consider this your lesson in the difference between imaginary authority and the real thing. The immediate aftermath was like watching a house of cards collapse in fast motion. Everything that Stephanie had carefully constructed over 8 weeks crumbled in about 20 minutes. Within an hour of the tow truck leaving, a steady stream of neighbors knocked on my door. Not just to apologize, but to properly introduce themselves to the county sheriff and his family. Mrs. Peterson brought homemade cookies and admitted she'd been completely fooled by a manipulative neighbor. Mr. Garcia offered to help Tyler set up a basketball hoop and mentioned his own son had been asking about the cool kid whose dad turned out to be the sheriff. The legal consequences for Stephanie were swift and comprehensive. As county sheriff, I forwarded her case directly to the district attorney's office with a recommendation for full prosecution. She was charged with 6 counts of filing false police reports against an elected official, each upgraded from a misdemeanor to a more serious charge due to the systematic nature and the target being a law enforcement officer. Rather than face trial and potential jail time, Stephanie accepted a plea agreement that reflected the seriousness of interfering with county law enforcement. 18 months probation, 200 hours of community service specifically with the Sheriff's Department's community outreach program, and full restitution. The total came to $2,340. Lost wages for my missed court appearances, investigation costs, and all towing and storage fees. But the most important consequence was the restraining order with enhanced penalties. For 2 years, Stephanie cannot contact, approach, or communicate with my family in any way. Violation would result in immediate arrest for interference with a law enforcement officer. The HOA moved quickly to distance itself from Stephanie's actions. An emergency board meeting resulted in new policies specifically prohibiting residents from conducting unofficial investigations or claiming authority they don't possess. The board sent formal letters clarifying that no individual resident has authority to issue citations, conduct surveillance, or speak on behalf of the community. 4 months later, Stephanie's house went up for sale. The listing agent mentioned to neighbors that the family was relocating for work reasons. But everyone knew the truth. You can't systematically harass the county sheriff and then continue living in his neighborhood. Tyler's transformation has been the most rewarding part of this entire ordeal. That Saturday morning when he saw his father handle the situation with the full authority of elected office, something fundamental changed in how he carried himself. He started wearing sheriff's son t-shirts to school with pride instead of shame. The neighborhood kids who'd been forbidden from playing with Tyler suddenly competed to be friends with the sheriff's kid. Our driveway became the unofficial gathering spot for neighborhood activities, and Tyler went from being isolated to being the most popular teenager on the block. For me personally, this experience reinforced a crucial lesson about authority and respect. For 2 months, I'd tried to handle Stephanie as a neighbor dealing with another neighbor. But the moment I responded as county sheriff, with the full weight of elected office behind me, the problem resolved immediately. The community response has been overwhelmingly positive. 6 months later, I organized the first annual Know Your Neighbor event in our community park, but this time it was official county business. Over 60 families attended, and I was able to use my position to bring in resources from other departments: fire safety education, emergency preparedness, and crime prevention. But the real transformation was in the neighborhood itself. 6 months later, our street has the lowest crime rate in the county. Property values have actually increased because potential buyers see neighborhood where sheriff lives as a selling point. What Stephanie tried to destroy through paranoia, she accidentally strengthened through consequence. The Coffee with the Sheriff program has expanded to 3 other neighborhoods. Turns out, when residents have direct access to their elected law enforcement officer, community trust soars and crime plummets. Stephanie's harassment campaign inadvertently created the most effective community policing program in our county's history. Tyler and I have grown closer through this experience, but more importantly, he's learned valuable lessons about standing up to bullies and the importance of real authority versus imagined power. Last month, he asked if he could volunteer with the Sheriff's Explorer program, and watching him work with other young people interested in law enforcement makes me incredibly proud. The broader social good initiative that emerged from this situation has been my Citizens' Rights and Responsibilities program, now offered countywide. These educational sessions have been so successful that other counties have asked me to share the curriculum. What started as a personal nightmare with an entitled neighbor became a model for community law enforcement relations.
Give us the vault code, now!
I'm trying to leave for a morning security consultation in Phoenix when 3 HOA board members block my truck at the neighborhood exit. Bryce Kellerman plants himself right in front of my bumper, clipboard clutched like a weapon. That smug corporate lawyer grin about to get permanently deleted. Emergency Inspection Authority, he declares, voice shaking worse than a paint mixer.
We know about the weapons and cash in your safe. Code first, then you can leave.
Beautiful. 15 years defusing bombs in Afghanistan, and this strip mall dictator thinks he can trap me like some common criminal? My diesel engine idles as I step out, boots hitting asphalt with the finality of a judge's gavel. You're blocking my exit, Bryce. I lean against my truck, calm as morning coffee. That's called false imprisonment. His face goes whiter than hospital sheets. But here's what's really going to happen. Nobody expected what came next, especially not the FBI. What would you do if HOA thugs blocked your exit demanding your safe code? Drop your state below. This revenge is absolutely insane. Let me back up and explain how a decorated Army veteran ended up getting extorted by a discount Mussolini with a clipboard. Names Spencer Thornfield. 15 years military. Explosives ordnance disposal specialist. The guys who turn live bombs into expensive paperweights. 2 Afghanistan tours. Came home with all my original parts and enough combat experience to smell trouble 3 zip codes away. Bought my corner lot ranch in Willowbrook Estates 3 years ago, seeking what every veteran craves: peace, quiet, and neighbors who mind their own damn business. Big mistake. Willowbrook Estates looked perfect in the brochures. 47 homes, middle-class Arizona paradise built 2015 to 2018, single-gated entry, marketed as low-maintenance living for busy professionals. Monthly HOA fees, a reasonable $50. Pool maintenance, landscaping, someone else dealing with Karen complaints about dandelions. Then Bryce Kellerman slithered in from California like a used car salesman who'd discovered legal extortion. This bottom-feeding real estate lawyer moved in 18 months ago, immediately launched his HOA presidential campaign with promises of elevated property values through enhanced community standards. His wife Stephanie became head of the newly created Architectural Compliance Committee, apparently code for measuring grass height with rulers and photographing slightly crooked house numbers. The morning air carried the scent of blooming Palo Verde trees, sweet and innocent, completely at odds with the paperwork nightmare these people were creating. Within 6 months, HOA fees jumped to $275 monthly. Enhanced services, they claimed. Enhanced bullshit, more like it. I kept my head down, paid the inflated fees, focused on my freelance security consulting business. High clearance corporate work, frequent travel to Phoenix and Tucson, decent money for a guy who just wanted to be left alone with his morning coffee and weekend truck maintenance. That's when some brilliant neighbor decided my legitimate gun safe made me Al Capone. Anonymous tip hit both HOA and local police. Spencer Thornfield was allegedly running a weapons trafficking operation from his garage, complete with detailed descriptions of suspicious military equipment and frequent large cash transactions. The police investigation lasted exactly 4 hours. Detective Ray Martinez, former Marine, took one look at my paperwork, shook his head, and closed the case. "Professional courtesy, brother," he'd said. "Some people watch too much TV." But Kellerman? He saw that closed police file like a vampire sees an open neck wound. Emergency Inspection Authority became his new favorite phrase. Suddenly, my corner lot required monthly compliance verification checks. My travel schedule became suspicious departure patterns requiring investigation. My truck, a perfectly normal F-150, was apparently intimidating neighborhood children with its aggressive military aesthetic. I kid you not. They tried to make my beige pickup truck sound like a tank. That's how I found myself trapped at the neighborhood exit at dawn, watching a $50,000 security contract evaporate because 3 grown men thought they could shake down a combat veteran with clipboards and delusions of authority. Community weapons policy violations, Kellerman had announced, like he was reading Miranda rights to a terrorist. Immediate safe inspection required before exit privileges restored. Pure weapons-grade horseshit. I'd memorized our HOA governing documents, all 73 mind-numbing pages. No weapons policy, no inspection authority, No emergency powers beyond calling actual authorities for actual emergencies. This was personal harassment disguised as official procedure. That's when Dolores Ramirez shuffled over, her morning watering can trembling in arthritic hands. 82 years old, sharper than a commando knife, and madder than a hornet in a hurricane. "They destroyed the Henderson family," she whispered urgently. "Military couple with twin daughters. Kellerman harassed them for 8 months until they sold 30,000 under market value, called them security threats to community stability." The metallic taste of pure rage flooded my mouth. This wasn't random neighborhood drama. This was systematic targeting. 3 other veteran families, Dolores continued, eyes blazing with righteous fury. All forced out. Always starts with anonymous complaints and ends with broken families fleeing their own homes. I looked at this sweet grandmother, then at Kellerman's smug blockade, then back at my corner lot, prime real estate in a development where corner lots were rarer than honest politicians. That's when the switch flipped. Military mode, activated. Kellerman didn't waste time escalating his little power trip. 3 days after the exit blockade, I returned from my morning jog to discover something that made my combat-trained instincts scream danger. Security cameras. 3 professional-grade units pointing directly at my property like sniper scopes, their red recording lights blinking like malevolent eyes in the desert sunrise. "Routine neighborhood safety enhancement," Kellerman explained when I confronted him, clipboard clutched against his chest like armor. "Anonymous community members expressed ongoing security concerns about your suspicious activities." Suspicious activities. Right. Like drinking morning coffee on my own porch was some kind of terrorist reconnaissance. The smell of cooling asphalt mixed with my rising anger as I realized this amateur was trying to run psychological warfare on someone who'd actually studied it professionally. Within a week, his harassment campaign kicked into high gear. Board members driving past my house 8 times daily, photographing my truck, documenting every departure like prison guards tracking escape attempts. Then Kellerman got bold. Started tailing me personally when I left the neighborhood, snapping photos at traffic lights with his iPhone like some discount private investigator. The man had about as much operational security awareness as a neon sign in a blackout. Time for some professional counterintelligence. 15 years in Army EOD teaches you more than bomb disposal. You learn surveillance, counter-surveillance, and most importantly, how to turn someone's paranoia into their own destruction. I installed a comprehensive security network around my property. Military-grade cameras with night vision, motion sensors, audio recording capabilities. Everything legal, everything documented, everything designed to catch amateur hour harassment in stunning high definition. But the real education came from my old intelligence contacts. Remember, security consulting means staying connected with people who know things. A few phone calls to former Army intelligence analysts, and suddenly I understood exactly what every homeowner should know about fighting HOA corruption. Turns out every HOA homeowner has absolute legal right to inspect all financial records within 10 business days of written request. They have to provide copies for reasonable fees, actual copying costs, nothing more. If they refuse, state oversight investigation gets triggered automatically. It's like a nuclear option most people never know exists. So I filed my public records request, watching Kellerman's face drain color faster than a punctured radiator when he realized what I'd just unleashed. Meanwhile, I contacted our HOA insurance company about those unauthorized surveillance cameras. Professional habit. Always attack problems from multiple angles simultaneously. The insurance agent's response was music to my ears. "Mr. Thornfield, unauthorized security installations violate our liability policy. Remove within 72 hours or we cancel coverage." No insurance equals no HOA. No HOA equals no Kellerman dictatorship. Simple math. But the real breakthrough came when my background investigation revealed something that made Christmas morning look disappointing by comparison. My security network includes people who can research anyone's history for the cost of decent beer. What they discovered about our self-appointed neighborhood Napoleon would have been hilarious if it weren't so criminal. Suspended law license in Nevada for client fund misappropriation, practicing in Arizona without proper registration, and, this was the beautiful part, $47,000 in HOA payments to Kellerman Property Consulting LLC, a company that existed only in his imagination. Our wannabe dictator had been systematically stealing from his own community while harassing homeowners to cover his tracks. The mechanical whir of his surveillance cameras became a constant reminder of amateur hour stupidity as I organized the evidence. Every photo he took, every harassment incident, every illegal financial transaction, all documented with military precision that would make Pentagon accountants weep with joy. That's when Dolores introduced me to Janet Holbrook, retired teacher with 3 decades of experience fighting bureaucratic corruption. Sharp as a combat knife and twice as dangerous to anyone trying to hide the truth. "He's done this before," Janet confirmed, spreading documents across her kitchen table while rich coffee aroma filled the air. 3 military families in 18 months, always the same pattern: anonymous complaints, fake emergencies, sustained harassment until they sell below market value. The pattern was systematic targeting disguised as community management. Identify veterans, create manufactured crises, force property sales, then mysteriously find buyers connected to Kellerman's expanding web of shell companies. This wasn't random neighborhood drama. This was organized fraud with my corner lot as the next target. That evening, under fluorescent lights in the American Legion Hall that buzzed like angry wasps, I presented the complete evidence package to 23 neighbors. Bank records, harassment documentation, surveillance footage, background investigations, everything laid out chronologically like a military briefing. The room's atmosphere shifted from skeptical to furious as residents realized they'd been systematically robbed by their own elected representative. By meeting's end, we had enough signatures for emergency recall election, enough documented evidence for criminal charges, and enough angry homeowners to form our own neighborhood watch program. Kellerman had made one fatal error. He'd assumed veterans were easy targets because we follow rules and respect authority. What he failed to understand is that we also know how to organize, investigate, and fight back when that authority becomes corrupt. The war for Willowbrook Estates had officially begun. Kellerman's response to our organized resistance proved he had the strategic brilliance of a caffeinated hamster. Instead of backing down like any rational criminal caught with his hand in the cookie jar, he launched a smear campaign that would have embarrassed a third-world dictator. Anonymous flyers appeared overnight like a rash. Dangerous veteran hoarding weapons. Protect our children. The acrid smell of cheap printer ink mixed with desperation as I collected these literary masterpieces from windshields and mailboxes. According to Kellerman's creative writing, I was simultaneously suffering from violent PTSD flashbacks while operating a sophisticated arms-dealing network from my garage. The man clearly binged too many bad action movies, but then he crossed a line that transformed this from neighborhood drama into personal war. My phone rang during a crucial contract negotiation in Phoenix. Major defense contractor, $75,000 security consultation deal, 6 months of work that would fund my comfortable retirement. The client's voice was professionally apologetic but firm. "Marcus, we received some concerning information about ongoing federal investigations into your activities. We'll need to postpone indefinitely." That metallic taste of pure fury flooded my mouth. This strip mall lawyer had somehow obtained my client list and was systematically destroying my professional reputation with fabricated FBI investigation claims. Game over, you amateur piece of garbage. Time for real detective work. My military intelligence network doesn't mess around with background checks. They perform archaeological excavations of people's entire existence. What we uncovered about Bryce Kellerman made our previous discoveries look like jaywalking violations. Our neighborhood dictator had quite the criminal resume. Suspended law license in Nevada for client fund theft, unlicensed practice in Arizona, and the crown jewel, 3 previous HOA fraud schemes in California and Texas, all quietly settled with sealed records. But the pattern was crystal clear. This wasn't random corruption. This was his business model. But the real revelation came when my forensic accounting skills, learned during Army intelligence training, revealed the true scope of his operation. Every HOA financial record told the same story: systematic community rape disguised as civic improvement. That $8,000 pool pump repair? Pool still broken, money vanished. The $12,000 landscaping enhancement? Never happened. Security system upgrades? Those illegal cameras pointing at my house. The morning sun streaming through my kitchen windows illuminated documents that painted a picture more twisted than a tornado in a trailer park. Kellerman had turned elected office into his personal ATM, with homeowner fees funding his lifestyle while actual community needs rotted. Then Janet discovered the smoking gun that changed everything. "Look at the timing," she said, spreading utility records across my dining table like a detective solving a murder. Every major HOA expenditure coincides with military family property sales. He manufactures financial crises, raises fees for fake solutions, then targets specific homeowners for harassment until they flee. The pattern was diabolically elegant. Create fake emergencies, levy special assessments, target property owners likely to investigate, force below-market sales, then claim their departure proved his security measures were protecting remaining residents from undesirable elements. But here's where Kellerman made his fatal error. While investigating my background for more ammunition, he discovered something that made him salivate like a starving wolf. My security clearance meant I had access to classified government contracts. In his warped mind, this translated to massive blackmail opportunities if he could manufacture evidence of security violations. So he tried to plant evidence. My security cameras, the professional-grade system he'd been too stupid to notice, caught him red-handed breaking into my garage at 2 a.m. with a backpack full of what looked suspiciously like controlled substances and stolen military equipment. The beautiful irony? Everything he planted was obviously fake. Prop weapons from a movie studio, clearly labeled training ammunition, and what appeared to be oregano in military surplus containers. The man was so incompetent he couldn't even frame someone properly. But his attempted evidence planting constituted federal crimes: burglary, evidence tampering, attempting to compromise national security clearances, and conspiracy to commit fraud against federal contractors. The sweet desert night air carried the sound of his car door slamming as my motion sensors triggered, recording every second of his amateur hour criminal enterprise. This wannabe mastermind had just handed me enough evidence to destroy him completely. As I watched him fumble with lockpicks like a drunk teenager, I realized this pathetic excuse for a human being had systematically destroyed 3 military families, stolen tens of thousands from his neighbors, and now thought he could frame a combat veteran for espionage. Wrong veteran, wrong neighborhood, wrong century. By dawn, I had complete video evidence of his break-in attempt, detailed forensic analysis of his planted evidence, and enough federal crimes documented to put him away until his grandchildren were collecting Social Security. Kellerman had just escalated a neighborhood dispute into federal felony territory. Time to introduce him to some people who don't negotiate with domestic terrorists. Kellerman's desperation reached new heights of criminal stupidity at exactly 2:47 a.m. on a Tuesday. My security system erupted like the 4th of July as emergency vehicles flooded our sleepy neighborhood. Fire trucks, ambulances, hazmat teams, the full disaster movie experience. Neighbors stumbled outside in bathrobes in confusion while Kellerman emerged from his house fully dressed, clipboard clutched like a religious artifact. "Dangerous gas leak detected near the Thornfield property," he announced with Oscar-worthy concern. "Immediate evacuation required within a 100-yard radius for community safety." The acrid diesel exhaust from idling emergency vehicles couldn't mask the smell of pure bullshit as I watched this midnight theater performance. Real gas emergencies don't come with advanced costume changes and perfectly rehearsed speeches. But here's where amateur hour met professional reality. I called the actual gas company. "Sir, we have 0 reports of gas leaks in your area," the dispatcher confirmed, confusion evident in her voice. "No emergency calls, no work orders, no scheduled maintenance anywhere near your address. Who filed this report?" That's when our neighborhood Napoleon's face performed a color-changing act that would impress chameleons everywhere. The fire chief's expression shifted from professional concern to dangerous irritation as his equipment detected absolutely nothing wrong with anything anywhere. Meanwhile, Kellerman's brother materialized with a construction crew claiming they needed immediate emergency access to repair the non-existent leak by excavating my entire front yard, without permits, without proper equipment, without any idea what they were pretending to do. "Captain," I addressed the fire chief directly, "I'm requesting an official incident report documenting this false emergency call for federal investigation purposes." The captain's jaw tightened like a steel trap. "Mr. Thornfield, filing false emergency reports is a felony. We'll be investigating exactly who wasted city resources tonight." Kellerman's confidence evaporated faster than water in the Arizona sun. But the real revelation came the next morning when my property research network uncovered something that made my blood pressure spike into combat zone levels. County development records revealed preliminary construction plans filed by Kellerman's brother 3 weeks before his manufactured emergency. plans showing my corner lot combined with adjacent parcels to create luxury townhouse development space. Plans that required removing existing structures, namely my house, to maximize profit potential. This wasn't random harassment. This was systematic property theft with a multi-million-dollar payout. Diving deeper into county records revealed the breathtaking scope of their criminal enterprise. Every emergency repair over 2 years had been strategically followed by forced property sales to shell companies owned by Kellerman family members. The Henderson family's foundation crisis led to condemnation and sale below market value. The Martinez family's electrical hazard resulted in fire sale to his brother's construction business. But then I discovered something that transformed neighborhood corruption into something far more sinister. Hidden in development files were detailed architectural assessments of every veteran-owned property in Willowbrook Estates. Professional surveys evaluating lot values, structural conditions, and redevelopment potential. Every military family that had been systematically harassed was on this target list. We weren't random victims. We were specifically identified, cataloged, and marked for elimination because someone thought veterans were easy targets who wouldn't fight back against official authority. The morning sun felt cold on my face as I realized the true enemy we were fighting. This wasn't petty neighborhood politics. This was organized crime, specifically targeting military families based on the assumption that we'd respect authority and follow rules even when that authority was completely corrupt. Fatal fucking miscalculation. My investigation skills, honed through years of intelligence work, uncovered the insurance fraud angle that would bury them permanently. Every manufactured emergency triggered legitimate insurance claims. Every fake crisis generated real payouts from real companies covering imaginary damages. Kellerman wasn't just stealing from homeowners, he was systematically defrauding major insurance corporations. Federal insurance fraud carries sentences that make armed robbery look like a parking ticket. That afternoon, while the bitter taste of righteous anger mixed with strong coffee, I organized evidence that painted a picture of systematic racketeering across multiple states. False emergencies, fraudulent insurance claims, illegal construction, property theft, and conspiracy charges that would make federal prosecutors weep with joy. By evening, I had documentation that connected 3 years of criminal activity spanning Arizona, Nevada, California, and Texas. Shell companies, forged permits, fabricated emergencies, and insurance fraud totaling over $2 million in stolen funds and property. The city building inspector had shut down excavation, levied $35,000 in fines, and opened formal investigation into permit fraud. The fire department filed charges for false emergency reporting. The insurance companies wanted scalps. But most importantly, the FBI white-collar crime unit was very interested in interstate insurance fraud patterns. Kellerman had escalated from neighborhood bully to federal criminal target. His systematic targeting of veterans was about to become a case study in why you never underestimate people trained for actual warfare. The recall petition was certified, federal investigation was launched, criminal charges were pending. Our amateur dictator was about to discover that some wars end only with unconditional surrender. The call that changed everything came at 3:17 a.m. from a number I didn't recognize. "Mr. Thornfield?" The voice was female, shaking, barely above a whisper. "This is Stephanie Kellerman. I need to meet with you immediately. I have information that will destroy my husband completely." 2 hours later, she sat in my kitchen looking like a war refugee, mascara streaked, hands trembling around a coffee mug, designer clothes wrinkled beyond recognition. This was the woman who'd terrorized neighbors for 18 months with architectural violations and grass measurement citations. "He's planning to run," she said without preamble, "liquidating everything, transferring assets to Nevada shell companies. But first, he's going to frame you for the missing HOA funds." The bitter taste of early morning coffee mixed with my rising anger. What missing funds? She pulled out a banker's box that looked heavier than federal evidence. All of them. Every penny the community thinks exists, gone. Stolen through a fake management company he created using our HOA's tax ID number. The documents she spread across my table told a story that made our previous discoveries look like parking violations. Willowbrook Community Management, LLC, a company that existed solely to bill our HOA for services Kellerman was already being paid to provide as president. Double dipping for the same work, paying himself twice for every decision, over $4,000 monthly in pure theft for 18 months. But that was just the appetizer. The reserve fund is completely empty, Stephanie continued, her voice gaining strength as confession cleansed her conscience. Every legitimate contractor we owe money to, pool service, landscaping, security, maintenance, he's been paying fake invoices to shell companies instead. The community owes $94,000 in real bills while he pocketed the money through fraudulent businesses. The morning light streaming through windows illuminated a paper trail more damning than DNA evidence at a crime scene. Every special assessment, every fee increase, every emergency repair had been designed to cover money already stolen while generating new theft opportunities. He studies military families specifically, she admitted, shame burning in her voice. Researches deployment schedules, financial pressures, family situations. Targets veterans because he thinks you're conditioned to follow authority without questioning orders. That revelation hit like incoming artillery. Our harassment wasn't random. It was systematic exploitation based on criminal profiling of military psychology. But here's where the story took a turn that proved karma has a sense of humor. Stephanie revealed something that transformed our entire strategic position. Our HOA insurance policy contained a board member fraud protection clause that most communities never discover. If board members are convicted of financial crimes, insurance covers all losses plus punitive damages to prevent community bankruptcy. The insurance company has been investigating for months, she explained. They're not trying to avoid paying claims. They're building a criminal case because his conviction would save them from massive liability payouts. Your evidence coordination has been giving them exactly what they need. This changed everything. Major insurance corporations were actively supporting our fight because Kellerman's destruction would protect their bottom line. But the nuclear revelation came last. He's going to claim you hacked HOA accounts and stole the money yourself. Plant evidence showing transfers to accounts linked to your security consulting business. Frame the veteran as the thief while he escapes to Nevada with millions. She handed me a thumb drive containing every financial transaction, every fake invoice, every fraudulent transfer spanning 3 years across multiple states. Complete documentation of organized crime disguised as community management. I helped create some of those shell companies, she whispered. I thought it was tax planning until I realized he was systematically robbing families who'd served our country. The weight of that evidence felt heavier than any bomb I'd ever defused. This wasn't neighborhood corruption. This was federal racketeering with a multi-million-dollar scope. As Stephanie left my kitchen, desert sunrise painted the sky blood orange, appropriate for the war we were about to win. We had complete financial records, witness testimony, insurance company backing, and federal crimes documented across jurisdictions. Kellerman's empire was about to become his prison sentence. Time for war. The sweet aroma of morning coffee mixed with the bitter taste of righteous fury as I transformed my dining room into a military command center that would make Pentagon strategists jealous. Evidence spread across every surface like battle plans for D-Day, except this invasion was designed to liberate a neighborhood from its own elected dictator. Stephanie's thumb drive contained enough financial crimes to put Kellerman away until his great-grandchildren were collecting Social Security. But having evidence and proving it in federal court are two completely different combat missions. First phase, coordinate with insurance investigator Patricia Finley, a former FBI white-collar specialist with the personality of a honey badger and twice the tenacity. Meeting her at a Phoenix coffee shop felt like recruiting an ally who'd been hunting the same target from a different angle. Your evidence gathering has been building our criminal case, she said, eyes gleaming with prosecutorial hunger. Interstate insurance fraud triggers RICO statutes. We're talking 30 years minimum, asset forfeiture, the complete destruction of everything he's built. Music to my combat-trained ears. The technical surveillance network required careful legal engineering. Arizona's recording laws favor property owners, one-party consent for conversations, unlimited camera placement on your own land, GPS tracking legal for vehicles on your property. Everything designed to be admissible in federal court where defense attorneys earn their money by challenging evidence chains. My spare bedroom became a forensic evidence processing center that would impress CSY investigators. Every document timestamp verified, witness signed, and stored with chain of custody documentation that could survive Supreme Court scrutiny. Military intelligence training teaches you that sloppy evidence handling destroys perfect cases. But the real weapon was applying Army financial intelligence techniques to neighborhood-level crime. Cross-referencing HOA payments with state business registration databases revealed a criminal network spanning 4 states. Every emergency repair contracted to unlicensed companies owned by Kellerman family members. Every consulting fee paid to corporations existing only in his imagination. Every special assessment funding personal luxury purchases instead of community improvements. The mechanical click of evidence files snapping shut provided satisfying punctuation to each completed investigation thread. This wasn't random corruption. This was systematic racketeering disguised as civic duty. Janet's bureaucratic warfare experience proved invaluable for translating military efficiency into civilian legal procedures. Together, we created prosecution timelines connecting every harassment incident to corresponding financial theft, proving criminal enterprise rather than mere incompetence. "He's been clearing valuable corner lots for his brother's development projects," she observed, organizing bank records with librarian precision while desert morning light streamed through windows. Every veteran family targeted owned property he wanted for luxury construction. The community intelligence network expanded beyond neighborhood boundaries. Veterans organizations provided legal resources and surveillance support. Neighbors offered witness testimony spanning 3 years of systematic abuse. The American Legion became our unofficial headquarters for coordinating evidence across multiple affected families. Here's what most people don't understand about financial crime investigation. Following money trails requires the same skills used for tracking terrorist financing overseas. Every shell company connected through incorporation documents, every fraudulent transfer traced through banking records, every fake invoice matched with non-existent services. The hidden camera network resembled military surveillance operations, except instead of tracking enemy movements, I was documenting domestic terrorism committed by elected officials against their own constituents. Motion sensors with smartphone alerts, audio recording in legally accessible common areas, GPS tracking for anticipated evidence tampering attempts. Most importantly, digital backup systems stored evidence in multiple secure locations, including attorney offices, preventing destruction if Kellerman escalated to physical retaliation. Military planning assumes worst-case scenarios while working toward optimal outcomes. The psychological preparation drew on 15 years dealing with corrupt foreign officials who thought Americans were soft targets easily intimidated by fake authority. Kellerman's behavior matched textbook patterns: escalating desperation, increasingly reckless criminal acts, eventual self-destructive overreach that would provide irrefutable prosecution evidence. Strategy was elegant in its simplicity. Document everything while letting him continue committing federal crimes, then coordinate simultaneous evidence release to law enforcement, insurance companies, and media for maximum public impact. Media coordination leveraged both Janet's journalism contacts and veteran network connections, reaching statewide advocacy organizations. Local reporters wanted HOA corruption stories, especially involving systematic targeting of military families. State legislators were interested in preventing similar abuse through stronger oversight laws. The financial forensics required accounting precision that would impress IRS investigators. Every stolen dollar traced through legitimate banking channels. Every fraudulent invoice compared with actual contractor work performed. Every shell company connected to real property transfers and development permits. Emergency security protocols included direct sheriff communication, multiple evidence storage locations, and extraction plans if situation escalated beyond legal harassment into physical threats. Military training teaches comprehensive preparation for scenarios ranging from complete victory to tactical retreat. By week's end, I possessed a federal prosecution package that would make experienced attorneys weep with joy. Documented interstate racketeering, systematic insurance fraud, civil rights violations targeting protected veteran status, and enough financial crimes to trigger asset forfeiture proceedings. The recall election was certified. FBI investigation was accelerating. Insurance companies were demanding criminal charges. National media attention was building. Kellerman had systematically underestimated military organizational capabilities applied to civilian justice. His amateur corruption was about to meet professional-grade warfare. Kellerman's desperation reached psychotic levels exactly 7 days before the recall election that would end his reign of suburban terror. My security system erupted at 3:47 a.m., with footage that would make federal prosecutors laugh until they cried. Our wannabe dictator personally vandalizing my truck with the finesse of a meth-addicted teenager. Slashing tires, dumping sugar in the gas tank, carving traitor across the hood while his own son stood lookout like this was some kind of twisted father-son bonding experience. The sharp smell of slashed rubber mixed with desert night air as I watched this criminal mastermind document his own felonies in stunning high-definition video. Amateur hour doesn't begin to describe this level of operational incompetence. When confronted the next morning, Kellerman claimed his boy was acting independently due to neighborhood tension caused by your threatening military presence. The audacity. This strip mall Napoleon was blaming his criminal parenting on my honorable service record. But vandalism was just the warm-up act for his main performance of federal stupidity. Over the following week, Kellerman launched a bribery campaign that would embarrass corrupt politicians worldwide, approaching elderly neighbors with offers of waived HOA fees for community loyalty during these challenging times, promising cash payments to anyone willing to testify I'd threatened their safety, even attempting to convince Janet that I was manipulating veteran sympathy to conceal dangerous antisocial behaviors. The beautiful irony? Several neighbors secretly recorded these conversations on my recommendation, documenting systematic witness tampering and attempted bribery, federal crimes carrying decades in prison. Meanwhile, my GPS tracker revealed full-blown stalking escalation, 34 drive-bys in 1 week, photographing my property from multiple angles, timing my schedule like he was planning some kind of military operation. Except real military operations require actual competence, and this clown couldn't surveil a stationary target without triggering every security system in the neighborhood. But then he committed the error that transformed petty harassment into career-ending federal crime. My security consulting business started hemorrhaging clients after corporate executives received detailed calls claiming I was under active FBI investigation for weapons trafficking and classified information violations. 3 major defense contracts worth $127,000 canceled within 48 hours, destroying my professional reputation with systematic lies. The metallic taste of pure rage flooded my mouth as I realized this sociopathic excuse for humanity was using fabricated federal allegations to eliminate my livelihood. Business interference through false statements constitutes wire fraud when it crosses state lines. A federal felony carrying serious prison time. Game fucking over, amateur. But Kellerman's piece de resistance proved he possessed the criminal intelligence of brain-damaged livestock. At 2:23 a.m., motion sensors screamed as this mastermind attempted breaking into my garage with evidence so obviously planted it bordered on comedy. Military equipment clearly marked movie props, training ammunition labeled inert, training use only, and what appeared to be oregano packaged in sandwich bags like some kind of discount drug dealer. My security cameras captured every magnificent second of this federal crime spree while I watched from bed via smartphone, documenting domestic terrorism in real-time, ultra-high-definition glory. Here's what this delusional psychopath failed to comprehend. Attempting to plant evidence in the home of someone with active security clearance constitutes domestic terrorism under federal anti-terrorism statutes. Combined with witness tampering, business interference, stalking, and systematic fraud, he'd created a RICO case that would make experienced prosecutors weep with professional joy. But the community response revealed something beautiful about human nature when good people finally reached their breaking point. Parents organized massive protests after discovering Kellerman had coached their children to fabricate stories about me threatening neighborhood safety. Local businesses posted signs banning his family after learning about systematic bribery attempts. Veterans organizations rallied financial support to replace my sabotaged income while providing round-the-clock security assistance. The neighborhood had evolved from passive victims into an organized resistance movement with military-grade determination. State authorities responded by freezing Kellerman's assets pending criminal prosecution. Insurance companies demanded complete financial audits. The FBI opened formal domestic terrorism investigations spanning multiple federal jurisdictions. But here's the mini twist that made everything perfect. While investigating my background for more ammunition, Kellerman had inadvertently triggered federal security clearance review protocols. Defense Department investigators, thinking someone was attempting to compromise classified access, launched their own parallel investigation into who was making false allegations against cleared personnel. Federal agencies don't appreciate civilians interfering with national security clearances. Kellerman had accidentally declared war on the entire military-industrial complex. His wife filed divorce papers and relocated children to her mother's California residence. His brother's construction business faced immediate license revocation. Local media covered his impending arrest as breaking news entertainment. The recall election had become irrelevant. Criminal prosecution was the main attraction. That evening, organizing evidence while coffee aroma mixed with anticipation of approaching justice, I realized we'd transcended neighborhood politics entirely. This was federal law enforcement preparing to demonstrate what happens when amateur criminals target people trained for actual warfare. Kellerman's systematic underestimation of military organizational capabilities was about to become a textbook case study in why you never declare war on people who understand total victory. The trap was sprung, evidence secured, federal charges pending. Justice was coming with overwhelming force. The Willowbrook Community Center had never seen anything like this. Standing room only, cameras everywhere, federal agents positioned strategically throughout the crowd like they were guarding a presidential speech. The air buzzed with electric anticipation as 300 neighbors, media representatives, and law enforcement officials packed into a space designed for 50 people max. Sweet desert evening air mixed with nervous energy as residents who'd suffered in silence for 3 years finally gathered to witness their tormentors' public destruction. Some carried signs reading, "Veterans deserve justice," and "Kellerman must pay." Others clutched evidence folders documenting their own harassment experiences. Bryce Kellerman sat in the front row, still clinging to his clipboard like a security blanket, that corporate lawyer smugness replaced by barely controlled panic. His remaining supporters, all 3 of them, clustered around him like human shields against approaching reality. I took the podium with military bearing, surveying faces that had endured systematic abuse while believing they were powerless against elected authority. Time to show them what professional justice looks like when delivered with overwhelming force. "Ladies and gentlemen," I began, voice carrying the authority of 15 years defending freedom, "tonight you'll see complete evidence of the largest HOA fraud scheme in Arizona history." The projection screen illuminated with financial records that told a story more damning than any prosecutor's closing argument. 3 years of systematic theft, fraud, harassment, and what federal investigators classified as domestic terrorism targeting military families. Bryce Kellerman stole $347,000 from this community through fake management companies, fraudulent invoices, and manufactured emergencies, I continued, clicking through evidence that made several audience members gasp audibly. Every special assessment, every fee increase, every emergency repair funded his personal bank accounts while actual community needs were ignored. The mechanical click of camera shutters provided percussion as media documented every revelation. This wasn't just neighborhood drama, this was federal crime exposed in real time before witnesses who could testify to its impact on their families. But the financial fraud was only the appetizer. He systematically targeted military families for harassment campaigns designed to force property sales below market value, I explained, displaying the architectural surveys that had cataloged veteran-owned properties for elimination. Every family that fled this neighborhood was specifically chosen because someone thought veterans were easy targets who wouldn't fight back. The crowd's energy shifted from curiosity to righteous fury as parents realized their children had been coached to lie. Elderly residents understood their harassment wasn't random, and veterans recognized they'd been systematically hunted by domestic terrorists. Then came the smoking gun that would destroy Kellerman completely. "But here's what ended his criminal empire," I said, triggering audio playback of his recorded confession to his wife about taking everything from these stupid government sheep who think they're heroes. The courtroom recording played through speakers with crystal clarity. Kellerman's own voice bragging about manipulating brain-damaged veterans and planning to bankrupt every military family in this neighborhood until they crawl away like the broken soldiers they are. Silence. Dead. Absolute silence, as 300 people heard their elected representatives' true feelings about the families who'd served their country. Then, explosion. Veterans in the audience stood as one, faces hard as granite. Parents shouted demands for justice. Elderly residents who'd been terrorized for months wept openly while neighbors comforted them. But FBI Special Agent Martinez stepped forward with the evening's final surprise. "Mr. Kellerman," she announced, badge gleaming under fluorescent lights. "You're under arrest for violations of the RICO Act, federal wire fraud, mail fraud, domestic terrorism, and conspiracy to commit civil rights violations." The satisfying click of handcuffs echoed through the packed room as Kellerman was arrested before the entire community he'd terrorized. His clipboard scattered across the floor, symbolic end to 3 years of fraudulent authority. Additionally, Agent Martinez continued, federal asset forfeiture proceedings will recover every stolen dollar plus punitive damages for affected families. The insurance company will compensate all fraud victims while criminal prosecution ensures justice. But the mic drop moment belonged to me. As Kellerman was led away in federal custody, I stepped to the microphone one final time. "You picked the wrong veteran, the wrong neighborhood, and the wrong century to run your little dictatorship. Some of us actually know what fighting for justice means." The community center erupted in applause that could be heard 3 blocks away as Kellerman disappeared into federal custody, his empire destroyed, his freedom gone, his reputation annihilated before everyone who'd suffered under his corrupt rule. Local news broadcast live coverage as neighbors celebrated in parking lots, children played safely without fear, and veterans finally received the respect they'd earned through service. Justice hadn't just been served. It had been delivered with extreme prejudice by a community that refused to accept systematic abuse. The recall election was canceled, no longer necessary. Federal prosecution was guaranteed. Community healing could begin. But most importantly, every military family in America now knew that systematic targeting of veterans would be met with professional-grade resistance and overwhelming legal force. Message received, mission accomplished, enemy neutralized. 6 months later, Kellerman was sentenced to 18 years in federal prison without possibility of parole. The courtroom was packed again, but this time with families celebrating justice rather than demanding it. Federal Judge Robert Finley called it one of the most comprehensive cases of community fraud and civil rights violations he'd seen in 20 years on the bench. Asset forfeiture proceedings recovered $847,000 in stolen funds, fraudulent profits, and punitive damages. Every affected family received full restitution plus compensation for harassment-related damages. The insurance company paid additional settlements that transformed financial devastation into community rebuilding opportunities. Our HOA fees dropped to the original $50 monthly with complete financial transparency requirements. New board elections brought in military veterans and long-term residents committed to actual community service rather than personal enrichment. But the real victory was what happened to our neighborhood. Property values increased 20% as news coverage attracted buyers specifically seeking honest community management. Young military families moved in, drawn by stories of neighbors who'd fought systematic corruption and won. The community pool was finally repaired, landscaping restored, and legitimate security measures installed. More importantly, children could play outside without fear while their parents enjoyed evening barbecues without harassment. The American dream, restored through collective resistance against domestic tyranny. My consulting business thrived beyond expectations as national media attention brought clients seeking expertise in fraud investigation and community organization. But the most rewarding contracts came from other neighborhoods fighting similar corruption, armed with evidence-gathering techniques proven in federal court. The ripple effects extended far beyond Arizona. Operation Clear Title, the nonprofit I established with insurance settlement funds, helped 17 other communities expose HOA fraud schemes across 6 states. Veterans organizations adopted our investigation methodologies as training curricula for members facing civilian authority abuse. State legislators used our case to pass comprehensive HOA reform legislation requiring criminal background checks for board candidates, mandatory fraud insurance, and whistleblower protections for homeowners reporting financial irregularities. What started as neighborhood harassment became statewide legal precedent protecting future victims. But the personal transformation proved most meaningful. Janet and I married the following spring in a ceremony held on the very corner lot Kellerman had tried to steal. Our neighborhood friends filled the reception, celebrating love that grew from shared resistance against injustice. We adopted 2 children whose military father had died serving overseas, giving them the stable community their sacrifice had earned. The sweet desert evening air carried sounds of children playing safely while parents relaxed without fear as we exchanged vows where systematic corruption had once flourished. Freedom protected through organized resistance, defended by evidence-based justice, celebrated by families who understood its true value. National recognition followed. Congressional testimony on HOA reform, documentary features about grassroots justice, military publications highlighting civilian service continuation. But the greatest honor came from letters written by families across America who'd used our example to defeat their own neighborhood tyrants. 1 year later, Kellerman's brother was convicted on related charges, his construction business dissolved, and development permits revoked permanently. Stephanie remarried a legitimate businessman and moved with her children to Colorado, finally free from her ex-husband's criminal legacy. The community garden now growing where Kellerman's illegal excavation once scarred our neighborhood provides fresh vegetables for military families while serving as living memorial to civilian courage in the face of systematic abuse. But perhaps the most satisfying outcome was receiving a call from another veteran facing similar harassment in Florida. "Marcus," he said, "they've got me trapped at the neighborhood exit demanding access to my safe. Sound familiar?" I packed my investigation kit and headed to the next battle for justice, carrying evidence-gathering techniques proven in federal court and community organization methods tested under fire. Because here's what systematic bullies never understand. Military training doesn't end at discharge. The mission continues wherever freedom needs defending, whether overseas or in suburban America where domestic terrorists disguise corruption as community management. Some wars end with victory parades. Others end with neighbors safely raising families in communities protected by citizens who remember that freedom requires constant vigilance against tyranny in all its forms. I just got handcuffed in my own driveway, and it all started when I caught a stranger living in my house. I'm Garrett Blackwood. After 6 months on a cybersecurity contract in Estonia, I pulled into my $1 million Tudor mansion to find an unfamiliar white Lexus in my spot. The door swings open. Out steps a blonde in Lululemon yoga pants wearing my late grandmother's vintage floral apron, my house keys dangling from her wrist. The moment she sees me stepping out of my truck, she speed dials someone. "I need police immediately," she announces, voice dripping fake panic. "I'm the HOA compliance coordinator and there's an intruder at the abandoned property on Willowbrook Drive." By the time I reach my own front door with the deed in my hand, sirens are wailing down the street. 10 minutes later, cold steel clicks around my wrists while this squatter stands there in my family heirloom, playing victim. What would you do if an HOA Karen called the cops for you coming home? Where are you watching from? Drop your HOA nightmare below. 20 minutes later, I'm sitting in the back of Officer Martinez's patrol car, handcuffs finally off, watching this woman explain to his partner how she's protecting the community. The vinyl seat sticks to my back through my shirt. Nothing like overseas travel sweat mixed with the humiliation of being arrested at your own house. I'm Garrett Blackwood, former Army logistics officer turned cybersecurity consultant. When Grandpa Edwin passed 3 years ago, he left me this 4,200 square foot Tudor masterpiece on 2.3 acres in Willowbrook Heights. Built in 1923, fully restored by a man who spent 40 years as the neighborhood's unofficial historian and amateur environmental nut, he was always going on about protecting the natural spring and preserving the heritage oaks. The Estonia contract was legitimate, 6 months helping their biggest banks upgrade security after some nasty cyber attacks. Good money, clean work, the kind that lets you pay mansion property taxes without eating ramen. Before leaving, I did everything right. Hired Meredith's property services, updated security, had mail held. Apparently, I made one crucial mistake. I underestimated the audacity of a desperate woman with a real estate license and absolutely nothing left to lose. Meet Vivian Thornfield. 52, recently divorced, the kind of real estate agent who measures self-worth in property values and neighborhood character. Her ex-husband's lawyer cleaned her out 8 months ago. Within 1 week of moving to Willowbrook Heights, she'd appointed herself interim HOA compliance coordinator. Which sounds impressive until you realize our homeowners association dissolved in 2019 because exactly 3 people showed up to vote and nobody wanted to be treasurer. The smell of her expensive perfume still lingered in my truck, something French and obnoxious that probably costs more than most people's mortgage payments. This woman had been living in my house for weeks, maybe months. Her first red flag came 1 week before deployment. She knocked on my door with a clipboard and that particular smile that screams, "I'm about to ruin your Tuesday." "I'm conducting a survey about landscaping standards and architectural integrity," she announced. already photographing my garden shed like she was documenting evidence at a crime scene. I politely declined. Big mistake. Through my kitchen window, I watched her measure the distance between my shed and property line, scribbling notes with the intensity of someone calculating nuclear launch codes. 3 weeks into Estonia, my security company called. Motion sensors triggered. Cameras showed Vivian strutting through my backyard with a measuring tape like she was appraising the place for auction. She was building a case, documenting violations that didn't exist. Garden shed supposedly 2 inches too close to property line. Outdoor furniture not in keeping with Tudor aesthetic. The vintage porch swing Grandpa built in 1987. Deteriorating neighborhood character. I emailed from Tallinn, cease trespassing or face charges. Her response made my blood pressure spike. As HOA compliance coordinator, I have right of inspection. Your grandfather's informal arrangements are no longer valid. That's when I knew I was dealing with someone who'd confused having opinions with having legal authority. Like a mall cop who thinks the badge makes them FBI. County record search revealed the beautiful truth. There is no active HOA. Willowbrook Heights. Homeowners Association officially dissolved December 2019 when 3 people showed up and nobody wanted to handle the paperwork. Vivian Thornfield had appointed herself coordinator of an organization that didn't exist, using letterhead she probably designed between wine spritzers and Zillow binges. Officer Martinez explains the current situation. They've verified my identity, confirmed ownership, but Vivian filed an emergency protective order claiming I threatened her. Until a judge sorts this out, I can't enter my own house. She's got photos, sir. Maintenance issues, safety hazards, claims you abandoned the property and she's been maintaining it as community service. The metallic taste of pure injustice fills my mouth. This woman turned my military service into evidence of abandonment, my responsible maintenance into proof of negligence. As I sign papers to get my truck back, Vivian waves from my own front porch, still wearing Grandma's apron. The cotton fabric flutters in the breeze, fabric that once smelled like Sunday morning pancakes and now reeks of theft. Game on, lady. The next morning, I'm camping out at the Extended Stay America down the highway, living off vending machine coffee and pure spite when my phone rings. It's Officer Cove, Martinez's partner from yesterday's circus. Mr. Blackwood, we've got a situation at your property. Ms. Thornfield is claiming someone broke in and vandalized the place. I'm there in 10 minutes, pulling up to find Vivian standing in my driveway like she's hosting a press conference. She's traded yesterday's yoga pants for a conservative navy dress, the kind worn by people who want to look like responsible homeowners instead of professional squatters. The morning air carries the scent of honeysuckle from Mrs. Cove's garden next door, a smell that used to mean peaceful summer mornings. Now it just reminds me of everything this woman is trying to steal from me. Thank goodness you're here, officers, she announces, dabbing her eyes with a tissue that looks suspiciously unused. Someone broke into the house last night, destroyed several family heirlooms. Officer Cove shifts uncomfortably on the gravel driveway, small stones crunching under his boots. Sir, she's reporting that your security cameras were tampered with and several items were damaged inside. Vivian's opening move is textbook manipulation. She claims someone broke in through the back door, destroyed priceless antiques, and disabled the security system to cover their tracks. She's got photos on her phone showing my grandmother's china cabinet overturned, picture frames smashed, even what appears to be graffiti on the living room wall. But I'm looking at those photos, and something's wrong. The graffiti reads, "Fake HOA scammer in spray paint," which is either the world's most specific random vandalism or someone's trying very hard to make a point. Ma'am, I say, pulling out my phone. That's interesting because my security system sends alerts directly to my phone. I didn't get any breach notifications last night. Her face goes pale faster than winter sunrise. Well, they obviously disabled it first. Probably some kind of hacker thing. Back in my Army days, I learned that modern security systems are surprisingly hard to disable without triggering backup alerts. Most people don't realize there are usually 3 separate communication channels sending data to monitoring companies. Cell towers, landlines, and internet connections all have to fail simultaneously for a system to go truly dark. Officer Cove asks to see the damage inside. Vivian hesitates, just for a second, but it's enough to tell me everything I need to know. Inside my house, the destruction is surgical. Only items that could belong to Vivian are untouched. My grandfather's books are scattered across the floor, but her fresh flowers in the kitchen are perfectly arranged. Family photos are smashed, but her expensive coffee maker doesn't have a scratch. The smell of fresh spray paint hangs in the air like evidence, that sharp chemical tang that makes your eyes water. Paint so fresh you can still hear the can settling as the propellant separates. "This is heartbreaking," Vivian says, surveying the damage with all the genuine emotion of a soap opera audition. "Edwin's antiques, destroyed by vandals." But here's where she makes her first critical mistake. She calls my grandfather Edwin like they were old friends. Grandpa Edwin died 3 years ago. Vivian moved here 8 months ago. The math doesn't add up, and Officer Cove notices too. "Ma'am, how did you know Mr. Blackwood's grandfather's name?" "Oh, well, the neighbors mentioned it, such a beloved man in the community." I pull out my phone and call Tom Brennan, my neighbor across the street, on speaker. Tom's lived here for 15 years and knew Grandpa well. "Tom, quick question. Did you ever mention my grandfather's name to the new woman living on Elm Street?" "You mean the blonde with the Lexus?" "Never talked to her in my life, Garrett. She seems to avoid the actual neighbors like we've got something contagious. Why?" Vivian's face turns the color of expired milk. Then comes the real twist. Officer Cove starts examining the spray paint more closely, running his finger near the edge where it's still tacky. "Ma'am, this paint is still wet. This happened within the last hour, not last night." The security footage I can access remotely becomes my ace in the hole. What it shows is Vivian entering the house at 6:47 a.m. using her stolen keys, leaving at 7:23 a.m. with a Home Depot bag, then returning at 7:45 a.m. to discover the damage. "Officer," I say, pulling up the timestamp on my phone, "I've got video of Ms. Thornfield entering and leaving the property this morning with what appears to be spray paint. Would you like to see it?" The look of panic that crosses her face is worth 6 months of Estonian winter. She realizes she's been caught staging her own crime scene, but she doubles down anyway. That's impossible. I was only checking on the property because I heard suspicious noises. As the HOA coordinator, I have a duty to—" "Ma'am," Officer Cove interrupts, his patience clearly wearing thin. "We verified yesterday that there's no active HOA in this neighborhood." Vivian's desperation shows in the way she clutches her purse straps, knuckles white against the expensive leather. The woman who seemed so confident yesterday is unraveling faster than a cheap sweater in a washing machine. "Fine," she snaps, dropping the victim act entirely. "I was protecting this property from actual abandonment. Someone needs to maintain community standards around here." And there it is. She just admitted to entering my house without permission, staging a fake crime scene, and filing a false police report. In my Army logistics training, we called this operational overreach, when someone gets so focused on their objective that they forget to cover their flanks. Officer Cove looks at me apologetically. "Sir, we're going to need to file additional reports. This is getting complicated." As they escort Vivian outside for questioning, she turns back to me with pure venom in her eyes. "This isn't over," she hisses. "I know things about this property that you don't." The gravel crunches under her designer heels as they walk her to the patrol car. I'm starting to think she might be right about knowing things, but whatever game she's playing, I'm about to learn the rules. 2 days later, I'm finally allowed back in my house to assess the real damage when there's a knock at my door. Through the peephole, I see a guy in a city uniform holding an official-looking clipboard. Never a good sign when you're already fighting off a professional squatter. "Ray Hutchinson, building inspector," he announces when I open the door. The poor guy looks like he'd rather be getting a root canal, shifting from foot to foot on my front porch. "Got an anonymous complaint about unlicensed electrical work and possible fire hazards." The morning sun glints off his clipboard, and I catch the scent of diesel exhaust from his city truck still idling in my driveway. The timing is too perfect. This feels like the next move in Vivian's chess game. "Anonymous complaint?" I ask, though we both know exactly who spent her morning on the phone with City Hall. "Look, sir, I'll be honest with you. Someone called claiming there's dangerous wiring, unlicensed renovations, code violations that could burn down the whole neighborhood." He pauses, clearly uncomfortable. "They specifically mentioned military deployment and property abandonment." While Ray examines my perfectly legal electrical panel, Grandpa Edwin had everything updated to current code in 2018, I start my own investigation. A quick Google search reveals that Ray Hutchinson was appointed by County Commissioner Dale Wickham, The same Dale Wickham who, according to his very public Facebook posts, has been dating a certain recently divorced real estate agent. During my cybersecurity training, we learned that bureaucratic warfare follows predictable patterns. Step 1. Anonymous complaint triggers official inspection. Step 2. Hope to find violations that justify escalation. Step 3. Death by 1,000 paper cuts until the target gives up. It's surprisingly effective against people who don't recognize the game. Ray's flashlight clicks as he examines my basement electrical panel, the sound echoing off concrete walls. Everything looks professional down here, Mr. Blackwood. Your grandfather hired good electricians. But while he's checking circuits, I'm checking Vivian's background on my phone. What I discover makes my coffee taste like battery acid. Her real estate license was suspended 6 months ago for fraudulent misrepresentation after she showed houses she didn't have permission to access, collecting deposits on properties that weren't actually for sale. The woman's basically a professional con artist with a real estate degree. The pattern becomes crystal clear. Vivian's divorce wasn't just messy, she lost everything. House, car, savings, even her professional credibility. She's been couch surfing and house sitting ever since, getting kicked out every few weeks when properties sell or owners return. My mansion was the perfect long-term score. Isolated property, deployed owner, valuable enough that neighbors wouldn't question someone living there legitimately. Then comes the moment that makes everything click. I call Meredith's property services on speaker, and what I learn would be hilarious if it weren't so infuriating. "Oh yes, Mr. Blackwood," Meredith says cheerfully. "Your wife called about 3 weeks into your deployment. Marital problems, she said. You'd moved out permanently and she needed to cancel services to save money during the separation." My wife? The words taste like rust in my mouth. What was her name? Vivian Blackwood, lovely woman, very emotional about the whole situation. She had all your account details, even knew about the special watering schedule for your grandfather's herb garden. Ray stops pretending to inspect my outlets and stares at me. Here's the nuclear revelation. Vivian had somehow discovered that I'm technically still married on paper. My high school sweetheart Sarah died in a car accident 8 years ago, and I never updated my legal documents. Too painful, too final. Legally, Sarah Blackwood is still listed as my spouse on every official record. Vivian found this vulnerability and ran with it. She'd been impersonating not just any wife, but a dead woman, using Sarah's legal status to cancel my services, change my mail forwarding, even convince my cable company to transfer service to her name. The smell of her expensive vanilla candles still lingers in my living room, mixing with the fresh paint smell from where she'd redecorated my accent wall. She'd been posting Instagram stories from her beautiful new home, tagging locations and everything. "Sir," Ray says, packing up his equipment with obvious relief, "this isn't a building code issue. This is identity theft, mail fraud, probably a dozen federal crimes. You need lawyers, not inspectors." But here's the beautiful irony. Every single fraudulent phone call created a recorded paper trail. Service cancellations require verification, address changes need documentation, utility transfers demand signatures. In cybersecurity, we call it digital exhaust, traces that criminals don't realize they're leaving. As Ray's truck pulls away, gravel crunching under his tires, I'm already planning phase 2 of my counterattack. Vivian wants to play identity theft games? Perfect. I happen to know exactly how digital forensics work, and I've got contacts who can trace every fraudulent call back to her burner phone. She thought she was stealing from some clueless military guy. Instead, she picked a fight with someone who spent years teaching banks how to catch digital thieves. Game on, Mrs. Blackwood. The next morning, I'm drinking coffee and planning my legal counterattack when my phone buzzes with a notification that makes my blood run cold. Vivian Thornfield has filed a restraining order against me, claiming I threatened and intimidated her at her primary residence. Her what now? The court documents arrive via email an hour later, and reading them is like watching someone rewrite reality with a crayon. According to Vivian's sworn statement, I'm a dangerous veteran with untreated PTSD who has been stalking and harassing her since she moved into the neighborhood. She claims I broke into her home multiple times and threatened violence when she confronted me about trespassing. The smell of fresh ink on legal papers always reminds me of signing discharge paperwork, but this document reeks of something worse. Pure fiction dressed up in legal language. The restraining order hearing is scheduled for the following week, but until then, I'm legally banned from my own property. Violating a restraining order is a felony, even if the order is complete fabrication written by someone who clearly failed creative writing class. But Vivian's not content to wait for her day in court. She's launched a full-scale character assassination campaign that would make political operatives jealous. Mrs. Cove calls from next door, her voice shaking with anger. "Garrett, that woman is going door to door with printed flyers about you. Professional-looking things, color photos, the whole 9 yards. She's telling everyone you were discharged from the army for psychological reasons, and that you're dangerous around children." I drive to my extended stay hotel room with my stomach churning like a broken washing machine. This woman has weaponized my military service against me, something that should be respected, not twisted into evidence of instability. The flyers, according to Mrs. Cove, feature a photo someone took during yesterday's building inspector visit. In the picture, I'm gesturing with my hands while explaining something to Ray, but cropped and stripped of context, it looks like I'm being aggressive and threatening. It's amazing what a little creative editing can do to completely change a story. From my cramped hotel room, which smells like industrial disinfectant and broken dreams, I call Colonel Patricia Hayes, my former commanding officer. 20 minutes later, I've got official documentation of my honorable discharge, 3 commendation letters, and a character reference that could get me security clearance at Fort Knox. But here's what really makes my coffee taste like liquid fury. Vivian's restraining order petition includes a section claiming she's lived at my address for over a year, making her eligible for tenant protection rights under state law. She's trying to establish squatters' rights through pure perjury. Then comes the mini twist that changes everything. While researching property records to build my defense, I discover something that makes my blood pressure spike. Vivian's been studying my family history for months. She knew about Grandpa Edwin's environmental conservation work, his involvement with the local historical society, even his specific concerns about suburban development pressures threatening the neighborhood's character. This wasn't random. She'd specifically targeted my house after extensive research. During my cybersecurity training, we learned that most criminals underestimate how much digital exhaust they leave behind. Phone calls, credit card transactions, even Google searches create trails that can be reconstructed with the right tools and patience. I start building a timeline using public records. Vivian's divorce was finalized 8 months ago. Her utility disconnection at her old address happened 7 months ago. But here's the kicker. Her voter registration was changed to my address 4 months ago, while I was still living there preparing for deployment. This woman registered to vote at my house while I was home, probably banking on me not checking voter rolls before leaving the country. The real revelation comes when I dig deeper into her divorce records, which are public documents. Vivian's ex-husband isn't just any developer, he's Marcus Thornfield, owner of Thornfield Development Company, currently facing 3 lawsuits for questionable land acquisition practices. Their divorce wasn't about irreconcilable differences. She'd been caught steering prime development properties to his company through her real estate work, creating artificial scarcity in desirable neighborhoods, then swooping in with above-market offers. My phone rings, interrupting my research. It's Tom Brennan from across the street. "Garrett, something bizarre just happened. I got an offer on my house, $50,000 over market value, but only if I can close within 30 days. The realtor kept mentioning upcoming neighborhood changes that might affect property values. Said I should sell now while I can still get premium pricing." The pieces snapped together like Legos made of pure greed. The restraining order, fake HOA enforcement, building inspector harassment, it's all designed to create enough chaos that homeowners will panic and sell quickly to avoid the hassle. They're not just targeting my house, they're orchestrating a neighborhood-wide intimidation campaign to force sales, then probably planning to buy everything cheap and redevelop the entire area. The taste of stale hotel coffee mingles with rage as I realize the scope of their operation. But sometimes the best defense is a good offense, and I've got some phone calls to make. Time to show these people what happens when you target a veteran who actually knows how to fight back. The breakthrough comes from the most unlikely source. Marcus Steinberg, my grandfather's ancient lawyer, calling from his semi-retirement to drop a legal bomb that changes everything. "Garrett, I've been going through Edwin's old files in my basement. God, these boxes smell like mothballs and regret, and there's something you need to know about that property." His gravelly voice crackles through my phone, something that makes this whole situation very, very interesting. I'm sitting in my hotel room surrounded by printouts and legal documents when Steinberg drops the news that makes me nearly choke on my gas station coffee. Your grandfather filed a conservation easement amendment in 1994. Buried in about 40 pages of environmental protection language is a clause that makes your property legally impossible to abandon, foreclose upon, or steal. The musty smell of old legal documents seems to seep through the phone as Steinberg explains what Grandpa Edwin really left me. It's like discovering you've inherited a secret superpower along with the family home. The original 1923 deed included standard restrictions about preserving historic character. But in 1994, when suburban development started threatening the neighborhood like a slow-motion invasion, Grandpa Edwin worked with environmental lawyers to create something much more powerful. The conservation easement protects the mature oak trees and natural spring, but here's the kicker. It establishes a permanent stewardship requirement, Steinberg continues, his voice gaining excitement. As long as the trust exists, the property cannot be legally abandoned, sold under duress, or transferred without federal environmental review. The beautiful part makes me laugh out loud in my dingy hotel room. Grandpa Edwin named 3 trustees to oversee the conservation easement: himself, the bank president, and environmental lawyer Dr. Patricia Riverside. Edwin and the banker are long dead, but Dr. Riverside is very much alive and very interested in stopping predatory development schemes. I call Dr. Riverside that afternoon. At 68, she's the founder of the state's largest environmental nonprofit and sounds like she's been waiting her entire career for this phone call. Your grandfather was a visionary, she tells me, her voice sharp with the kind of excitement lawyers get when they smell blood in the water. Conservation easements weren't common in residential areas back then, but Edwin understood what suburban sprawl could do to established communities. Here's where karma becomes poetry. While Vivian's been trying to establish squatters' rights, she's actually been committing federal environmental crimes by altering the landscaping without permits. Those improvements she made to my property? Removing native plants that stabilize the watershed, installing decorative gravel that disrupts natural drainage, even trimming branches from the protected oak trees. Under the conservation easement, each violation carries automatic fines of up to $10,000 per incident. The irony is absolutely delicious, Dr. Riverside says, and I can practically hear her grinning. This woman's own documentation of supposed property violations actually proves she committed environmental crimes on federally protected land. All those photos Vivian took of my deteriorating landscaping, evidence of her unauthorized alterations to protected habitat, her complaints about my garden shed being too close to the property line. The shed is actually protecting the natural spring from development encroachment, as originally intended. The conservation easement also explains why Vivian specifically targeted my house. Research reveals that Marcus Thornfield's development company has been quietly buying properties around Willowbrook Heights for months. Standard deed restrictions can be challenged with enough political pressure, but conservation easements require federal environmental review, essentially making development impossible. Vivian wasn't just stealing my house. She was trying to eliminate the one legal obstacle stopping her ex-husband's entire subdivision scheme. The taste of victory is metallic, sharp, like the moment you realize you've been holding a royal flush while everyone else was bluffing with pair of twos. Dr. Riverside agrees to reactivate the Conservation Trust immediately, giving us federal authority to sue for environmental damages. How long before Vivian realizes what she's walked into, I ask? Dr. Riverside's laugh sounds like justice being served at exactly the right temperature. About as long as it takes a federal environmental inspector to knock on her door with a warrant. Game over, Vivian. The next morning feels different. Instead of waking up angry in a hotel room that smells like industrial bleach and broken dreams, I'm energized. For the first time since this nightmare started, I'm not playing defense. I'm about to become the hunter. Dr. Patricia Riverside arrives at my hotel at 8 a.m. sharp, carrying a briefcase that looks like it's survived several environmental wars. She's exactly what you'd expect from someone who's spent 40 years making developers cry. Silver hair pulled back in a no-nonsense bun, hiking boots that have actually seen trails, and the kind of laser focus that makes corporate lawyers break out in cold sweats. First things first, she says, spreading documents across my hotel room's tiny table with the precision of a battlefield surgeon. We reactivate the Conservation Trust today. Then we start documenting every single environmental crime your squatter has committed. The sound of papers shuffling mixes with morning traffic outside as we build our strategy. It feels like planning a military operation, except instead of securing territory, we're securing justice with a side of federal environmental protection. Steinberg joins us an hour later, moving slowly but carrying a box of files that smell like vintage legal victories and mothballs. At 73, he's supposedly semi-retired, but his eyes light up when he talks about conservation law like other people discuss their favorite sports teams. Edwin was my most interesting client, he says, carefully arranging deed amendments and environmental reports. Most people think property rights mean you can do whatever you want with your land. Edwin understood that real ownership means protecting something for future generations. Our strategy develops across 3 coordinated fronts. Legal track. Dr. Riverside files papers to reactivate the Conservation Trust with emergency environmental protection orders. Steinberg prepares motions to dissolve Vivian's fraudulent restraining order based on perjured testimony. Federal environmental crimes trump local property disputes. It's like bringing artillery to a water balloon fight. Evidence gathering. This is where my cybersecurity background becomes a secret weapon. Every forged document, fraudulent phone call, and identity theft incident creates digital fingerprints that can be traced backward through phone records, IP addresses, and metadata that most criminals don't realize they're leaving behind. The physical trap. Here's where we get creative. Dr. Riverside arranges for wildlife cameras to be installed on the conservation easement land, perfectly legal since the trust has federal authority over environmental monitoring. These cameras will capture any further unauthorized alterations to protected landscape. But the real trap is scheduling a surprise environmental inspection during Vivian's next garden party. And because apparently she's been hosting Instagram-worthy brunches on my patio every weekend, using my grandmother's china and serving wine from my grandfather's cellar like she's running a bed and breakfast. The woman's literally throwing parties to celebrate her theft, Dr. Riverside says, shaking her head with the kind of disbelief reserved for truly spectacular stupidity. The environmental inspector will arrive right in the middle of her social media photo shoot. While we're planning, Mrs. Cove calls with intelligence that makes our strategy even sweeter. Vivian's been recruiting other homeowners for neighborhood improvement initiatives, basically trying to get them to sign petitions supporting her fake HOA authority. She's telling people that your grandfather's environmental protections are outdated and preventing necessary modernization, Mrs. Cove reports. Tom Brennan is organizing a counter meeting tonight, says the neighbors want to hear the truth. That evening, Tom's living room fills with neighbors who smell like curiosity mixed with righteous anger, coffee breath, perfume, and the particular scent of people who've realized they've been lied to. These are folks who moved to Willowbrook Heights specifically for its historic character and environmental protections. Mrs. Patterson, the 80-year-old widow from the corner house, brings homemade cookies that taste like childhood and a memory that silences the room. Edwin Blackwood spent years fighting to keep this neighborhood special. He used to say that once you lose mature trees and natural springs, you can never really get them back. I explain conservation easements without the legal jargon. Think of it like a permanent guardian angel for the environment. Legal protections that survive individual property owners and can't be bought off or intimidated by developers with political connections. During my Army logistics training, we learned that the best operations are the ones where everyone understands their role. Conservation easements work the same way. They're legal contracts preventing environmental damage, recorded with the federal government, making violations federal crimes that local politicians can't dismiss or cover up. Tom Brennan connects the dots that make everyone gasp. So when Vivian removed those native plants and installed that gravel drainage system, she wasn't just trespassing, she was committing federal environmental crimes? Exactly, Dr. Riverside confirms, her voice sharp with satisfaction. Every unauthorized alteration carries fines up to $10,000 per violation. We've documented at least 7 separate incidents. The room buzzes with neighbors realizing they're not fighting just a property dispute, but an environmental protection case with federal backing that makes Vivian's local political connections completely irrelevant. By evening's end, we've assembled a coalition. Environmental lawyers, retired journalists, concerned neighbors, and one motivated veteran who's discovered his grandfather left him legal weapons more powerful than anything in his military arsenal. Tomorrow, we spring the trap. And Vivian's about to learn that federal environmental inspectors don't care about fake restraining orders. 3 days later, Vivian makes her biggest mistake yet. She learns about our legal challenges through Commissioner Wickham's pillow talk. Small-town politics means nothing stays secret for long. and decides to accelerate her timeline with the desperation of someone watching their entire scam collapse in slow motion. At 6 a.m., I get a frantic call from Mrs. Cove. "Garrett, there are moving trucks at your house. That woman is loading up everything that isn't nailed down like she's fleeing a crime scene." I'm there in 15 minutes, pulling up to find a U-Haul in my driveway and Vivian directing two teenage boys who look like they'd rather be getting root canals. The morning air carries the scent of diesel exhaust mixed with the particular aroma of panic sweat. Sharp, acrid, unmistakable. "Ma'am, you can't remove items from property under federal environmental protection," I call out, staying carefully on the public sidewalk to avoid violating her restraining order. "This property is abandoned," she shouts back, her voice cracking like ice under pressure. "I'm protecting these valuables from vandalism and decay." But here's where her desperation becomes comedy gold. She's not just stealing furniture. She's actively trying to destroy evidence of her environmental crimes. The native plants she removed? She's having the boys dig up her replacement decorative shrubs and load them in the truck. The gravel drainage system she installed? They're pulling it up with shovels like they're defusing a landscaping bomb. It would be admirable environmental restoration if it weren't felony destruction of evidence caught on federal wildlife cameras in 4K resolution. The real mini twist comes at noon when someone cuts the main water line to my house, flooding the basement with the surgical precision of someone who's done this before. The timing is perfect. Lunch hour when most neighbors are away, minimizing witnesses to what's obviously sabotage. But Vivian doesn't know about the cellular backup system on my security cameras. What they capture makes my jaw drop. Commissioner Wickham himself, not just his nephew or some hired thug, personally cutting my water line with bolt cutters while wearing a baseball cap, like that's some kind of disguise. A county commissioner committing felony vandalism, on camera, in broad daylight. The man's political career just became shorter than a mayfly's lifespan. The building inspector arrives within an hour, already armed with condemnation paperwork. Ray Hutchinson looks like he's attending his own funeral. "Sir, I've got orders to declare this property uninhabitable due to flooding and structural concerns," he tells me, his voice barely above a whisper. "Emergency condemnation proceedings start tomorrow." The taste of corruption is metallic, bitter, like licking copper pennies while watching democracy die in small-town increments. But Ray doesn't know that Dr. Riverside is parked around the corner, waiting for exactly this moment. She arrives like environmental cavalry, presenting federal documentation that stops the county process so fast, Ray's clipboard practically catches fire. "This property is under federal environmental review," she announces with the authority of someone who's made grown developers cry. "Local condemnation is suspended pending federal environmental impact assessment." Vivian's face cycles through colors that don't exist in nature as she realizes her emergency timeline just hit a federal brick wall traveling at the speed of law. That evening, their desperation reaches criminal stupidity levels. My hotel room window gets a brick-sized makeover at 2 a.m., followed by anonymous calls threatening continued escalation if I don't accept reality and move on. The brick still smells like garden soil and poor life choices. Whoever threw it missed the security camera by maybe 6 inches, giving us crystal-clear footage of Commissioner Wickham's adult son doing the deed while wearing his father's campaign t-shirt. Sometimes criminals make it so easy, you almost feel bad for them. Mrs. Cove calls the next morning with intelligence that makes the whole picture snap into focus. 3 other homeowners have received sudden, urgent offers to buy their properties at above-market prices, but only if they close within 2 weeks. The realtor keeps mentioning upcoming neighborhood changes that will devastate property values, she reports. Says we should sell immediately while we can still get premium pricing. But Commissioner Wickham's final mistake is the one that destroys everything. He calls an emergency town hall meeting about property safety concerns, but only invites homeowners who've received development offers. The agenda, which someone leaked to Mrs. Cove, already includes preliminary subdivision plans. Dr. Riverside explains that excluding affected property owners from proceedings involving their land violates federal due process when conservation easements are involved. It's like robbing a bank while live streaming on Facebook. "They're not just targeting your house anymore," she says, studying the subdivision plans that show my 2.3 acres divided into 8 lots. "They're trying to force neighborhood-wide development through manufactured crisis. The smell of fear and greed hangs over Willowbrook Heights like a toxic cloud. But tomorrow's town hall meeting is going to feature some very special guests: federal environmental agents, state prosecutors, investigative reporters, and every neighbor who's figured out they're being scammed by their own county commissioner. Vivian wanted to accelerate her timeline. Perfect. Let's see how fast federal conspiracy charges can move through the system. The day before the town hall meeting, Vivian launches her most desperate and vindictive campaign yet. If she can't steal my house legally, she's determined to destroy my reputation so thoroughly that I'll flee the neighborhood in shame. It starts at 7 a.m. when Mrs. Patterson calls, her elderly voice shaking with concern. "Garrett, dear, there's a woman going door to door with some very disturbing information about you. She's got official-looking documents and everything." By the time I drive over to investigate, staying carefully within legal distances due to the restraining order, Vivian has transformed into a one-woman propaganda machine. She's printed professional-quality flyers on expensive paper, complete with official-looking headers claiming to be from Willowbrook Heights Community Safety Initiative. The flyers feature that cropped photo of me from the building inspector visit, but now it's surrounded by completely fabricated police reports claiming I've been arrested multiple times for domestic violence, substance abuse, and threatening behavior toward women. The documents look authentic enough to fool most people who don't know what real police paperwork actually looks like. Mrs. Cove texts me photos of the flyers, and reading them makes my coffee taste like liquid betrayal. According to Vivian's creative writing exercise, I was dishonorably discharged from the Army for psychological instability and violent incidents, spent time in military prison, and have been stalking and harassing local residents since returning from overseas deployment. The smell of fresh printer ink and expensive paper stock suggests she spent serious money on this smear campaign. Someone's bankrolling her operation with resources that go way beyond what a broke, recently divorced real estate agent should have access to. But Vivian's not content with just neighborhood gossip. She creates fake social media profiles using slight variations of my name, posting confessions about being a dangerous veteran who can't adjust to civilian life, and making vague threats toward people who try to stop me from reclaiming what's mine. During my cybersecurity work, I learned that digital impersonation leaves traces that most people don't think about. IP addresses, device fingerprints, metadata in uploaded photos. It all creates a trail back to the source. Vivian's using her home computer for this operation, which means every fake post is being created from her actual internet connection. While I'm documenting her digital crimes, she escalates to real-world stalking. 3 neighbors report seeing her parked outside their homes at night, photographing their properties and apparently documenting security vulnerabilities for unknown purposes. Tom Brennan catches her measuring his fence line at midnight, wearing dark clothes and using a flashlight app on her phone. When he confronts her, she claims she's conducting safety assessments as the neighborhood HOA coordinator and threatens to have him cited for aggressive behavior toward community officials. The woman's delusion has reached levels that would make mental health professionals take notes. But here's the mini twist that changes everything. While researching Vivian's fake social media profiles, I discover she's not working alone. The accounts show coordination with at least 3 other people, all using similar language patterns and posting schedules that suggest professional social media manipulation. A reverse image search on one of the supporting documents she's been distributing reveals it's a template downloaded from a website that specializes in creating fake legal documents for entertainment purposes only. Someone taught her how to fabricate official-looking paperwork, and they're probably doing it for other victims too. Dr. Riverside calls with news that makes my blood run cold. 2 elderly homeowners in the neighborhood have already contacted real estate agents about selling, specifically mentioning their fear of living near a dangerous veteran with PTSD. She's not just trying to steal your property anymore, Dr. Riverside explains. She's systematically destroying community trust to force property sales through fear and manufactured crisis. The real revelation comes when Mrs. Cove's investigative journalism background pays off. She discovers that the Willowbrook Heights Community Safety Initiative letterhead Vivian's been using is registered to a shell company owned by Marcus Thornfield's development firm. This isn't random harassment by a desperate woman. It's a coordinated attack funded by commercial developers who've identified our neighborhood as a target for forced redevelopment. But Vivian makes one critical error in her desperation. She files additional police reports claiming I violated the restraining order by driving past her residence and making threatening gestures. The problem? My hotel receipt and GPS data prove I was 40 miles away having dinner with Colonel Hayes when the alleged incident occurred. Filing false police reports is a felony. Filing them while already under investigation for identity theft and environmental crimes is the kind of mistake that makes prosecutors smile in their sleep. That evening, I get a call from Dr. Riverside that makes me laugh out loud in my hotel room. "Garrett, you need to see tomorrow's town hall agenda. They've scheduled you to be declared a threat to community safety, but they forgot one tiny detail." "What's that?" "Federal environmental hearings take precedence over local proceedings. Commissioner Wickham just scheduled his own arrest." The taste of impending justice is sweet, metallic, like the moment you realize your enemy just checkmated themselves while trying to cheat at chess. Tomorrow's town hall meeting is going to be educational for everyone involved. The Willowbrook Heights Community Center hasn't seen this much excitement since the Great Potluck controversy of 2018. Commissioner Wickham called this emergency meeting expecting a small crowd of intimidated homeowners ready to rubber stamp his development plans. Instead, he's facing a packed auditorium that smells like community outrage mixed with fresh coffee from the church ladies who've turned this into a full-scale public event. Dr. Riverside arrives 15 minutes early, accompanied by 2 federal environmental agents whose presence makes several people in expensive suits suddenly very interested in their phones. The agents wear the kind of serious expressions that suggest someone's about to learn why federal crimes carry minimum sentences. Vivian enters like she's walking into her own coronation, wearing a navy business suit that probably cost more than most people's monthly mortgage payments. She's brought her own photographer, because apparently you need professional documentation of your federal felony conviction. Commissioner Wickham calls the meeting to order, but before he can launch into his prepared remarks about emergency property safety measures, Dr. Riverside stands up with the authority of someone who's shut down bigger operations than this small-town scam. "Point of order, Commissioner. This meeting involves federally protected environmental lands, which means federal authority supersedes local proceedings." The look of confusion that crosses Wickham's face is priceless, like watching someone realize they brought a water balloon to a tank battle. He clearly doesn't understand what's happening until Federal Agent Martinez steps forward with documentation that stops the meeting cold. "Dale Wickham, you're under arrest for conspiracy to commit environmental crimes, abuse of public office, and destruction of federal protected property." The auditorium erupts. Phones start recording as handcuffs click around Wickham's wrists. That distinctive metallic sound that means someone's political career just ended faster than a mayfly's lifespan. But wait, there's more. Agent Martinez turns to Vivian, who's been sitting in the front row like she's about to receive an award instead of a federal indictment. "Vivian Thornfield, you're under arrest for mail fraud, identity theft, environmental destruction of federal protected lands, and conspiracy to commit real estate fraud." The sound of her expensive heels clicking against the floor as she tries to back toward the exit gets cut short by Agent Cove blocking her path. The woman who spent months pretending to be my dead wife is now learning that federal agents don't care about crocodile tears or fake restraining orders. "This is ridiculous," she shouts, her composed facade cracking like cheap makeup in summer heat. "I was protecting an abandoned property from decay and vandalism. I have legal documentation." "Ma'am, we've reviewed your documentation," Agent Martinez says with the patience of someone who deals with criminals for a living. Forging federal environmental permits is a felony. Impersonating a deceased person to commit identity theft is another felony. Altering protected watershed drainage systems carries automatic fines of $47,000 plus mandatory restoration costs. The crowd's murmur turns into gasps as the real scope of her crimes becomes clear. This isn't just about property theft. It's about environmental destruction funded by commercial developers who thought they could intimidate a small neighborhood into selling cheap. Mrs. Cove stands up with her reporter's notebook because apparently old habits die hard. "Commissioner Wickham, can you explain why your development company filed preliminary subdivision plans for properties you don't own before any public hearings were held?" Wickham's lawyer, because of course he brought a lawyer to his own arrest, tries to intervene, but Agent Martinez isn't interested in legal theatrics. The real mic drop moment comes when I finally get to speak. Dr. Riverside hands me the microphone, and looking out at this crowd of neighbors who've supported me through federal environmental protection proceedings, I keep it simple. "Ma'am, you've been living in my house for 2 months without permission, stealing my utilities, wearing my grandmother's clothes, and impersonating my dead wife to commit federal crimes. The U.S. Attorney's Office is seeking maximum penalties, including 3 to 5 years federal prison time plus full restitution for environmental damages. The applause that follows sounds like justice being served at exactly the right temperature. Vivian's last desperate play is to claim she's the real victim, that I somehow manipulated federal environmental laws to frame her for crimes she definitely committed on camera. It's the kind of defense strategy that makes public defenders consider career changes. As federal agents escort both defendants out of the community center, Tom Brennan stands up with news that puts everything in perspective. 3 other neighborhoods in the county have reported similar schemes: fake HOA enforcement, manufactured property emergencies, coordinated harassment campaigns targeting military families and elderly residents. The flash of camera phones captures Vivian's perp walk, still wearing my grandmother's vintage brooch that she apparently forgot to remove before her arrest. The irony tastes sweet, metallic, like victory served with a side of federal conviction. Mrs. Patterson, the 80-year-old widow who brought cookies to our planning meeting, has the final word. Edwin Blackwood would be proud. Sometimes protecting what matters requires fighting people who mistake kindness for weakness. The smell of fresh justice and community coffee lingers as everyone files out, already planning the neighborhood's first legitimate homeowners association meeting in 5 years. 6 months later, I'm sitting on my own front porch, legally, permanently, and without any restraining orders, watching Mrs. Cove install the new Willowbrook Heights Conservation Trust sign at the neighborhood entrance. The morning air carries the scent of honeysuckle and the particular satisfaction that comes from watching justice work exactly as intended. Vivian Thornfield pled guilty to 14 federal charges and received 30 months in federal prison, plus $73,000 in restitution for environmental damages. Her plea agreement included testimony against Commissioner Wickham, whose development company went bankrupt 3 days after his arrest. Turns out that federal conspiracy convictions make it difficult to secure construction loans. The house feels like home again. Professional cleaning removed every trace of Vivian's occupation, though I kept the improvements she made using my stolen identity. The $12,000 in renovations inadvertently increased my property value while providing evidence for insurance fraud charges. Dr. Riverside has become more than just my environmental lawyer. She's become the neighborhood's unofficial guardian against development pressure. The Conservation Trust she helped reactivate has expanded to include 12 other historic properties, creating a permanent buffer against commercial overdevelopment. Conservation easements are spreading like wildfire through historic neighborhoods, she tells me over coffee in my restored kitchen. Your case has become the legal precedent for environmental protection against predatory development schemes. The community healing has been remarkable. Mrs. Cove was elected president of our newly formed Homeowners Association, Tom Brennan serves as treasurer, and Mrs. Patterson remains our unofficial historian and cookie provider. The association focuses on actual community improvement rather than manufactured crises designed to force property sales. Our first major initiative was the Edwin Blackwood Memorial Environmental Education Program for local schools. Kids learn about watershed protection, native plant conservation, and the legal frameworks that preserve historic neighborhoods. The program has expanded to 6 school districts, with Dr. Riverside's nonprofit providing curriculum and funding. The annual Willowbrook Environmental Festival takes place each spring in my backyard, where the protected natural spring becomes an outdoor classroom. Families learn about conservation while children play in the same creek where my grandfather once taught me to identify native species. Property values have increased 23% since the Conservation Trust establishment, proving that environmental protection enhances rather than restricts economic value. Zero development pressure exists in our neighborhood now, thanks to federal protections that make subdivision legally impossible. The personal transformation has been equally significant. I've converted Grandpa Edwin's workshop into a cybersecurity consulting office, allowing me to work remotely while maintaining the family property. The irony isn't lost on me that the skills I developed protecting digital assets now help me protect physical ones. Dr. Riverside and I have developed what she calls a professional partnership with personal benefits. She moved into the historic cottage 3 blocks away, restoring it according to Conservation Trust standards, while providing daily reminders that some partnerships improve with proximity. The scholarship fund established in Grandpa Edwin's name has reached $75,000, providing annual awards for students pursuing environmental law degrees. 3 recipients have already graduated and joined Dr. Riverside's nonprofit, creating a pipeline of attorneys dedicated to fighting predatory development. Mrs. Cove published her investigative series about property scams targeting military families, which has been picked up by newspapers in 6 states. Her work identified similar schemes in 14 communities, leading to federal task force investigations and legislative changes requiring environmental review for emergency property seizures. The practical takeaways have helped countless homeowners protect their property rights. Research property deed restrictions before assuming anyone has authority to claim abandonment. Document all interactions with neighbors claiming HOA authority. Conservation easements provide stronger legal protection than standard property rights, and federal environmental crimes carry serious penalties that local politicians cannot dismiss or plea bargain. Tom Brennan's Neighborhood Watch program has prevented 3 additional fraud attempts, including one targeting Mrs. Patterson during a brief hospitalization. Community awareness, it turns out, is the best defense against predatory schemes. Vivian's prison sentence includes 200 hours of mandatory community service with environmental restoration projects. She's literally replanting native species in neighborhoods she damaged, 1 tree at a time. Sometimes justice has a sense of humor. As I write this, wind chimes made from reclaimed materials hang in the restored oak tree, their gentle music mixing with the sound of children learning about watershed protection during today's conservation program. The rich soil beneath my feet smells like home, growth, and permanently protected future. The taste of victory lingers, sweet and permanent, like Sunday morning coffee shared with people who understand that protecting what matters sometimes requires fighting those who mistake kindness for weakness. "5 a.m. Crash. Glass exploding like a bomb in the dead silence. I'm up instantly, Marine training kicking in. But this isn't Baghdad, this is suburban Phoenix, and someone just declared war on my driveway. I peer through my blinds and nearly choke on my rage. Vivian Blackwood, our precious HOA president, is going full psychopath on my buddy Connor's F-350 with a crowbar. Designer workout clothes, diamond tennis bracelet catching streetlight as she takes another swing. Crash. 8 grand in damage and counting. She actually pauses to check her manicure between blows. The audacity. Here's what this entitled witch doesn't know. My security cameras are rolling. And Connor? He's not just some blue-collar veteran she can terrorize. When she finds out what his day job really is, that Botox smile is going to crack like her victims' windshields. What would you do if some power-drunk lunatic destroyed your guest's property? Drop a comment with where you're watching from. Bet your HOA's got psychos too. Let me back up 6 months and explain how I ended up in this suburban war zone. Name's Garrett Thornfield, 52, divorced, Purple Heart recipient who thought he'd found peace in Saguaro Springs, a cookie-cutter subdivision where every house looks like it was squeezed from the same beige tube of mediocrity. After losing half my assets in the divorce, this modest ranch was all I could afford. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and apparently a front-row seat to watching democracy die under a designer handbag. The morning air here smells like creosote and broken dreams, with that distinctive scent of fresh asphalt baking under the Arizona sun. Every dawn brings the symphony of leaf blowers, because apparently in suburbia, even the desert isn't allowed to look natural. 847 identical homes, all sporting mandatory desert landscaping that looks like someone sneezed cacti across expensive gravel. Connor's my Marine buddy from Iraq. We served 2 tours together, came home with matching invisible scars. Now he drives down from Phoenix once a month for our PTSD support group meetings. Good man, quiet type, always brings coffee that doesn't taste like motor oil. His F-350 is his pride and joy. Pristine white paint, veteran plates, not a scratch on her. Well, wasn't. Enter Vivian Blackwood, the she-devil in Prada, who rules our little slice of suburban purgatory. 48 years old, real estate agent, married to a plastic surgeon, which explains why her face moves about as much as a mannequin's. Lives in the corner mansion that probably costs more than most people's lifetime earnings. No kids, but treats the entire neighborhood like her personal boot camp, where she's the drill sergeant from hell. This woman drives a white Tesla Model X and has been HOA president for 3 consecutive terms. Nobody runs against her because, frankly, who wants to volunteer for that particular form of torture? My first taste of Vivian's special brand of freedom crushing came 3 months after I moved in. I put up an American flag on my front porch, standard 3x5, nothing fancy. The next day, a bright yellow violation notice appeared under my windshield wiper, like some kind of legal disease. Unapproved flag placement, fine, $300. I called the HOA office, thinking this had to be a mistake. Wrong. Flags must be mounted on regulation poles at specific angles, the secretary explained in that special tone reserved for people she thinks are particularly dense. Approved by the architectural committee. Who's on this committee? I asked. Mrs. Blackwood. Just Vivian. The architectural committee was literally one person with a god complex. The crunch of decorative gravel under my boots, walking to that first board meeting, should have been my warning. The community center smelled like industrial carpet cleaner and crushed souls. 5 board members sat behind a folding table, like they were judging war crimes instead of homeowner complaints. I presented my case politely. Purple Heart veteran, served my country, just want to display the flag with respect. The vote? 4-1 against me. Vivian's cronies didn't even look up from their phones while rubber stamping her decision. Perhaps, Vivian said with that plastic smile, you should have read the CC&Rs more carefully before purchasing. Connor was visiting that week, witnessed the whole flag fiasco. Being the stand-up guy he is, he parked his truck in the designated guest spot and stayed 4 days to help me file an appeal. That's when Vivian struck again. Commercial vehicle restriction, she declared, slapping us with a $500 fine. Connor's F350 was clearly personal use. Camping gear in the back, veteran plates, family photos on the dashboard. But apparently, Vivian's definition of commercial vehicle included any pickup truck that made her Tesla look inadequate. Connor just shook his head. It's not worth the fight, Garrett. I'll pay it. Watching this good man, who'd bled for our freedom, hand over $500 to some suburban dictator made my blood pressure spike. But I had no idea that was just the opening salvo in a war I didn't even know I was fighting. The desert heat radiating off the pavement felt nothing compared to the fire building in my chest. This woman was about to learn that some veterans don't back down from bullies, no matter how many Botox injections they hide behind. 2 weeks later, Connor returned for our monthly support group meeting. I was actually starting to feel optimistic. Maybe Vivian had gotten her petty power fix and would leave us alone. Yeah, right. I should have known better than to underestimate a sociopath with a Home Depot credit card. Connor parked in the same guest spot, legally and properly. We had a good session that night. 6 guys working through our demons, sharing stories that would make civilians lose sleep. Connor stayed over like always, planning to drive back to Phoenix the next morning after his usual sunrise coffee ritual. 5 a.m. rolled around, and you know the rest. Glass exploding like grenades, my buddy's truck getting the crowbar treatment from our neighborhood's resident psychopath. But here's where things get interesting. While I'm standing there in my boxers, watching $8,000 of destruction through my window, Connor appears beside me, calm as you please, like he's watching the morning weather report instead of his pride and joy getting demolished. You getting this on camera? He asks quietly, voice steady as a surgeon's hand. Every glorious second. Good. He pulls out his phone, starts recording from a different angle. Let her finish her masterpiece. Most people would be screaming, calling 911, running outside to stop the carnage. Not Connor. This man has ice water in his veins, and a mind that thinks 3 chess moves ahead while you're still figuring out how the pieces move. I learned to trust those instincts in Fallujah, and I sure wasn't going to stop now. Vivian finishes her vandalism symphony, windows spiderwebbed into abstract art, tires deflated like punctured egos, and the pièce de résistance. No military trash, carved deep into the tailgate with the precision of a woman who clearly practiced her penmanship. The acrid smell of rubber and broken glass hangs in the cool morning air as she surveys her handiwork with the satisfaction of Picasso finishing Guernica. Then she does something that makes my blood freeze mid-boil. She walks over to the Hendersons' house next door and hands a crisp $20 bill to their teenage son, Tyler. Kid pockets the cash faster than a politician takes a bribe. Vivian points at Connor's truck, makes some elaborate hand gestures like she's directing a Broadway show, then melts back into the pre-dawn darkness like the suburban vampire she is. She just bought herself a witness, Connor observes, still recording. His voice carries that particular tone I remember from Iraq, the one that meant someone was about to have a very bad day. 20 minutes later, Phoenix PD arrives. Vivian's already there in her designer jogging outfit, because apparently Lululemon makes special "I just committed a felony" activewear, complete with tears that would make a daytime soap actress weep with envy. "Officers, I was on my morning run when that truck nearly ran me down," she wails, pointing at Connor like he's wanted for war crimes. "The driver was aggressive, threatening. I was in absolute fear for my life." Tyler Henderson steps forward right on cue, delivering his lines with all the conviction of a high school drama club understudy. "Yeah, I totally saw everything from my bedroom window. That truck was driving crazy, swerving all over. The lady had to jump out of the way like she was dodging bullets." The cops look at Connor like he's public enemy number one. Here's this big guy with military tattoos and a 1,000-yard stare, standing next to a demolished truck while wearing yesterday's clothes. The optics aren't exactly screaming innocent victim. "Sir, we're going to need you to come with us," the younger officer says, hand already drifting toward his cuffs with the eagerness of someone who watches too much reality TV. That's when I step forward with my phone, feeling like Perry Mason about to deliver the courtroom bombshell. "Officers, before you do anything irreversible, you might want to see this little home movie I accidentally filmed." The security footage tells a completely different story. Crystal clear, 4K video of Vivian committing felony vandalism while Tyler sleeps peacefully in his room, curtains drawn tighter than Fort Knox. The timestamp shows 5:03 a.m., exactly when she claimed to be jogging and nearly murdered by a parked truck. You know, my dad always told me that video evidence beats tearful testimonies every single time. He was a cop for 30 years, seen every scam in the book. "Son," he'd say, "cameras don't have emotions, and they sure as hell don't lie for money." Smart man, my dad. The older cop watches the footage twice, then looks at Vivian with the expression of someone who just discovered they've been eating roadkill instead of premium steak. "Ma'am, you want to explain how you were nearly run down by a parked truck?" Vivian's Botox-frozen face attempts several expressions: shock, indignation, panic, and what I can only describe as deer in headlights meets reality TV meltdown. That's not. The camera angle is totally misleading. I was defending myself from future aggressive behavior. From a truck that was turned off? The arrest happens faster than you can say felony destruction of property. Handcuffs, Miranda rights, the whole 9 yards. Tyler Henderson suddenly develops amnesia about his $20 testimony, mumbling something about being asleep and not seeing anything clearly. But here's where my real counterattack begins, and it's sweeter than my grandmother's peach cobbler. While Vivian's getting acquainted with the back seat of a police cruiser, I'm working my phone like a campaign manager on election night. First call, Arizona Department of Real Estate. Turns out filing false police reports isn't exactly compatible with maintaining your professional license. Who knew? Second call goes to every news station in the Phoenix metro area. Local HOA president arrested for vandalizing veteran's truck is exactly the kind of David versus Goliath story that gets ratings and makes producers salivate. The sweet scent of mesquite barbecue smoke drifted from my backyard that evening as Connor and I debriefed over cold beers and perfectly grilled steaks. "This is bigger than your HOA, Garrett," he said quietly, staring into the desert sunset. "Way bigger than you realize." I should have paid more attention to that warning. You'd think getting arrested on live television would humble most people. You'd be wrong. Vivian Blackwood got out on bail 12 hours later, and apparently spending a night in county lockup had only sharpened her appetite for revenge. The retaliation started small, like a rash that spreads when you scratch it. Monday morning, I woke up to find 7, count them, 7, bright yellow violation notices plastered across my front door like confetti from hell. My mailbox was 2 inches too high. My doormat was non-regulation beige instead of the approved desert sand. My garden hose was visible from the street. Each citation carried a $100 fine, because apparently Vivian had discovered the joy of financial waterboarding. But she wasn't content stopping with me. By Wednesday, half the neighborhood looked like a yellow fever outbreak. Mrs. Henderson got dinged for excessive bird feeding. Apparently, mourning doves eating millet violates some obscure wildlife management clause buried in page 47 of the CC&Rs. The Johnsons across the street got hit for their kids' chalk art on the driveway. Even 80-year-old Rosemarie Kowalski, who walks with a cane and volunteers at the church food bank, received a notice about her improperly maintained walkway lighting. That's when I knew Vivian had crossed the line from petty tyrant into full-blown domestic terrorist. The smell of fresh coffee and righteous indignation filled Rosemarie's kitchen when I knocked on her door Thursday morning. This woman had been a paralegal for 30 years before retiring, and she had the sharp eyes of someone who'd spent decades catching lawyers in their own BS. "Garrett, honey, sit down," she said, pouring me a cup that could wake the dead. "I've been reading these HOA documents all night, and something stinks worse than a fish market in August." She spread financial statements across her dining table like she was planning the D-Day invasion. "Look at this landscaping expenditure from last spring. $47,000 for community beautification." I studied the invoices, my electrician's brain automatically checking the math. "Rose, these improvements only cover 4 houses, all on Vivian's street. Including hers." Rosemarie tapped the paper with a manicured nail that had probably signed more legal documents than most judges. "That's not community improvement. That's embezzlement disguised as landscaping." Here's something I learned during my divorce proceedings that saved my financial bacon. Always follow the money trail, because thieves get sloppy when they think nobody's watching. My lawyer taught me that corporate records are public information. You just have to know where to look. Most people, he told me, assume financial crimes are too complicated to catch, but it's usually just basic arithmetic with fancy names. We spent the morning creating what Rosemarie called our evidence file. Every selective enforcement case we could document, every financial irregularity, every violation notice that seemed designed more to harass than to maintain property values. The pattern emerged like a photograph developing in solution. Vivian Blackwood wasn't just power-hungry. She was running a systematic con game. My brother-in-law, Rick, he's an accountant who never met a number he couldn't make confess its secrets, ran the HOA's management company through Arizona's Corporation Commission database. The results made my stomach drop faster than a lead balloon. "Garrett," he said over the phone, "your management company is owned by Blackwood Property Services, LLC. Guess who the registered agent is?" Let me take a wild guess. Someone with a plastic surgeon husband and a personality disorder? Her brother-in-law, Marcus Blackwood. They've been overcharging your HOA about 40% above market rates for the past 2 years. I estimate they've skimmed roughly $190,000 from resident assessments. That evening, while the desert sunset painted the mountains the color of Vivian's rage, I did something that would have made my old drill sergeant proud. I organized. The Saguaro Springs Truth Facebook group started with just me and Rosemarie. By midnight, we had 37 members. By the end of the week, 127 residents had joined, sharing their own tales of HOA abuse like confessions at a revival meeting. Vietnam vet Charlie Martinez posted photos of his 23 violation notices received in 1 month. Apparently his Purple Heart license plate was too ostentatious. Single mom Jessica Troy documented how Vivian had reported her suspicious activity to Child Protective Services. Her crime? Working night shifts as an ER nurse and having different cars pick up her kids from school. The stories kept pouring in like water through a broken dam. Each post revealed another layer of Vivian's systematic targeting of anyone she deemed undesirable. Veterans, minorities, single parents, blue-collar workers. The woman wasn't just drunk on power. She was running a neighborhood ethnic cleansing campaign with HOA bylaws as her weapon of choice. But here's what I learned from my years in the service. Every tyrant has the same weakness. They can't resist showing off their power. While we were building our case quietly, methodically, Vivian was busy escalating her campaign like she was competing for a gold medal in suburban fascism. The breaking point came when she filed a formal complaint with the city, claiming our PTSD support group was a drug rehabilitation meeting, operating without proper permits. She actually wrote to the VA, suggesting they investigate Connor and me for suspicious behavior indicating possible substance abuse. That night, as the sound of coyotes echoed across the desert like nature's own warning system, Connor called with news that made my blood sing with anticipation. "Garrett, remember when I said this was bigger than your HOA? Tomorrow morning, you're going to find out exactly how much bigger." For the first time in months, I went to sleep with a smile on my face. Friday morning arrived with the kind of crisp desert air that makes you believe anything is possible. I should have known Vivian would turn possibility into nightmare. She didn't wait for whatever Connor had planned. She escalated first, and this time, she went full scorched earth. I was grabbing my usual burnt coffee at the Circle K when I spotted her white Tesla parked across from my workplace, the city electrical department, where I'd been fixing streetlights and traffic signals for 8 years without so much as a tardy slip. She sat there for 20 minutes, engine purring like a mechanical predator, air conditioning blasting because, God forbid, her Botox melt in the Arizona heat. The acrid smell of diesel exhaust mixed with her perfume when she rolled down her window to make a phone call. Even from 50 yards away, I could see her animated hand gestures. She was painting me as public enemy number 1, to someone who obviously hadn't met her yet. The next day, my supervisor Jim pulled me into his cramped office with the expression of someone who'd rather be getting a root canal. The room smelled like stale cigarettes and broken dreams. Jim's been trying to quit both smoking and this job for the past decade. "Garrett, I got a call yesterday from some HOA president," he said, studying his coffee mug like it held the secrets of the universe. "Claims you've been making threats, acting erratic. Says you might be having some kind of PTSD episode that could endanger city property." My coffee cup froze halfway to my mouth. "Jim, you've known me for 8 years. When have I ever—" I know. He waved his hands like he was surrendering to an invisible army. But she was very convincing, professional sounding, mentioned liability issues if something happens, and we ignored the warning signs. Here's what I learned during my military service that applies to civilian bureaucrats. They're more afraid of paperwork than they are of doing the right thing. Jim put me on administrative leave pending investigation, which is government speak for guilty until you prove you're not crazy. But Vivian's character assassination tour was just getting started. That afternoon, a private investigator materialized at my front door like a bad debt collector. Tall guy, cheap polyester suit that probably came with its own fire hazard warning, and a smile that looked like it had been borrowed from a used car salesman. "Mr. Thornfield, I'm conducting a routine background investigation. Nothing to worry about. Just some questions about your military service, your divorce, any history of substance abuse or violent tendencies." I invited him in, served him iced tea that could have doubled as antifreeze, and answered every question with the patience of a kindergarten teacher. Because here's what most people don't understand about combat veterans. We learned to spot the difference between real threats and amateur hour. This guy was definitely amateur hour with a private investigator license. "Who's paying your retainer?" I asked as he packed up his dollar store notebook. "Can't divulge that information, but someone's genuinely concerned about your mental stability, particularly your relationship with other veterans who might be influencing your behavior." Connor. They were fishing for dirt on Connor and coming up empty-handed as a politician's promise. That evening, while the smoky sweetness of backyard barbecues filled the desert air and cicadas provided nature's soundtrack, Connor called with news that made my head spin like a slot machine hitting jackpot. "She knows who I am," he announced without preamble, or at least she thinks she does. "How's that work?" Private eye she hired got lazy, ran a basic background check instead of doing actual detective work. Shows I work for the state attorney general's office, but missed the fine print about my actual job description. I could hear the predatory satisfaction in his voice. "So she thinks you're some pencil-pushing clerk instead of the guy who sends corrupt officials to federal prison." Bingo. And brother, she just made the kind of mistake that ends careers and starts prison sentences. The mistake arrived at 9:47 p.m. via burner phone, because apparently Vivian's criminal education came entirely from Netflix crime shows. Connor recorded every glorious second of her attempting to bribe a federal prosecutor. "I know you work for the Attorney General's office," she purred through the cheap connection, sounding like a suburban soccer mom ordering cocaine. "But everyone has a price, and I'm prepared to be very, very generous. $500,000 in cash, completely untraceable." "What would I need to do for this generous offer?" Connor asked, playing his role like Marlon Brando in his prime. Make some paperwork disappear. HOA investigation files, financial records, that sort of tedious government nonsense. You help me, I help you retire early to somewhere warm. 23 minutes of conversation. 23 minutes of Vivian Blackwood gift-wrapping a federal prosecution case with confessions of embezzlement, bribery, witness tampering, and conspiracy to obstruct justice. The next morning, drunk on her own cleverness, she waltzed into the Arizona Attorney General's headquarters, carrying a briefcase full of cash and the confidence of someone who'd never met a problem Daddy's money couldn't solve. Security footage captured her asking the receptionist for that clerk Connor who handles HOA paperwork. The final camera recorded the exact moment her face realized she'd just tried to bribe the Assistant Attorney General, in charge of putting people like her behind bars. Picture a coyote in a Roadrunner cartoon, the moment it looks down and realizes there's no ground under its feet. That was Vivian Blackwood, discovering she'd just handed a federal corruption prosecutor enough evidence to end her freedom. She literally stood frozen for 30 seconds, briefcase clutched in her death grip, while reality crashed down like an Arizona thunderstorm. The real storm was just beginning. The arrest at the Attorney General's office was just the appetizer. The main course came when Connor walked me through what they'd really been investigating for the past 8 months. "Garrett, you need to sit down for this," Connor said, spreading classified files across my kitchen table, like he was dealing cards in the world's most dangerous poker game. The afternoon sun streaming through my blinds cast prison bar shadows across documents stamped, "Federal Investigation, Confidential." The smell of fresh ink from legal paperwork mixed with my cooling coffee as Connor laid out a conspiracy that made my HOA problems look like a neighborhood spat over fence height. "Your nightmare with Vivian? She's not some lone wolf suburban dictator. She's a foot soldier in a criminal enterprise that makes the mafia look disorganized." Connor's finger traced connections on a flowchart that resembled a spiderweb designed by a mathematician on methamphetamines. It started 18 months ago with a tip from Scottsdale. HOA president there embezzled $200,000 from their community center renovation fund. When our financial crimes unit dug deeper, the same management company kept appearing in similar schemes across 4 counties. Blackwood Property Services wasn't Marcus Blackwood's side hustle. It was the nerve center of a $12 million racketeering operation spanning 63 Arizona HOAs. Their method was surgical: infiltrate boards through planted candidates like Vivienne, then systematically drain community funds through phantom contracts, inflated invoices, and kickback schemes that would make a Chicago alderman blush. 12 million? The number hit me like a physical blow. Conservative estimate based on what we can prove, but here's what really makes my blood boil. It wasn't just theft. Connor's jaw tightened as he opened a folder thick enough to choke a horse. Civil Rights Division case files. Systematic harassment campaigns targeting minorities, veterans, and working-class families across dozens of communities. Same playbook everywhere. Selective enforcement, weaponized fine structures, orchestrated intimidation designed to force undesirable residents to sell below market value. The papers felt heavy in my hands, weighted with other people's suffering. Story after story of families destroyed by HOA terrorism. A Hispanic family in Tucson fined into foreclosure for excessive cultural decorations, meaning a small Mexican flag in their garden. A Black Marine in Flagstaff who received 47 violations in 2 months until he sold his house at a $30,000 loss. "They call it community enhancement," Connor said, disgust dripping from every syllable. "The FBI calls it conspiracy to violate civil rights with a hate crime enhancement." My hands were shaking as the scope hit me. "How long have you known about Vivian?" 8 months. Your case was our entry point into the Saguaro Springs cell, but we needed her to commit federal crimes we could document. Connor's smile was predatory. The truck vandalism was perfect. Interstate commerce violation plus civil rights targeting a military service. But we needed her to reveal the bigger network. That's when he dropped the nuclear bomb that made my world tilt sideways. "Garrett, you ever wonder how Vivian knew so much personal information about residents? Credit scores, employment problems, medical issues she shouldn't have accessed?" The coffee turned to acid in my stomach. "Please tell me you're not about to say, corrupt employees at the mortgage company, credit bureaus, county offices, and, this one's going to hurt, the VA Medical Center. She's been buying confidential information on veterans for 2 years. The room spun like I'd taken shrapnel to the head. Some bastard at the VA, the place supposed to protect veterans, had been selling our private medical information to suburban terrorists. Each data breach is a separate federal felony. Identity theft, HIPAA violations, bribery of government officials, conspiracy to violate civil rights. Connor's voice carried the weight of impending justice. We're looking at 25 to life for the ringleaders. He leaned forward, eyes burning with the intensity I remembered from our combat days. Question is, you ready to help us destroy this entire network? I thought about every family they'd terrorized, every veteran they'd targeted, every American dream they'd crushed for profit and prejudice. Tell me what you need. Connor's grin could have cut diamonds. We're throwing a pool party, and every corrupt HOA president, crooked contractor, and bought government official in Arizona is invited. They'll actually come? They think they're celebrating Vivian's legal victory and planning their next target community. His laugh was sharp as breaking glass. They have no idea they're walking into the biggest federal sting operation in Arizona history. Outside, desert thunder rumbled like distant artillery, and I knew the real war was about to begin. The next 60 days turned my quiet desert neighborhood into the most sophisticated federal crime scene in Arizona history, disguised as a community pool renovation project that smelled like chlorine and justice. Connor explained the RICO framework over breakfast burritos that tasted like victory and green chili fire. The morning air carried the scent of creosote and impending federal prosecutions as he laid out the legal requirements. Racketeering charges need a pattern of criminal activity, minimum 2 related crimes within 10 years by the same criminal enterprise. We've got dozens documented, but we need live evidence of active coordination between network members. The fake pool contractor arrived Tuesday morning in a truck loaded with enough surveillance equipment to monitor a small country. FBI Special Agent Maria Santos, posing as Desert Oasis Pool Construction, had been undercover in Arizona's construction industry for 3 years. She knew which contractors were dirty, which city inspectors had their hands out, and exactly how much cash made building permits magically appear. Your pool's going to be the most bugged body of water since the CIA started watching Castro's hot tub, she told me, installing a camera inside a decorative light fixture with hands steadier than a surgeon's. Every whispered conversation within 50 yards gets recorded in courtroom-quality audio that'll make federal juries convict on the first vote. The cover story was airtight. Saguaro Springs residents had finally scraped together funds to repair the community pool that Vivian's embezzlement had left broken for 18 months. The grand opening celebration would honor our dedicated HOA leadership while showcasing successful community cooperation to other Arizona neighborhoods looking for similar solutions. Rosemary coordinated the pool party planning committee with the precision of a military logistics officer disguised as a church lady. Her contact list read like a criminal enterprise phone directory. Board presidents who'd perfected fund skimming, management executives who specialized in phantom billing, city officials who fast-tracked permits for anyone speaking the universal language of unmarked envelopes. "Honey," she said, addressing invitations with handwriting that belonged on wedding announcements rather than federal sting operations. "These people can't resist bragging about their schemes when they think they're among fellow travelers. Give them premium liquor and an audience of admiring criminals, and they'll confess to felonies we haven't even discovered yet." The invitation campaign was social engineering at its finest. Each corrupt HOA president received a personally crafted message appealing to their specific blend of ego and greed. Vivian's legal victory over federal harassment became a case study other communities could replicate. The pool renovation symbolized HOA independence from government overreach. My role was playing the grateful homeowner who'd learned his lesson about challenging authority. I practiced my defeated veteran routine until I could deliver lines like, "Mrs. Blackwood taught me respect for community leadership," without my breakfast making a return appearance. Connor coached me on surveillance protocols, while the sound of construction equipment masked our conversations. The wire, smaller than a button battery, transmitted to FBI receivers hidden in the new pool equipment shed that hummed with more electronics than mission control. Key phrases we need recorded: financial arrangements, target community selections, government official payoffs. Let them talk. Successful criminals love educating audiences about how they outsmarted the system. The technical preparation was beyond impressive. Miniature cameras lived inside poolside furniture, decorative desert rocks, even the umbrellas that would shade refreshment tables laden with evidence-gathering opportunities. Audio pickups hid within sound system speakers that would provide background music for federal prosecutions. The pool itself contained waterproof recording devices that could capture conversations from tipsy swimmers bragging about their latest schemes. Agent Santos walked me through the construction permit manipulation that let HOA criminals steal millions with government approval. Standard operation: submit legitimate plans for permits, then use substandard materials and pocket 60% of the budget. A legitimate $40,000 renovation becomes a $15,000 job, with $25,000 flowing to offshore accounts. Here's something my electrician training taught me that applies to financial crimes. Always follow the power source, because every system has connection points where the real current flows. In HOA corruption, those connection points were city inspectors who signed off on substandard work in exchange for monthly consulting fees that somehow never involved actual consulting. We designed the pool renovation to trigger multiple bribery opportunities. Santos would offer kickbacks to building inspectors, permit office clerks, and environmental compliance officers. Hidden cameras would document every handshake deal, every cash envelope, every corrupt bargain that kept this criminal network operating like a well-oiled money laundering machine. The guest list metastasized across Arizona's HOA corruption network. Board presidents from Phoenix, Scottsdale, Tucson, and Flagstaff cleared their calendars. Management company executives postponed vacations. Even state legislators who'd been blocking HOA reform bills suddenly found time for a pool party in suburban Phoenix. "It's better than Christmas morning for federal prosecutors," Connor said, reviewing our SVP responses while the desert sunset painted our preparations in shades of anticipated justice. Every corrupt official in the state is voluntarily walking into our evidence collection celebration. The smell of fresh concrete mixed with desert sage as installation crews finished the legitimate pool renovation, because maintaining cover required actual construction. After 18 months of Vivian's sabotage, our community was finally getting the pool we'd funded, courtesy of a federal investigation. 2 nights before the party, Connor's final briefing carried the weight of combat preparation. "Garrett, if anything goes sideways, if someone gets suspicious, if the situation turns dangerous, you follow extraction protocols exactly. No improvisation, no heroics. These people have committed murder to protect smaller secrets than what we're exposing." The night wind whistled through saguaro cacti, like nature's own warning system, reminding me that in 48 hours, I'd be center stage in the biggest corruption takedown in Arizona history. 2 days before the pool party, Vivian's world started crumbling faster than a house of cards in a hurricane, and her desperation turned dangerous. The first sign came when I spotted unfamiliar vehicles parked on my street at odd hours. Black SUVs with tinted windows, the kind that scream private security louder than a bullhorn. Connor's team had warned me this might happen. Cornered criminals often hire muscle when legal options evaporate. Professional paranoia, Agent Santos called it during our morning briefing disguised as a pool equipment inspection. The smell of her industrial-strength coffee mixed with desert dust as she adjusted a hidden camera inside a poolside speaker. Vivian's lawyers probably told her the federal case is bulletproof. When legal defense fails, some people resort to witness intimidation. The intimidation started subtle, like carbon monoxide poisoning. My mail disappeared for 3 days running. Someone keyed my truck in the grocery store parking lot, carving "snitch" deep enough to require bodywork. Anonymous flyers appeared on doorsteps throughout the neighborhood, warning residents about outside agitators and communist infiltration of American communities. But Vivian's masterpiece of desperation came Thursday night, when I discovered someone had cut my home's electrical main line, a federal crime that could have killed anyone who touched it without proper equipment. Lucky for the saboteur, they picked the wrong target. 30 years as an electrician means I recognize amateur hour when I see it, and whoever did this had watched too many action movies. Connor arrived within minutes of my call, bringing FBI technical specialists, who treated my yard like a crime scene. They found boot prints, tool marks, even DNA evidence on the wire cutters carelessly dropped behind my air conditioning unit. "She's recruiting local help," Connor said, photographing the evidence while crime scene tape fluttered in the desert breeze. "Probably paying cash for anonymous sabotage. The DNA will tell us who, but more importantly, it proves she's actively obstructing a federal investigation." The breakthrough came from an unexpected source, Tyler Henderson, the teenage witness Vivian had bribed to lie about Connor's truck. Turns out guilt weighs heavier on young consciences than $20 bills. "Mr. Thornfield?" Tyler appeared at my door Friday morning, looking like he hadn't slept in weeks. The kid was maybe 17, all elbows and acne, and the kind of nervous energy that comes from carrying secrets too big for teenage shoulders. "I need to tell you something about Mrs. Blackwood, something really bad." We sat on my front porch while Tyler unloaded a confession that would make federal prosecutors dance with joy. Vivian hadn't just bribed him once. She'd been paying him $50 a week for 6 months to spy on neighbors, report unusual activity, and spread carefully crafted rumors designed to isolate her targets. "She gave me a list of people to watch," Tyler said, pulling out his phone to show screenshots he'd wisely saved. "Veterans, minorities, anyone she called problematic residents. I was supposed to document their visitors, take pictures of license plates, report anything she could use against them." The kid had been unknowingly building surveillance files on half the neighborhood. Photos of Connor's visits, documentation of our PTSD support group meetings, even pictures of Rosemary's late-night strategy sessions that looked suspicious to anyone who didn't know we were planning a federal sting operation. But Tyler's bombshell revelation made my blood freeze. She's planning something for the pool party, something she called the final solution for problem residents. She gave me $500 to help, but I'm scared, Mr. Thornfield. Really scared. Connor's emergency response team assembled in my living room within an hour. Maps, photos, and communication equipment turned my coffee table into a command center that would have impressed Pentagon war planners. "What kind of help did she want?" Agent Santos asked Tyler, her voice carrying the deadly calm of someone who'd interrogated terrorists. "She wants me to put something in the pool's filtration system during the party. She called it a harmless prank that would embarrass some people." Tyler's hands shook as he described Vivian's instructions. But she was lying, wasn't she? It's not harmless. Connor and Santos exchanged looks that could have powered the electrical grid. Chemical sabotage of a public gathering was domestic terrorism, carrying life sentences under federal anti-terrorism statutes. "Tyler," Connor said, with the patience of someone talking a jumper off a ledge, "you just prevented what could have been a mass casualty event. You're going to testify for the prosecution, and you're going to be protected by the full resources of the federal government." The next 24 hours blurred into a nightmare of emergency preparations. The pool party couldn't be canceled without alerting the criminal network that we were on to them. Instead, it became a double operation. Federal sting meets counterterrorism response. Additional FBI agents were positioned as catering staff, maintenance workers, even pool party guests. Hazmat teams stood by in case Vivian had backup plans beyond Tyler's recruitment. Military explosive ordnance disposal specialists swept the entire area for devices we might have missed. The desert night before the party carried an electric tension that had nothing to do with approaching storms. As I lay awake staring at my ceiling, wondering if tomorrow would end with justice or body bags, Connor's words echoed like a mantra. Sometimes, the only way to catch a monster is to let it reveal how monstrous it's willing to become. Tomorrow's pool party was about to become the most dangerous neighborhood gathering in American history, and I was the guest of honor at my own potential funeral. Pool party morning arrived with the kind of oppressive heat that makes desert rattlesnakes seek shade, and federal agents sweat through their surveillance equipment. The thermometer hit 95 degrees by 8 a.m., and the day's real temperature, measured in criminal desperation, was climbing toward nuclear. Vivian's final gambit began at sunrise, when Tyler Henderson called in a panic that made my coffee taste like liquid anxiety. "Mr. Thornfield, she knows I talked to you." Tyler's voice cracked like puberty was hitting him again. "She came to my house at 5 this morning, banging on the door like she was trying to break it down. She knows about the FBI." My blood turned to ice water despite the rising heat. What exactly did she say? She said if I showed up at the pool party, she'd make sure my family paid the price. She knows my dad's business has tax problems, knows my mom's immigration status isn't perfect. She's threatening to destroy our entire family if I testify. Connor arrived at my house 10 minutes later, moving with the controlled urgency of someone whose carefully planned operation had just encountered a live grenade. The smell of his stress sweat mixed with desert dust as he coordinated emergency response protocols through an earpiece that connected him to FBI command. "She's panicking," he said, pacing my living room like a caged predator. "Panic makes desperate criminals attempt desperate measures. The question is, how desperate is Vivian willing to get?" The answer came 2 hours later, when Agent Santos discovered someone had tampered with the pool's chemical storage facility overnight. The lock was cut, the security cameras were spray-painted black, and industrial-grade pool chemicals had been repositioned in ways that suggested someone with basic chemistry knowledge had been conducting very dangerous experiments. "Chlorine gas," Santos explained, her face grim as desert storm clouds. "Mix the wrong chemicals in the wrong proportions, and you've got a weapon of mass destruction disguised as a pool maintenance accident. Dozens of people could die, and it would look like tragic negligence rather than deliberate murder." The pool party had become a potential crime scene for domestic terrorism, and canceling it wasn't an option. Too many corrupt officials had cleared their schedules, traveled from other cities, rearranged criminal operations to attend this celebration. Calling it off would scatter the network like roaches when the lights come on. Instead, Connor made a decision that proved why he was Arizona's top corruption prosecutor. We were going forward, but with enough federal backup to invade a small country. FBI hazmat specialists neutralized the chemical sabotage while disguised as routine pool maintenance. Military explosive ordnance disposal experts swept every inch of the property for secondary devices. Even the food service was replaced with federal agents trained in counter-terrorism operations, because poisoning party snacks was apparently within Vivian's expanding repertoire of suburban warfare. "She's not just trying to avoid prosecution," Connor explained while supervising the security preparations that had transformed my neighborhood into a federal fortress. "She's planning to eliminate witnesses, destroy evidence, and create enough chaos to escape during the confusion." The guest list had become a who's who of Arizona corruption, and they were walking into the most heavily monitored space outside of Pentagon briefing rooms. Hidden cameras captured license plates as vehicles arrived. Facial recognition software identified known criminals attempting to attend under false identities. Audio surveillance equipment recorded conversations from the moment people stepped out of their cars. But Vivian's pièce de résistance was yet to come. At 11 a.m., just as the first guests began arriving, she made one final attempt at witness intimidation that crossed every legal line in the federal criminal code. A black SUV pulled up to Connor's Phoenix apartment building, and two men in expensive suits attempted to serve him with fake legal papers, claiming he was under investigation for abuse of federal authority. The problem with their plan? Connor lived in a secure federal building, and the two process servers were immediately detained by FBI security for attempting to impersonate government officials while carrying concealed weapons and a briefcase full of what would later be identified as forged federal documents. She hired professional intimidators, Connor told me over secure radio, while I watched HOA board presidents and corrupt contractors mingle around my supposedly sabotaged pool. Ex-military, criminal backgrounds, paid $20,000 cash to make me disappear before the party ended. The irony was delicious. While Vivian thought she was neutralizing the federal prosecutor building her case, Connor was actually coordinating the largest public corruption sting in Arizona history from FBI Mobile Command Center, disguised as a catering truck parked 50 yards from my backyard. "Garrett, she's about to arrive," Agent Santos whispered through my nearly invisible earpiece. "Remember your role, grateful homeowner who learned to respect HOA authority. Let her think she's won, let her get comfortable, and let her start bragging to her criminal friends about how she outsmarted the federal government." Through my kitchen window, I watched Vivian Blackwood's white Tesla pull into my driveway like a shark arriving at a blood-filled feeding ground. She stepped out wearing a sundress that probably cost more than most people's monthly rent, designer sunglasses that screamed, "I'm above the law," and a smile that belonged on a serial killer's dating profile. The final act was about to begin, and every federal agent in Arizona was watching. The grand opening celebration looked like a suburban block party designed by federal prosecutors with unlimited budgets and terminal cases of justice fever. 73 guests mingled around the crystal-clear pool that sparkled under Arizona sun like liquid diamonds. Board presidents from 12 different HOAs, management company executives, 3 city councilmen, 2 county commissioners, and enough corrupt contractors to rebuild half of Phoenix, all gathered to celebrate what they believed was Vivian Blackwood's victory over federal tyranny. The smell of barbecue smoke mixed with expensive cologne and the metallic scent of impending arrests as I played my role to perfection, the defeated veteran who'd learned to appreciate proper community leadership. Mrs. Blackwood really opened my eyes, I told Phoenix HOA President Marcus Webb, who'd embezzled $40,000 from his community's earthquake insurance fund. Sometimes we veterans need civilian guidance to understand how neighborhoods really work. Webb's laugh carried the smug satisfaction of someone who believed he was educating a reformed troublemaker. Exactly. Military types think they can challenge established systems, but HOAs require finesse, diplomacy, business understanding. Every word was being recorded by surveillance equipment hidden in poolside furniture that the FBI had installed with the precision of Swiss watchmakers. 47 separate audio and video recording devices captured conversations that would make federal juries reach unanimous guilty verdicts in record time. Vivian held court near the pool's deep end, surrounded by admirers who hung on her every word like disciples receiving wisdom from their criminal messiah. She wore victory like designer perfume, describing her legal triumph over federal harassment with the confidence of someone who believed she'd outsmarted the entire justice system. The key is documentation, she explained to Tucson's Sandra Martinez, who'd been fining Hispanic residents for excessive cultural displays while approving identical decorations for white neighbors. Every violation notice, every fine, every enforcement action has to look completely legitimate on paper. The feds can't prove discrimination if your paperwork is perfect. Agent Santos, disguised as the pool contractor receiving final payment, approached with an envelope containing marked bills and a recording device that could capture whispered confessions in a thunderstorm. Mrs. Blackwood, here's your standard 15% commission on the renovation project, Santos said, loudly enough for nearby microphones to capture every syllable. $47,000 total project cost, so your management fee comes to $7,050. This was it, the moment federal prosecutors had been building toward for 8 months. Vivian accepted the envelope with the casual confidence of someone who'd received thousands of similar payments. She opened it, counted the cash openly, and made the comment that would haunt her for the rest of her prison sentence. Perfect. This brings my personal take from Saguaro Springs to just over $200,000. Not bad for 18 months of community service. She laughed like she just told the world's funniest joke. These residents are so grateful for professional management, they don't even notice when their assessments fund my vacation home in Cabo. The conversation stopped. The entire pool deck went silent, except for the gentle lapping of water that would soon reflect the blue and red lights of federal law enforcement vehicles. That's when Connor stepped forward from behind the refreshment table, removing his disguise as a catering server to reveal the badge that transformed him from helpful neighbor to Arizona Attorney General. The sound of his badge hitting sunlight was like a gunshot in the desert silence. "Ladies and gentlemen," Connor announced, his voice carrying the authority of someone who'd just become the most powerful law enforcement official at a criminal gathering. "I'm Connor McKenzie, Arizona Attorney General. You're all under arrest for racketeering, conspiracy, civil rights violations, and corruption of public officials." Vivian's face underwent a transformation that no amount of plastic surgery could have achieved. Her designer confidence evaporated like water on hot asphalt, replaced by the pure, undiluted terror of someone who just realized they'd been living in a federal prosecutor's carefully constructed trap for 8 months. She literally froze in place, envelope of marked bills clutched in her manicured hands, while her brain processed the impossible reality. The quiet veteran's friend she'd been targeting wasn't just some low-level government clerk. He was the Arizona Attorney General who prosecuted public corruption cases. "That's impossible," she whispered, her voice carrying all the conviction of someone watching their entire criminal empire collapse in real time. You're just some nobody who works in an office." Connor's smile could have melted steel. "Ma'am, I don't just work for the Attorney General's office. I am the Attorney General. And you've just confessed to federal crimes in front of 73 witnesses, 47 recording devices, and enough FBI agents to fill a small courtroom." The pool party guests began looking around like prairie dogs who'd just heard gunshots, finally noticing that half the catering staff and maintenance workers were now displaying federal badges and drawing service weapons. FBI agents emerged from every conceivable hiding spot, behind landscaping, inside the pool equipment shed, even rising from underwater positions in the pool itself, like some kind of law enforcement SEAL team. The sound of handcuffs clicking shut echoed across the desert like metallic applause, as the largest public corruption arrest in Arizona history unfolded around a suburban swimming pool that finally, after 18 months of criminal sabotage, was ready for its first honest swim. 6 months later, I'm floating in our crystal-clear community pool, watching Connor practice his backstroke while federal prosecutors in Washington, D.C. use our case as a template for nationwide HOA reform legislation. The trials were swift and brutal. When you have 73 defendants caught on high-definition video confessing to federal crimes, plea bargaining becomes the only option that doesn't involve dying in prison. Vivian Blackwood received 8 years in federal prison, plus $2.3 million in restitution, every penny she'd stolen from communities across Arizona. Her plastic surgeon husband filed for divorce the day after sentencing, claiming he'd been an innocent victim of her criminal enterprise. The judge wasn't buying it, especially after discovering their joint offshore accounts contained another $400,000 in embezzled HOA funds. Marcus Blackwood, the management company mastermind, got 5 years and forfeiture of every property he'd purchased with stolen money. His company was dissolved, its assets distributed among the communities they'd victimized. Turns out, running a criminal enterprise through corporate structures doesn't make it legal, just more traceable. The ripple effects transformed Arizona's HOA landscape like a legal earthquake. 12 corrupt board presidents across 4 counties faced federal charges. 6 city officials were arrested for accepting bribes. Even 3 state legislators who'd blocked HOA reform bills found themselves explaining their campaign contributions from Blackwood Property Services to very unsympathetic federal investigators. But the real victory was community healing that you could smell in the desert air during our monthly neighborhood barbecues. Saguaro Springs elected a reform board that actually represents residents instead of criminal enterprises. Our monthly community meetings moved from secretive executive sessions to open forums where families share concerns without fear of retaliation. Property values increased 12% after news broke that our neighborhood had helped expose the largest HOA corruption network in state history. The pool became our symbol of renewal. Kids cannonball into water that's finally safe because we know exactly which chemicals are being used by legitimate contractors. Parents relax on pool decks that aren't bugged by federal surveillance equipment, just occupied by neighbors who've learned that democracy works better with transparency than tyranny. Rosemarie married Charlie Martinez last month. Turns out fighting corruption together is excellent relationship foundation. Their wedding reception was held in our community center, which we renamed Thornfield Veterans Hall, after residents insisted on honoring my role in exposing the criminal network. I argued against the name, but got outvoted by people who understand that sometimes ordinary citizens have to do extraordinary things to protect their communities. The Federal Restitution Fund established the Saguaro Springs Veterans Scholarship, providing $50,000 annually for military families' children attending college. Connor insisted the first recipient be Tyler Henderson, whose courage in exposing Vivian's terrorism plot probably saved dozens of lives. The kid's studying criminal justice at Arizona State, planning to become an FBI agent specializing in public corruption cases. Connor got promoted to Deputy Attorney General, with responsibility for a new statewide task force investigating HOA corruption. His office has received over 300 complaints from residents across Arizona, each one a potential federal case built on our successful prosecution model. We've got enough evidence to keep prosecutors busy for the next decade, he told me during our most recent PTSD support group meeting, which now includes 8 veterans who found healing through community service and legal justice. Turns out suburban corruption is like cockroaches. Once you shine light in the right places, you discover infestations everywhere. Connor's working on a book about the case, tentatively titled Poolside Justice: How One HOA War Exposed America's Suburban Criminal Underground. Hollywood producers are already calling, though I've told them they can make their movie as long as they don't cast anyone who looks better than me, which, unfortunately, eliminates most of Hollywood. The desert sunset paints our neighborhood in shades of gold and possibility as families gather for another monthly community celebration. Children's laughter echoes off houses that are finally homes instead of targets. Veterans display American flags without fear of persecution. Immigrants plant cultural gardens without harassment from HOA fascists. Tonight's barbecue features Connor's famous green chili cheeseburgers and stories that prove ordinary people can defeat extraordinary corruption when they refuse to accept tyranny as the price of homeownership.
Men like you buy land like that and turn it into junkyards. We will bury you in permits and fines until you crawl away.
She said it loud, smiled while she said it. I hadn't even met this woman before. My land was outside their HOA. Not their street, not their rules, not their business. I had bought 1,800 acres of Virginia timber, fair and legal, and minded my own. They sent the letter anyway, then the lawyer letters, then the county complaints, all before I'd touched a single tree. I didn't argue, just sat down that night with every deed and plat map tied to that neighborhood. And that's when I found it, something nobody in that HOA had checked in 20 years, something to do with their only bridge. What would you have done? Where are you watching from? My name is Garrett Wolfson. I'm 54 years old, and I spent the first half of my life doing exactly what nobody expected of me, which wasn't much, if you're being honest. I grew up in Wise County, Virginia, the son of a coal truck driver and a school cafeteria worker. We weren't poor in the dramatic sense. We just never had slack. No slack in the budget, no slack in the schedule, no slack in the patience my father had for people who acted like their comfort was more important than your dignity. I did 8 years in the Army, military police, Fort Bragg, and came home with a bad knee, a GI Bill I actually used, and an obsession with property law that my ex-wife will tell you was at least 40% responsible for our divorce. I got a paralegal certification, worked for a real estate attorney for 6 years in Roanoke, saved compulsively, bought my first rental property at 38. By 51, I owned 7 residential units and a commercial strip in Christiansburg. I was comfortable, not rich, comfortable. The land I'm talking about, the 1,800 acres, is a stretch of timber and creek bottom in Haskell County, Virginia. Roll hills, a couple of seasonal streams, dense hardwood forest that smells like wet bark and iron after a rain. I'd been watching it for 3 years. It sat just outside a suburban-style HOA development called Pinehurst Crossing, a 340-home community of vinyl-sided colonials that had materialized in the early 2000s on what used to be a working farm. The developer had built one access road, and that road crossed a single bridge over Hatchet Creek to connect the neighborhood to Route 612. One bridge, one road, one way in, one way out. Now, the land adjacent to Pinehurst Crossing, my 1,800 acres, had been owned by a timber company out of Georgia that had clear-cut it twice and lost interest. They were motivated sellers. I bought it for $1.1 million in a private transaction, financed with savings, a business line of credit, and a private equity partner I'd worked with before. The neighbors in Pinehurst Crossing heard I was buying it and assumed I was going to subdivide it or build something cheap and ugly. They also assumed I was beneath them. That last part is where Dolores Kretsch entered my life. Dolores was the HOA president, had been for 11 years, which in HOA terms is basically a dictatorship with better catering. She was a retired pharmaceutical sales rep, mid-60s, impeccably dressed for someone who lived in a cul-de-sac. The first time I met her was at a county planning meeting where I was presenting a preliminary site plan. Nothing controversial, just routine disclosure that I intended to use the land for mixed timber management and potentially agritourism. She didn't introduce herself. She just raised her hand and asked, in that honeyed glass voice some women perfect over decades of polite cruelty, Are you aware of the character of the Pinehurst Crossing community? Because we've worked very hard to maintain a certain standard. The word standard landed like a thumbtack between my shoulder blades. I told her I was aware of the character of the community and that I had every confidence my 1,800 acres would complement it. She smiled, the kind of smile that means we'll see about that. 3 weeks later, she filed a formal objection with the county citing aesthetic concerns and potential traffic impact. She also sent a certified letter to my LLC, which she'd looked up on the state registry, warning me that any commercial activity visible from Pinehurst Crossing would be met with all available legal remedies. The letter smelled like her perfume, floral, aggressive. The paper was heavy stock, like she'd had it printed somewhere fancy. I read it twice, folded it into thirds, and put it in a manila folder I labeled Dolores, Future Evidence. That folder got thick fast. You have to understand something about HOA boards in small Virginia suburban developments. They are not elected so much as they are accumulated. Nobody runs against Dolores Kretsch because nobody wants to run the monthly meeting that goes 45 minutes over schedule, arguing about whether a homeowner's mailbox post is the wrong shade of brown. Power, in that context, accrues to whoever is willing to be the most consistently unpleasant person in the room. And Dolores had been that person since George W. Bush's second term. Within 2 weeks of my planning presentation, she'd called 3 neighborhood meetings. I know because I have a guy, Lester Boone, a retired electrician who lived in Pinehurst Crossing, and thought the HOA had lost its mind somewhere around 2019, when they fined a widow $400 for planting marigolds in a non-approved color. And Lester fed me the minutes. The first meeting was about protecting property values. The second was about uncontrolled development. The third, which Lester described as getting a little weird, involved a guest speaker, a land use attorney Dolores had apparently hired on the HOA's dime to explain how they could push the county to rezone my acreage as rural residential preservation, which would have severely restricted my ability to do anything commercial on it. It was an aggressive play, also a legal one. I had to respect it, even while I resented it. What I didn't do was panic. I did what I always do when someone comes at me legally. I went to the source documents. The Haskell County Recorder's Office is not glamorous. It's a beige room with fluorescent lighting and a laminate counter. And the deed books go back to the 1840s, in leather-bound volumes that smell like old paper and something faintly chemical, like they'd been treated against insects once, and the solution never quite dried. A woman named Rhonda had worked there for 31 years and knew where everything was. I bought her a coffee from the gas station next door and asked her to help me trace ownership on the bridge. Because here's the thing nobody at Pinehurst Crossing had apparently ever thought to verify. Who actually owned the bridge? The bridge over Hatchet Creek had been built in 1987 by the original farm's owner, a man named Eldon Cravath, as a private access structure. When the developer bought the farm in 1999 and built Pinehurst Crossing, they'd platted the subdivision, recorded the HOA covenants, built 340 houses, and then, in 2003, the developer had filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. In the reorganization, assets were liquidated. The bridge, recorded separately from the subdivision plat as a private access structure on a 0.4-acre parcel, had been sold to satisfy a creditor. That creditor was a holding company. That holding company had been dissolved, and the 0.4-acre parcel containing the bridge had, through a chain of quiet title proceedings and tax sales that took Rhonda and me 4 hours to fully reconstruct, ended up owned by the timber company, the same Georgia timber company that had just sold me 1,800 acres. I sat back in the plastic chair and stared at the deed for a long time. The fluorescent light buzzed above me. Somewhere in the building, a printer was jamming. The bridge was in the deed package. I had bought it without even knowing it. I owned the only bridge connecting 340 homes to the outside world. Now, before you start imagining me immediately calling a locksmith and ordering a gate, understand something about who I am. I didn't want a war. I wanted to be left alone to manage my land. But Dolores Kretsch had decided to make me a problem before I'd done a single thing wrong. And she'd spent HOA dues on a lawyer to do it. So when I got home that evening, I spread the deed documents across my kitchen table, poured 2 fingers of bourbon, and started doing math. The bridge was mine. The access easement that Pinehurst Crossing residents used to cross it, I went back through every plat document, every HOA covenant, every recorded instrument. There was no easement. There had never been a recorded easement. 340 families had been crossing a private bridge for over 20 years without a single piece of paper giving them the legal right to do so. I took a long sip of bourbon, picked up my phone, called my old boss, a real estate attorney named Thaddeus Greer, and said, "Thad, I need you to look at something, and I need you to not tell me I'm crazy until you've looked at it." He looked at it. He didn't tell me I was crazy. He said, "Garrett, this is either the most dangerous piece of real estate I've ever seen or the most valuable. Probably both." Both sounded fine to me. The county zoning hearing was scheduled for a Thursday in February. Dolores had done her homework. She'd gathered signatures from 180 of the 340 homeowners, submitted a 14-page formal objection, and arranged for 3 Pinehurst Crossing residents to give public comment, including a woman who taught elementary school and was going to talk about the children. It was well organized, politically savvy. I had underestimated her operational capacity, and I filed that lesson away. What Dolores hadn't done, and this is the thing about people who operate on social intimidation, is think about what I might be holding. She'd decided I was a threat based on class markers, my truck, my work boots, my LLC that was named after my dog, RD Land Holdings, after my late redbone coonhound, Duke. She'd assumed she was smarter. That assumption was doing a lot of heavy lifting for her. Meanwhile, Thaddeus had drafted a letter. It went to the HOA's land use attorney, a guy named Philip Hardcastle out of Roanoke, who, based on his firm's website, primarily handled residential closings and the occasional commercial lease, not a litigator, not a property rights specialist. The letter was 3 paragraphs. It did not contain the word threat. It stated, in the dry, neutral language of title law, that Garrett Wolfson, as owner of the 0.4-acre parcel containing the bridge structure over Hatchet Creek, had become aware that certain parties might be under the mistaken impression that a public or prescriptive easement existed over said structure. It noted that no such easement appeared in the recorded chain of title. It requested that the HOA's counsel advise their client accordingly. That's it. No ultimatum. No demands. Just, "Hey, did you know about this?" Philip Hardcastle apparently read the letter, billed 2 hours to research it, sent Dolores a vague response about ongoing title questions that were being monitored, and did not, based on subsequent events, adequately convey to Dolores that she might want to put the brakes on her offensive. So, she didn't put the brakes on. She showed up to the zoning hearing in a blazer the color of a Virginia state flag, and delivered a 6-minute statement about community character, property values, and, I am not making this up, the soul of Haskell County. The elementary school teacher cried a little. The crowd applauded. The county planning board, 3 of whose 5 members Dolores had personally campaigned for, voted 3-2 to table my agritourism zoning request, pending a full environmental and aesthetic impact review. The review would take 8 to 14 months. Dolores, I was told by Lester, hosted a wine and cheese gathering at her house afterward. She told people I'd sent a confused letter through a lawyer, trying to make some kind of claim about the bridge, and that their own attorney had handled it. She reportedly called me a man who doesn't understand how things work around here. The crunch of gravel in my driveway that night, when I came home and sat on my porch, felt like a timer ticking. My land stretched out ahead of me in the dark, 1,800 acres of timber and creek bottom I could barely see, but could feel, the cold coming off it the way cold comes off a body of water. An owl was working somewhere in the tree line. It called once, twice, then went quiet. I had time. I was not in a hurry, but I did start making calls. The first was to a civil engineering firm. I wanted a structural assessment of the bridge, independent, documented, professional. When you own a bridge that 340 families use daily, you have both the right and, arguably, the obligation to know its condition. The engineer they sent was a compact, precise man named Vincent Houck, who spent 4 hours on and under that bridge, with equipment I didn't have names for. His report, delivered 2 weeks later, noted several issues: surface wear, a hairline fracture in the eastern abutment, and a drainage problem that was accelerating erosion of the north bank. Not catastrophic, but real. The kind of thing that, if you owned the bridge, you would be responsible for addressing. Or, if you chose not to address, You would want documented in writing before anything happened to anyone. Vincent's report went in the manila folder. The folder was getting heavy. The Haskell County Courier ran a community interest story in early March with the headline, "Residents Fear Mega Development Near Pinehurst Crossing." It quoted Dolores extensively. It described me as a Roanoke area developer, which, technically, one of my LLCs was, and used the phrase large-scale commercial project to describe what I'd actually described as agritourism and timber management. There was a photo of the bridge, a scenic one, actually. They'd gotten the angle with the morning light coming through the trees. The Facebook group, Pinehurst Crossing Community Voice, had 620 members by then and was generating about 40 posts a day, most of them variations on the theme of me being the villain in a disaster movie none of them had actually seen yet. Someone posted a Google Maps satellite screenshot of my 1,800 acres with a caption, "This is what's about to become a trucking depot." I have never, in my life, owned or operated a trucking depot. Someone else posted that I had connections to out-of-state money, which was true only in the sense that my private equity partner was based in Charlotte. Lester texted me screenshots. I appreciated Lester. Here's what I did not do. I did not engage on Facebook. I did not call the reporter to complain. I did not fire off a letter to the HOA board. Every one of those moves would have put me on defense, and on defense, I was a target. I needed to move laterally, not backward. What I did do was submit a letter to the editor of the Courier. 4 paragraphs, professional. I introduced myself, veteran, Wise County native, 20 years in Virginia real estate, and I described exactly what I intended to do with my land. Selective timber harvest on a 15-year sustainable rotation, a small farm stand, a seasonal trail system open to county residents. I included a 1-paragraph summary of my land purchase, the price, the method of financing, all public record anyway. The last paragraph was the one that mattered. It read, "I would also note, for the public record, that I am currently in the process of conducting a title review of all parcels adjacent to my property, including certain infrastructure that may be of interest to Haskell County residents and their legal representatives. I look forward to sharing those findings at the appropriate time." That was it. No specifics, just the smell of smoke. The letter ran the following Thursday. By Saturday morning, I had received a phone call from a county commissioner named Beb Strickland. Sharp woman, 30 years in local government, not affiliated with the Pinehurst Crossing donor class, who said she'd read my letter and was curious what I meant by infrastructure of interest. I told her I wasn't ready to discuss it publicly yet, but that I'd be in touch. She appreciated that, said she'd had questions about that bridge for years, since a constituent had mentioned it during a road maintenance dispute. The bridge, it turned out, had never been offered for county adoption, meaning the county had never taken it into the public road system, and residents had just always assumed someone was responsible for it. That assumption had never been tested because nobody had ever tried to close it, fence it, or charge a toll. Until now, no one had known it needed to be. At the next Pinehurst Crossing board meeting, which I did not attend but Lester did, Dolores reportedly dismissed my letter to the editor as a desperate attempt to distract from his development agenda. She told the board her attorney had the bridge matter under control. Philip Harcastle, for the record, had sent her 2 more vague emails and billed another 4 hours. He had still not told her that no easement existed. I found this out later during discovery. It remains the single most expensive act of professional undercommunication I have ever witnessed. The owl was back in the tree line that night. Spring was coming. The creek sounded different, fuller, faster, and the mud along the bank smelled like iron and turned earth, the way it does when the frost finally breaks. I started building something. The title opinion came back in April. Thaddeus delivered it in person, which told me something. Lawyers who bill by the hour don't drive an hour each way to hand-deliver documents, unless those documents are exceptional. He sat at my kitchen table, poured himself a glass of water, and laid out 8 pages of findings. The conclusion was unambiguous. I held fee simple title to the 0.4-acre parcel containing the bridge. There was no recorded easement, not express, not implied, not by necessity. The original subdivision plat had been recorded without any dedication of the bridge to public use. And, this was the part that made Thaddeus set down his water glass, There was a clause in the original HOA covenants. Page 11, Section 4, C, subsection 2. Access to Pinehurst Crossing via the Hatchet Creek Bridge structure shall be understood as a private accommodation, subject to the rights of the structure's owner, and shall not be construed as a public or dedicated right-of-way. Homeowners acknowledge and accept this condition as a known characteristic of the property. Every homeowner who purchased in Pinehurst Crossing had signed a document acknowledging that the bridge wasn't theirs and that its owner controlled access. Every single one. Who drafted these covenants? I asked. Thaddeus slid one more page across the table. It was the signature page of the original HOA founding documents, dated 2001. Dolores Annette Kretsch, founding board member and secretary. Her signature, her handwriting, on the document that proved she had always known. This is the thing about people who build small empires on selective ignorance. They eventually forget what they chose not to remember. Dolores had been operating for 2 decades as if the bridge question didn't exist, because in her world, it had never needed to. Nobody had ever owned the land on the other side. Nobody had ever looked at the deed. Nobody had ever checked. And in the fog of her own comfort, she had apparently convinced herself that the bridge was simply community infrastructure, part of the neighborhood, a given. She had spent HOA dues on a lawyer to attack me. She had called a county hearing. She had run a social media campaign. She had called me a man who didn't understand how things work around here. She had signed the paper that proved she'd known, for 22 years, that all of it was built on a foundation she didn't own. I sat with that for a while. Then I called Lester Boone. "Lester," I said, "how many people in that neighborhood do you think are genuinely good people who just got caught up in this?" He thought about it. Honest answer? Most of them. Most of them just listen to Dolores because she's loud and they're busy. Maybe 30 people who are really in her corner. The rest just want to live their lives. Good, I said, because what I'm about to do is going to affect all of them, and I want to do it right. I meant that. I wasn't out to hurt 340 families, but I was absolutely out to end Dolores Kretsch's reign. Those are 2 very different objectives, and keeping them separate is what made everything that came next actually work. What I was building wasn't a revenge scheme. It was a legal structure, the same way you'd build a load-bearing wall, carefully, in the right order, with the right materials so it doesn't fall on you. First, the notice of ownership. Thaddeus drafted a formal letter, sent certified mail to the HOA board, to every member of the board individually, and to Philip Harcastle. It stated, in plain language, Garrett Wolfson is the fee simple owner of the Hatchet Creek Bridge. No easement exists. We are prepared to negotiate a formal access easement. Please respond within 30 days. This is called providing notice and opportunity to cure. Under Virginia property law, before you can take adverse action regarding a property rights dispute, you generally need to demonstrate that the other party was informed and had a chance to respond. We were building a record. Every certified mail receipt, every return signature, every date stamp was going into that manila folder, which had become a 3-ring binder. Takeaway. In property law, notice is ammunition. Document everything, send everything certified, keep every receipt. Second, the structural safety angle. Vincent Houck's engineering report documented real deficiencies in the bridge. I called my commercial property insurance carrier and formally disclosed that I owned a bridge structure with documented wear. They added it to my policy as a covered structure, and in their acknowledgement letter, noted that I should address the documented deficiencies to maintain coverage and limit liability. Now here's where it gets elegant. Under Virginia law, a property owner who has documented knowledge of a structural hazard on their property has a legal obligation to either repair it or restrict access to prevent injury. This isn't punitive, it's liability management, but it meant I had a legitimate, insurance-backed, engineer-documented basis to restrict bridge access if I chose to pursue repairs. I wasn't making up a threat. I was following the instructions of my insurance company and my engineer. Takeaway. Structural safety documentation isn't just about safety. It's about establishing legitimate grounds for access control. Third, the gate. Orville Sapp was a contractor I'd used on 3 previous projects. A man who showed up on time, worked quiet, and didn't ask questions he didn't need answers to. I had him install a steel swing gate at the south end of the bridge, on my 0.4-acre parcel. cedar posts set in concrete, galvanized steel frame, heavy-duty hydraulic swing mechanism, and a padlock that cost $340 and could survive a car hitting it at low speed. The gate had a combination. I had the combination. Orville finished the installation on a Thursday. He said the concrete would cure by Saturday. He loaded his truck in the early evening, and we stood there looking at it. This gate, closed across the entrance to the only bridge connecting 340 homes to the world. And he said, "You sure about this?" I said, "I'm going to leave it open, for now." He nodded. Smart. Fourth, the easement offer. Thaddeus drafted a formal easement agreement. I'm not ashamed of what I was asking, because I looked up comparable easement fees in Virginia, and I was below market. $180 per household per year, structured as a community assessment paid through the HOA. Full maintenance split 60-40, with Pinehurst Crossing covering 60% of bridge repair costs going forward since they were the primary users. A 25-year term with renewal options. For a household paying $3,600 a year in HOA dues, $180 was nothing. The math wasn't the point. The point was, I was offering a fair deal. I was being the reasonable one. Everything that happened after this was going to be on Dolores. She had 30 days to respond. I also quietly called Commissioner Bev Strickland and gave her a heads up on the formal notice. She listened carefully, asked 2 sharp questions about the legal basis, and then said something I wrote down. "Garrett, if this board had known about that bridge ownership situation, we would have required the developer to dedicate it to public use in 2001. Someone dropped the ball, and it wasn't you." That went in the binder too. Dolores read the letter on a Wednesday. Lester found out because she called an emergency board meeting Thursday morning, 7 a.m., which had never happened in the history of the HOA, and apparently the energy in the room was, as Lester put it, like somebody kicked open a hornet's nest and then left. She fired Philip Harcastle by email that afternoon. He apparently responded, asking about his outstanding invoice. She did not reply for 6 days. Constance Yarborough was a different caliber. I'd heard her name around Roanoke area real estate circles. She'd won some genuinely difficult HOA cases, and she was not the kind of attorney who sent vague letters and billed for ambiguity. When she reviewed the file, she apparently told Dolores 2 things. First, this is a real problem. Second, their best legal argument was prescriptive easement. A prescriptive easement, for those who haven't had the pleasure, it's the legal theory that says if you use someone else's property openly, continuously, and without their permission for long enough, in Virginia, 20 years, you may acquire a legal right to continue doing so. It's essentially legal squatting for access rights. And on the surface, Pinehurst Crossing had a case. They'd been crossing that bridge for over 20 years. But there were 2 problems with this theory. Problem 1, the HOA covenants. You can't claim prescriptive easement if you acknowledged in writing that you didn't have a right to use the property. That Section 4C clause, the one Dolores had signed in 2001, explicitly stated that access was a private accommodation at the owner's discretion. Under Virginia case law, that kind of acknowledgement breaks the hostile element required for prescriptive easement. You can't claim you used something without permission if you signed a document saying you understood it wasn't yours. Problem 2, the ownership gap. The bridge had changed hands through a tax sale and a dissolved holding company. There had been years, documented years in Rhonda's deed records, where it had no active owner. You can't build 20 years of continuous hostile use against an owner who doesn't legally exist. Constance probably figured this out within 48 hours. But she was being paid to fight, and she was going to fight. She filed a petition to establish prescriptive easement in Haskell County Circuit Court. She simultaneously submitted a formal request to the County Board of Supervisors to exercise eminent domain over the bridge for public necessity, citing the fact that it was the only access to 340 homes. The eminent domain play was actually smart. If the county condemned the bridge and took it into the public road system, they'd have to compensate me, but they'd also control it, and I'd lose my leverage entirely. I'd get paid, but Dolores would win. Dolores held her town hall on a Friday night. The community center, which was technically my land to the north but they'd been using for years under an informal arrangement with the timber company, was packed. She told residents that I was holding their neighborhood hostage and that they needed to show up to the county supervisor meeting in force and demand the bridge be made public. She did not mention the covenant clause. She did not mention Section 4(c). She did not mention that she had signed it. I know what she said because 2 people at that meeting recorded it on their phones. One of them sent me the video without me asking. People were starting to ask questions she couldn't answer cleanly. 30 days ticked by. Constance Yarbrough sent a letter to Thaddeus declining the easement offer and stating they intended to pursue legal remedies. No counteroffer, no negotiation, just rejection. That was the moment I stopped leaving the gate open. On a Saturday morning in May, I drove out to the bridge before dawn, when nobody was awake yet, and I clicked the padlock shut. Then I went home, made eggs, and waited for my phone to ring. It took 11 minutes. Let me be clear about something, because this is the part where people sometimes misread who I am. I did not close that gate to hurt 340 families. I closed it because the HOA board, on Dolores's instruction, had rejected a fair offer without so much as a counter-proposal. I had been patient for months. I had provided notice. I had offered a deal. They'd hired a lawyer and sued me instead. But I'd also thought about what closing the gate actually meant for people who weren't Dolores. 2 weeks before I closed it, I'd sent a letter, not from my attorney, just from me, personally, on plain paper, to every household in Pinehurst Crossing, all 340. I'd paid for the stamps myself. The letter explained who I was, what I owned, what I'd offered, and what had happened. It explained that if the easement negotiation failed, I would need to restrict access for legal and safety reasons, but that I would never leave residents stranded. I included a phone number, a direct line. I said, if the gate is closed, call this number. You'll get a 72-hour access code. No charge, no judgment. You need to get to work, get your kids to school, get to the doctor. Call me. I hired a woman named Angie to staff that line during business hours. She was calm, efficient, and empathetic. When the gate clicked shut on that Saturday morning, 11 minutes passed before the first call. By 9 a.m., Angie had fielded 47 calls. She gave out the code every time, without question. By Sunday, a few residents were thanking her. The impact on Dolores's narrative was, in my estimation, devastating. You cannot call someone a hostage taker when he's personally giving you the key every time you ask. Dolores's attempt to have me arrested was almost touching in its desperation. She called 911 and reported that I was blocking a public road. The deputy sheriff who responded, a veteran named Roy Adkins who had, it turned out, already been briefed by the county attorney's office on the title situation, politely explained to Dolores that the road in question was not in the county road system, that the bridge parcel was privately owned, and that the owner was within his rights to control access, pending resolution of the civil dispute. Dolores reportedly called him incompetent. He reportedly did not take the bait. She called the Roanoke TV station. A reporter named Patricia Wembley came out with a camera. She filmed the gate, interviewed several residents, and then called me. I sat down with her for 45 minutes at my kitchen table. I had the binder. I walked her through the deed chain, the engineering report, the covenant clause, the easement offer, the rejection. I showed her Dolores's signature on Section 4(c). Patricia Wembley was, I could tell, a person who liked documents. Her eyes lit up at the covenant clause. The segment aired on the Thursday evening news. The Chiron read, "Subdivision residents discover they don't own bridge they've used for 20 years." Dolores was shown walking away from the camera. There's a specific body language that happens when someone who has controlled a narrative for a long time realizes they've lost the narrative, and she had it. The slightly too fast walk, the held jaw expression, the hand that comes up to wave off the reporter. The HOA board had 5 members. By the following Monday, 2 of them had submitted written resignations. One of them, a retired pharmacist named Harold Detch, who had been on the board for 6 years, called Lester and said, "I had no idea about the covenant. If I'd known, I never would have supported this." Dolores was now running on 3 votes and a reputation that was actively dissolving. I let Commissioner Bev Strickland know the TV segment had aired. She said she'd already watched it. She said the county attorney had an opinion she wanted to share with me. I said I'd be there Monday morning. The Haskell County Board of Supervisors meeting room holds about 200 people and smells, on crowded nights, like industrial carpet and too much deodorant. By 6:45 p.m., every seat was filled. There were people standing along the walls. Patricia Wembley's camera crew had set up in the back. 3 other reporters I didn't recognize were in the front row. Dolores arrived in a cream blazer and heels, flanked by Constance Yarbrough and the remaining 3 board members. She'd organized supporters to wear matching green ribbons. I'd been told this was the HOA's color. About 60 people wore them. I arrived in a clean flannel shirt and slacks, with Thaddeus on my left and Vincent Houck on my right. Lester Boone was sitting with the general public, 3 rows back. Commissioner Strickland was at the supervisor's table. I gave her a nod. She gave me one back. The county attorney, a careful man named Mervyn Oates, who had practiced municipal law for 28 years, presented first. His presentation was methodical, and for a room full of people with strong feelings, almost brutally dispassionate. He explained the title history. He explained the covenant clause. He explained why the eminent domain petition failed the legal standard. The bridge had been disclosed as private infrastructure in founding documents that all residents had executed. The county could not claim public necessity for a structure whose private nature had been contractually acknowledged at the point of original sale. He also noted, with what I read as quiet professional displeasure, that the 2001 developer should have been required by the county to dedicate the bridge to public use as a condition of subdivision approval, and that this requirement had not been enforced due to a lapse in the county's review process. He was taking partial responsibility on the county's behalf, which I respected. Therefore, Mervyn Oates said, adjusting his reading glasses, the county cannot pursue eminent domain at this time, and the board's options are limited to facilitating private negotiation between the parties. Dolores was on her feet before he finished his last sentence. She launched into her prepared statement. She used the word community 11 times in 3 minutes. She invoked property values, children, emergency services, 22 years of neighborly trust. She was a skilled speaker, I'll give her that. The green ribbons were nodding. Commissioner Strickland waited. Then, with the calm of someone who had attended approximately 3,000 public meetings and was not impressed by any of them, she said, "Ms. Kretsch, I have one question before you continue. Were you a founding member and signatory of the Pinehurst Crossing HOA covenants in 2001? Dolores blinked. I was, yes. And were you present when Section 4C of those covenants was drafted and adopted? A longer pause. The covenants were reviewed by the developer's attorney at the time. I'd like to ask Mr. Greer to read Section 4C into the public record, please. Thaddeus stood. He had the document on a tablet and on the room's projection screen. His voice was even, clear, and carried to every corner of that carpeted room. Access to Pinehurst Crossing via the Hatchet Creek Bridge structure shall be understood as a private accommodation, subject to the rights of the structure's owner, and shall not be construed as a public or dedicated right-of-way. Homeowners acknowledge and accept this condition as a known characteristic of the property. He advanced to the signature page. Dolores Annette Kretsch, founding board member and secretary, February 14th, 2001. The room did not erupt. It did something quieter and more devastating. It went very still, and then, from somewhere in the middle of the green ribbon section, someone said, "She knew?" And then someone else said it. And then a third person. Not a question anymore, just a statement. She knew. Dolores's face did something complicated. The prepared statement was still in her hand. Constance Yarbrough leaned over and said something in her ear. Dolores sat down. 3 weeks later, Constance Yarbrough filed a notice withdrawing the prescriptive easement petition. 2 weeks after that, Dolores Kretsch announced she was resigning from the HOA board for personal health reasons. Lester sent me a text that just said, the new HOA president was a man named Warren Fisk, 58, HVAC contractor, had lived in Pinehurst Crossing for 14 years, and had served exactly 0 days on any board until the week after Dolores resigned. He called me the day he was elected and said, I just want to fix this. Can we fix this? We fixed it in 3 weeks. The easement agreement we signed was actually lower than my original offer. $150 per household instead of $180, in part because the reconstituted board came to the table without lawyers, and in part because I genuinely liked Warren and wanted to start the relationship right. The HOA would cover 55% of bridge maintenance costs going forward. I'd cover 45%. Vincent Houck drew up a repair schedule, supervised the work himself, and presented the completed bridge inspection report to the county. Roy Adkins, the deputy who'd kept his cool when Dolores called him incompetent, drove out to have a look. He said it looked solid. The agritourism zoning passed 4-1 at the next county planning meeting. The one dissenting vote was a board member who I think just doesn't like me personally, and that's fine. You can't win them all. I spent the following spring building out the first phase of what became the Hatchet Creek Trail, a 2-mile loop through the eastern timber section of my property, with a gravel parking area off Route 612, 2 rest benches made from reclaimed oak, and a kiosk where Lester's granddaughter made hand-painted maps. I opened it to the public on Memorial Day weekend. About 80 people came. A few of them were from Pinehurst Crossing. The farm stand opened in July. We sell timber honey, dried herbs, firewood bundles, and whatever the kitchen garden produces. Nothing fancy. The kind of things my mother would have bought. The scholarship came last, and it was the thing I'm most proud of. I named it after Eldon Cravath, the man who built the original bridge in 1987, who owned this land before any of us, who is buried in a churchyard in Haskell County I drove past once, looking for something else and stopped to read. He'd farmed this ground for 40 years. I figured a scholarship for kids studying land management or environmental science was a way of saying, this land remembers who cared for it. We gave out the first award in December, $2,500 to a 19-year-old woman from Haskell County who was studying forestry at Virginia Tech. She shook my hand and said her grandfather used to hunt the creek bottom on my land when it was timber company property, back when it was open to anyone. I told her it still was. My dad used to say that the difference between a man who gets run over and a man who doesn't is whether he was paying attention. He wasn't talking about traffic. He meant that the world is full of people who will take what you have if you don't understand what you own. Know your land, know your papers, know your rights. And when someone mistakes your patience for weakness, let them make that mistake as many times as they need to before you show them what patience was actually for. Dolores Kretsch, last I heard, moved to Mecklenburg County. The green ribbons disappeared pretty quickly after that. The owl is still out there in the tree line. I hear it most nights.
You know what stayed with me after all of this? Not the gate, not the board meeting, not even the look on Dolores' face when Thaddeus read that covenant clause out loud, with her own signature right there on the screen. What stayed with me was 11 days. Garrett had owned that land for 11 days before they came after him. Hadn't filed for a permit, hadn't touched a tree, hadn't said a word to anyone. They didn't attack what he did, they attacked what he was. And that's the thing about petty power. It doesn't wait for a reason. It moves the moment it feels threatened by someone it thinks it can push around. What Dolores never counted on was a man who knew his documents better than she knew her own signature. Here's what I want you to sit with. Knowing what you own and what's on paper is the most powerful thing a man can carry into any room. Garrett didn't win because he was out loud. He won because he was prepared, quietly, patiently, while they were busy laughing. If you've ever had someone in the position of petty authority come at you before you've done a single thing wrong, drop in the comments. I read every one. And if this story hits close home, share it with someone who needs to hear it. We'll see you in the next one.
This eyesore comes down today. Start swinging.
That's what the HOA president screamed at the 2 contractors standing beside my wife's wheelchair ramp with sledgehammers in their hands. Marin was on the porch in the chair, 6 feet away. She'd been in that chair for 14 months since her stroke. The ramp was the only way she could get from our driveway to our front door. I had built it with my own hands to every ADA specification. The HOA president had personally denied our federal fair housing accommodation request 3 weeks early. She thought a Saturday morning sledgehammer would settle the matter. She didn't know I had spent 24 years as an Army combat medic. She didn't know my daughter is an occupational therapist with a HUD complaint number on her phone. She didn't know the federal judge 6 houses down had been quietly building a file on her for 2 years. So I didn't shout. I started recording. Tell me below, would you have stopped them? or let her swing on camera. My name is Holt Ashford, and my wife Maren and I live at 4218 Antler Ridge Drive in Larimer County, Colorado, about 20 minutes north of Fort Collins. The house is a 2018 Craftsman on a quarter-acre corner lot in a development called Antler Ridge Estates. We bought it the spring after I retired from the United States Army at 24 years. I served 24 years as an Army combat medic, 4 years enlisted, and 20 as a senior NCO. The last 6 were as a master sergeant assigned to the 10th Mountain Division. I deployed twice to Iraq and 3 times to Afghanistan. I have a chest full of ribbons I do not display. I do not talk about most of it. I will tell you that the work taught me 3 things: how to think clearly when the noise is loudest, how to keep a calm hand on someone whose body is not cooperating, and how to write down everything that happens in a notebook with the date, the time, and the names. Maren was an elementary school librarian for 28 years at Cache Laputer Elementary. Before that, she was a children's librarian at the Loveland Public Branch. She has read aloud to 4 generations of kids in this county, and she remembers most of their names. We have one daughter, Greta, who is 26 and works as an occupational therapist at Children's Hospital Colorado in Denver. Greta drives up most weekends now. 14 months ago, on a Wednesday afternoon in February, my wife had a hemorrhagic stroke at the dining room table. I was at the community college teaching an emergency airway lab when it happened. Maren had been finishing a crossword puzzle. She made it to the kitchen. She got the phone in her left hand. She dialed 911 and stayed on the line for the 11 minutes it took to get her to UC Health Poudre Valley. The neurologist would later tell me that her composure on that phone call was probably the reason she was still able to recognize me. I walked into the trauma bay an hour later. She was in the hospital for 9 weeks, inpatient rehab for another 7. She came home on a soft June morning in a wheelchair, with the right side of her body still on a long, slow journey back. She has been in physical therapy 4 days a week for 11 months since. Her speech is back. Her mind has never wavered. The right side of her body is on its own clock. She uses a walker for short trips inside the house, and the chair for everything outside. The ramp was the first thing I built when I knew she was coming home. I built it with my old Army friend Ezekiel Wittenberg, who runs a small custom carpentry shop in Loveland. We used clear-grain Western red cedar from a mill in Glenwood Springs. We followed every published ADA accessibility standard for residential ramps. 1 to 12 slope, 36-inch clear width, continuous handrails on both sides at 34 to 38 inches, anti-slip surface treatment, a 4x4 landing at the porch, a 4x4 landing at the bottom, stained to match the house trim, sealed for Colorado winters. I built it in 9 days. I paid $1,700 in materials. Zeke did not let me pay for his labor. Maren rolled up that ramp on a Tuesday morning in early July with both of our daughters' high school graduation photographs in her lap. She cried twice. So did I. The first letter from the Antler Ridge Estates Homeowners Association arrived 4 days later. Cream paper, gold foil HOA crest, signed in the looping cursive of Madam President, Whitney Bramwell. The letter informed me that an unapproved exterior modification had been observed at our property. It directed me to submit a modification request form within 14 days. The form must be accompanied by a $500 processing fee, an architectural review packet, and a written statement of intended duration of the modification. I read the letter twice on the porch with my coffee. Maren read it once and asked me, in the careful, clear voice she uses now, what kind of person sends a letter like that? I told her I did not know yet, but I would. I filled out the modification request form the same week, in Clean Engineers printing, with every ADA reference, every dimension, every material specification. I attached photographs of the completed ramp from 4 angles. I attached a copy of Maren's hospital discharge summary, with her medical condition redacted, only to the extent required. I attached a written request for a reasonable accommodation under Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, the Federal Fair Housing Act. I waived the $500 processing fee request on the constitutional ground that a fee for a federally protected reasonable accommodation is itself an act of discrimination. I delivered the packet to the Antler Ridge Estates HOA office on a Tuesday morning. The young woman at the desk read the cover sheet and offered me a cup of coffee. I accepted. Whitney Bramwell's response took 8 days. It came in the form of a denial letter, signed personally by Madam President. The letter denied the modification request on aesthetic grounds. It said the ramp fundamentally alters the aesthetic character of the property and violates Antler Ridge Estates Architectural Standards Section 8.4. It denied the reasonable accommodation request on the grounds that the homeowner has not provided sufficient documentation of permanent disability. It directed me to remove the ramp within 30 days. It assessed an interim daily fine of $200 per day until compliance. Marin read the letter once. She did not say anything for a long minute. Holt, she wants a permanent disability letter from the doctor. She wants a permanent disability letter from a stroke patient who has been walking in the parallel bars for 11 months. Do I look permanent to her, Holt? I did not have a good answer for that. I drove down to the federal building in Denver the next morning. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development office had a public intake counter on the 3rd floor. The counter was manned by a careful man named Chad Wexler. He had been processing fair housing complaints in the mountain region since 2003. I sat with him for 2.5 hours. We filled out a HUD 903 form together. He filed it with my name and case number before I left the building. While I was driving home, Whitney Bramwell published the next monthly issue of the Antler Ridge Estates Community Newsletter. The newsletter was a glossy production she wrote and edited herself. The lead article was a 1-page editorial titled, "Maintaining Architectural Integrity in a Changing Community." The article did not name us. It did not need to. It described an unnamed corner lot homeowner whose recent wooden installation had compromised the streetscape and was depressing comparable sales values for adjacent properties. It urged the community to stand united for our shared aesthetic standards. I came home to find Marin on the porch. Her cheeks were the color they had been the morning of the stroke. She did not say anything. She handed me the newsletter. I read it twice on the porch. Holt, they are going to make this about my body. They are going to try, sweetheart. We are going to make it about the law. The next morning, Friday at 7:15, a Ford F-250 pulled into our driveway with 2 men in work clothes and a rolled-up tape measure. They had been told by Whitney Bramwell, on a printed work order, to perform pre-removal site measurements of the ramp. The work order was signed. They had not seen the property owner. Marin was in her chair on the porch with her morning coffee. Both men froze when they realized she was there. The older of the two, a man named Curtis Vega, took off his cap. He walked up to the porch slowly. He apologized to my wife in 3 different sentences before he had even introduced himself. "Ma'am, I am so sorry. We did not know. The work order said the structure was an unapproved addition. It did not say it was." He stopped. He looked at the ramp. He looked at the chair. "Ma'am, we are going to leave. I am going to need you to give me a phone number for somebody who can talk to us in writing. I do not want to be on the wrong side of whatever this is." Marin gave him my number. Curtis Vega and his crew were back in their truck and gone within 4 minutes. Curtis Vega called me at 9:15 that morning. He called me himself, from his own phone, on his own initiative, before I had even seen his missed call. "Mr. Ashford, I want to give you a sworn statement." The emergency board meeting was scheduled for the following Wednesday at the Antler Ridge Clubhouse. Whitney Bramwell did not put it on the public agenda. She did not post the meeting notice on the community board. She sent it via personal text to the 3 other board members she counted on. The notice landed in their phones at 4 o'clock on a Tuesday afternoon. The meeting started at 7 the next evening. Otto Reiner, a retired electrician from 4147 Antler Ridge, had served on the original Antler Ridge Estates Board in 2018. He had been forced off in 2021 after he had asked too many questions about a clubhouse renovation contract. The contract had gone, without competitive bidding, to a Bramwell associate. Otto found out about the Wednesday meeting Tuesday evening from his next-door neighbor, who was on the text list and who was already uncomfortable. Otto walked across the cul-de-sac to my house Wednesday morning at 7 a.m. He carried a tin of his late wife's chocolate chip cookies and a yellow legal pad full of names. "Holt, there are at least 4 other households at Antler Ridge that have been bullied by that woman over disability and family medical accommodations. I have been keeping a list since 2022. I think you and I need to talk." We talked for 90 minutes. By Wednesday afternoon, Otto Reiner had called every name on his list. 3 of the 4 households agreed to come to the meeting. The 4th was the family of an 11-year-old autistic boy who had been cited for using a small, noise-attenuating sensory tent on his front lawn. They were also already in contact with HUD. By Wednesday evening at 6:55, 14 of Whitney Bramwell's neighbors walked into a board meeting she had tried to keep private. Otto Reiner walked in first. I came in second, with Marin in her chair. Ezekiel Wittenberg, the retired Air Force chief who had built the ramp with me, came in third. Behind us came the Stickney family with their 11-year-old son. Behind them came a couple named the Brierleys, whose adult daughter had spent 8 years in a wheelchair after a Loveland car accident. Behind them came 2 retired school teachers named Lillian Crowell and Ardith Pelham. Both were widows of Vietnam veterans. Both had received compliance notices over portable oxygen units on their porches. Whitney Bramwell sat at the head of the long table with 3 board members. She did not stand when we walked in. What followed was the worst attended secret meeting in Antler Ridge Estates history. Whitney read aloud from a prepared resolution titled, Antler Ridge Estates Emergency Aesthetic Enforcement Resolution. The resolution would empower the board, by 3-to-1 majority, to summarily authorize removal of any non-compliant exterior modification without further owner notification. It would also designate certain medical or accessibility installations as falling under aesthetic review. She read the resolution in the steady, polished voice of a woman who had practiced it in a mirror. Otto Reiner stood up when she finished. Madam President, Section 8.4 of our bylaws is currently the subject of a federal HUD complaint filed by the Ashfords. 3 other households in this room are also in active contact with HUD. The resolution you have just read aloud will be added to the federal complaint. It will be added the moment it is voted on. It will be evidence of pattern or practice retaliation. Whitney's face did the thing she would later do at the Saturday morning sledgehammer event. Mr. Reiner, the resolution is procedurally appropriate. Madam President, the resolution is illegal, and I am not the only one in this room who knows that. I stood up. I helped Marin stand up. I held her right elbow. We walked together to the front of the table. Marin did not need a podium. She spoke clearly, slowly, the way she has spoken for 14 months now. Mrs. Bramwell, the ramp is the only way I get into my house. You know it. Everybody at this table knows it. If you vote on that resolution, you will be voting to make it harder for me to come home at night. I want every person in this room to look at me when you raise your hand. The 4-member board voted 4-0 not to bring the resolution to the floor. Whitney Bramwell did not speak again that evening. We walked out of the clubhouse at 7:46. Otto Reiner walked next to me. He did not say anything for a block. Then, before he turned off toward his own driveway, he said it. Holt, she is not done. He was right. 3 days later, on a Saturday morning at 6:30, 2 contractors with sledgehammers arrived in my driveway. The 2 men in the driveway at 6:30 Saturday morning were not Curtis Vega's crew. Curtis had quit working for Whitney Bramwell after the Friday morning visit 2 weeks earlier. These were 2 younger men in a Ram 1500 with no decals. Whitney had hired them off Craigslist in cash the night before for $400 apiece. They had been told the property was vacant, the structure was an unauthorized addition, and the owner had been formally notified. Whitney's champagne Cadillac pulled in behind their Ram at 6:33. I had heard the trucks the moment the first one turned the corner. Marin and I had been awake since 5:15, because that was when Marin's medication schedule said she was awake. I was in jeans and a clean white t-shirt. I had a body-worn camera clipped to my collar. I had bought it the week of the first violation notice. I had been wearing it on the property ever since. I walked out the front door with my coffee. Marin rolled out behind me in the chair. The 2 younger men stood beside the bottom landing of the ramp, with their sledgehammers down at their sides. They had not started yet. They were waiting on the woman with the clipboard. Whitney got out of her Cadillac with the clipboard in her hand. She wore the bright, brittle smile of a woman who had decided this Saturday morning was going to be settled before sunrise. Mr. Ashford, step back. The board has authorized removal of the unapproved structure under the emergency aesthetic provision. Mrs. Bramwell, there is no emergency aesthetic provision. The board voted 4-0 against it on Wednesday. Mr. Ashford, the provision was passed by executive authority Friday morning. There is no executive authority in your bylaws, Mrs. Bramwell. She turned to the 2 men. Begin removal. The older of the 2 looked at me. He looked at Marin in the chair. He looked at the camera clipped to my collar. Sir, is this your property? Yes. The woman with the clipboard does not have authority to order this removal. There is a federal HUD complaint on file. There is a state civil rights complaint on file. If you swing that hammer, you will be on body camera, and you will personally be named in the federal action. The older man set his sledgehammer down on the gravel. The younger man hesitated for 1 full second. That was when Whitney Bramwell walked forward, around the older man. She put both hands on the handles of Marin's wheelchair. She tried to roll my wife backward off the porch. I have spent 24 years putting calm hands on bodies that were not cooperating. I crossed the 4 feet between us in the cleanest interception of my life. I lifted Whitney Bramwell's hands off the chair. I placed them, one at a time, back at her sides. I did not raise my voice. I did not touch her again. The body camera caught all of it in 4K resolution at 30 frames per second. "Mrs. Bramwell, you will not touch my wife. Step back to your vehicle." She stepped back to her vehicle. The older contractor was already on his phone, calling the Larimer County Sheriff's non-emergency line on his own initiative. 3 sheriff's cruisers arrived at 6:51. Sheriff's Deputy Wade Kerrigan was a 4th-generation Larimer County deputy. I had taught him how to insert a chest tube in a community college EMT class 4 years earlier. He took the body camera footage on a thumb drive. He took a written statement from me, from Marin, and from both contractors. He took a 5th statement from Otto Reiner, who had been watching the entire event from his front porch with binoculars and his own phone on record. By 8 in the morning, Whitney Bramwell had been issued a court summons for second-degree harassment, criminal trespass, and disability-targeted harassment under Colorado Revised Statute 18-9-121. By 9 in the morning, Sutton Maddox of the Colorado Cross Disability Coalition was at our kitchen table. Sutton was a 43-year-old civil rights attorney who had argued 2 ADA cases at the 10th Circuit. She watched the body camera footage twice. She did not say anything for a long minute. "Holt, Marin, we are filing for an emergency federal injunction Monday morning." Sutton Maddox set up shop at our dining room table on Sunday morning at 7 a.m. She brought 3 banker's boxes, a federal docket printer, and an industrial coffee thermos. By noon, she had served Whitney Bramwell with a Federal Rule 65 emergency injunction notice through the Larimer County Sheriff's Office. The hearing was set for Friday afternoon, 4 days out, before Judge Patricia Carlton of the United States District Court for the District of Colorado. By 3 in the afternoon, Otto Reiner had come over with a handwritten list of every household at Antler Ridge Estates that had received a Bramwell compliance notice in the past 4 years. The list contained 26 households. 11 of those households had received notices related to medical or accessibility accommodations. Of those 11, 9 had paid the fines or removed the modifications without contesting. 2 had moved out of the neighborhood entirely under sustained pressure. The Stickneys, with the 11-year-old autistic boy, were the only family besides ours that had openly fought back. Sutton called HUD. Sutton called the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division. Sutton called Bryn Anderson, a colleague of hers at the Cross Disability Coalition, who specialized in pattern or practice cases. By 6 in the evening, Sutton had what she described as a textbook FHA, pattern or practice file. She said it with the level satisfaction of a civil rights attorney who has been waiting for this exact case for 15 years. That was when our doorbell rang. The woman on our front porch was about my age, in jeans and a faded University of Wisconsin sweatshirt and a pair of muddy garden clogs. She had short silver hair and the steady eyes of someone who has been listening carefully for a long time. I had seen her before in the neighborhood. I had not known her name. "Mr. Ashford, I am your neighbor at 4194. My name is Eleanor Whitfield. I am a federal district court judge. I would like to speak with you and your wife if you have a few minutes." Marin rolled to the door before I could answer. Eleanor Whitfield came inside. She sat at our kitchen table with a cup of coffee in her left hand and a manila folder in her right. The folder, she explained, contained 2 years of documentation. She had been quietly assembling it on Whitney Bramwell's HOA conduct toward residents with medical accommodations and minority status. Judge Whitfield had been on the receiving end of 3 Bramwell compliance notices herself. 2 were over a non-Christmas Hanukkah window display. 1 was over a Black Lives Matter sign she had displayed in her front yard during the summer of 2020. She had not made a formal complaint. She had said almost nothing publicly. She had simply documented everything. Date, time, letter contents, witness names, photographs. "Mr. Ashford, I cannot hear your case. I will recuse the moment any matter touching this neighborhood lands on my docket, but I am also a citizen, and I am also your neighbor, and I would like to give you my file. There are 9 separate incidents in this folder. 5 of them were aimed at residents with disabilities. 2 were aimed at residents with school-age children with special needs. 2 were aimed at me on grounds of religious display and protected speech. Whatever your attorney does with this file, it is yours. Sutton Maddox took the folder with both hands. Your Honor, thank you. Sutton, tonight I am Nora. You and I will work this from opposite sides of the lawn. Judge Eleanor Whitfield drank her coffee. She looked across the table at Marin in the chair. Mrs. Ashford, the ramp is beautiful. I have admired it for 14 months from my driveway. I am sorry I did not introduce myself sooner. Marin smiled. She has a smile that has not changed since the morning of the stroke. Judge, we are very glad you came tonight. The 4 days between Sunday evening and Friday afternoon turned my dining room into a federal civil rights litigation operation. Sutton Maddox worked 16-hour days. Bryn Anderson drove up from Boulder Monday morning and stayed in our spare room. Greta drove up from Denver Tuesday with her clinical director, Dr. Claudine Hartwell. Dr. Hartwell had been an OT for 31 years. She had served as an expert witness in 18 federal ADA cases. Dr. Hartwell walked the ramp 3 times with a measuring tape and a clipboard. She declared, on a notarized affidavit, that the structure not only met every applicable ADA accessibility standard, it exceeded the requirements in the categories of slip resistance, handrail continuity, and landing dimensions. Otto Reiner gathered written statements from 12 households at Antler Ridge Estates. 8 of them confirmed they had received Bramwell compliance notices over medical or accessibility accommodations and had paid fines or removed equipment under duress. 4 of them volunteered to testify in open court if subpoenaed. Judge Whitfield's 2-year documentation file added another 9 incidents and 73 pages of corroborating photographs. The Stickney family's 11-year-old son, named Wesley, signed his own short statement in his own clean cursive in front of his parents. The statement said simply, "Mrs. Bramwell told me my tent was ugly. My tent helps me feel calm. I made it myself with my mom." Sutton Maddox cried for the first time the night she read Wesley's statement at our kitchen table. She did not cry again all week. By Tuesday evening, the federal complaint had been amended from a single plaintiff FHA case into a 5-household pattern or practice case. By Wednesday afternoon, Special Counsel Brian E. Eames of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Field Office in Denver had filed a notice of intervention. The intervention was on behalf of the United States government. HUD does not intervene in private FHA cases lightly. They had decided to intervene in this one. By Wednesday evening, Special Agent Adelaide Quintrell of the FBI Civil Rights Section had requested copies of every document in the case. The FBI does not request documents on private cases lightly. They had decided to monitor this one. By Thursday morning, a courier from the law firm representing Whitney Bramwell delivered a settlement offer to Sutton Maddox's office in Denver. The offer was $45,000 in exchange for dismissal with prejudice of all claims, plus a non-disclosure agreement. Sutton called me from the car. "Holt, they are panicking. They want to make this go away before Friday's hearing." "Sutton, we are not signing an NDA." "I know. I want every disabled neighbor at Antler Ridge to be safe. I want the bylaws fixed. I want the pattern documented in a public federal court record. No future Bramwell should ever be able to pretend it did not exist." "Holt, that is exactly the answer I was hoping you would give." She rejected the settlement on Thursday afternoon. Friday at 1:30 in the afternoon, Marin and I drove down to the United States District Courthouse in Denver in our truck. Greta drove with us. Otto Reiner followed in his own pickup with the Stickneys. Sutton had reserved a row in the front of courtroom 4. Brian E. Eames sat at the government's table with a yellow legal pad. Judge Patricia Carlton heard arguments for 2 hours. She did not deliver an oral ruling. She told both sides she would issue a written order before 5 o'clock. The written order came at 4:43. Judge Carlton granted the preliminary injunction. She enjoined the Antler Ridge Estates Homeowners Association from enforcing any aesthetic standards bylaw against the Ashford property, pending final adjudication of the FHA case. She enjoined Whitney Bramwell, personally, from approaching the Ashford property, pending final adjudication. She ordered the HOA to immediately pay the daily fines back into a court-supervised escrow. She set a status conference for 30 days out and a full trial date for 90 days out. The order was 23 pages. Sutton Maddox printed 2 copies in the Courthouse Business Center and handed me one before we drove home. "Holt, tomorrow morning your neighbor is going to deliver this to Mrs. Bramwell on her own front lawn. She and I have already worked out the choreography." I drove home with the order in the seat between me and Marin. Marin read the first 11 pages out loud before we hit Loveland. She finished the rest of it on the porch at sundown. Friday evening, the phone rang at 6:50. The voice on the other end was Theron Bramwell, Whitney's husband. He owned a small commercial development firm that built strip malls along the I-25 corridor between Fort Collins and Loveland. I had not met him. I had seen him twice in the neighborhood, both times in the passenger seat of his wife's Cadillac. "Mr. Ashford, this is Theron Bramwell. I am calling to apologize personally for what happened to your property and to your wife last Saturday. I want you to know I had no part in it. I want to discuss a quiet resolution." I let him talk for 2 minutes. "Mr. Bramwell, the federal court has already issued a preliminary injunction. The Department of Housing and Urban Development has intervened on behalf of the United States. The FBI Civil Rights Section is monitoring. The horse left the barn at 4:43 this afternoon. The barn is now a federal exhibit." There was a long quiet on the other end. "Mr. Ashford, is there anything I can do?" "Yes, Mr. Bramwell. Tell your wife to be ready to receive a federal court order in the morning. Have a lawyer present." He thanked me. He apologized again. He hung up. I sat at the kitchen table with Marin for a long minute after I put the phone down. Holt. He is afraid of her. He is not the only one in that house tonight. By 8 in the evening, Sutton Maddox was on a video call with Judge Whitfield to finalize the morning's choreography. They had agreed on the timing. They had agreed on the manner of service. They had agreed that Judge Whitfield would walk over alone, in casual clothes. She would go on her own initiative as a private citizen and a neighbor, not in any judicial capacity. The case was assigned to Judge Carlton. Judge Whitfield was simply hand-delivering a public court document to a neighbor in a way that ensured chain of custody. Judge Carlton had been informed. She had signed off. She had said in her chambers Friday afternoon, "Eleanor, if you want to walk the order over, walk the order over. The neighborhood will benefit from seeing that the federal courts do not stop at the cul-de-sac." By 10 o'clock that evening, Greta had called Nash Caulfield, the senior assignment producer at KUSA Denver. Nash had been a friend of hers since they had played intramural soccer together at Cherry Creek High School in 2014. Nash listened to Greta for 4 minutes. Then he laughed. He did not laugh because the story was funny. He laughed because the story was already done, and he had been waiting for it to walk into his bureau for 9 years. "Greta, I will personally drive the live truck to the cul-de-sac. We will be there at 6 in the morning. We will not air a frame until your dad gives me a green light." By 11 Friday night, only 4 people in the neighborhood did not know what was about to happen Saturday morning. They were Whitney Bramwell and the 3 friends she had told the federal injunction was a procedural nothing burger. Marin and I went to bed at midnight. I did not sleep. I lay in bed beside my wife and listened to her breathe. I thought about every disabled veteran I had treated in 24 years. They had come home from the wars I served in, only to find a neighborhood committee was the last hill they would have to take. I got up at 4 in the morning. I made coffee. I sat in the dark of my kitchen and watched the eastern sky over the Front Range begin to turn pink at 5:11. At 5:30, the KUSA satellite truck pulled into Otto Reiner's driveway with its lights off. Otto met them on his porch in pajamas and a bathrobe with 2 thermoses of coffee. The truck was completely set up by 6:15. At 6:38, the porch light came on at 4194 Antler Ridge Drive. Judge Eleanor Whitfield's front door opened at 6:40. She walked out onto her front step in jeans, the same University of Wisconsin sweatshirt, and a pair of clean leather slip-on shoes. She was carrying a manila folder in her right hand. She started walking. Judge Eleanor Whitfield's front yard at 4194 Antler Ridge Drive faced east toward the Front Range. She walked down her front walk in the lavender first light of a Colorado spring morning at 6:41. Her own grass was still wet with overnight dew. Her shoes left dark prints in the silver where she stepped. She turned right at the sidewalk and walked north along the gentle curve of Antler Ridge Drive. She passed the front yard of the Forsman family at 4202. The Forsman porch light was on. Mr. Forsman, who was a Greek Orthodox priest at a small church in Fort Collins, was on his porch with his coffee. He nodded at her. She nodded back. She passed the front yard of the Hadlock family at 4208. Mrs. Hadlock, a retired Air Force colonel, was at her window. She raised her coffee cup. She passed the front yard of the Brierly family at 4214. The Brierlys had been on Otto Reiner's list. Their daughter Sage, who used a wheelchair, was up at the dining room window in her pajamas. She waved. Judge Whitfield waved back. She stopped at the property line of 4218. That was our house. She looked across the lawn at our porch. Marin was at the front window in her chair, with her right hand pressed flat against the glass. Marin waved with her left hand. Judge Whitfield waved back. I came out onto the porch with my coffee. Your Honor. Mr. Ashford, thank you for the loan of the cul-de-sac. I smiled. I have not smiled much in 14 months. I smiled then. She continued walking north. The KUSA Denver satellite truck, parked discreetly on the gravel apron of Otto Reiner's driveway, was running both cameras with the boom mic up. Nash Caulfield was inside the truck with a headset on, watching every step on a monitor. Otto stood on his porch with his hands wrapped around his thermos. He was not saying anything. She passed the front yard of the Rumsey family at 4:22. Both Rumseys, who had not been on Otto's list and who knew nothing yet, were not yet awake. She passed the Stickney family's house at 4230. The Stickneys' front door was open. Wesley, the 11-year-old, was on the porch in his pajamas with his sensory tent set up beside him. He stood up when Judge Whitfield walked past. She stopped. She turned. She looked at him. She walked up his porch steps. She set the manila folder down on his porch railing for one moment. She knelt down so she could meet him at his eye level. She said, very quietly, in a voice the boom mic could just barely catch, "Wesley, the Federal Court of the United States has heard your case. I am about to deliver the order. I want you to know that you helped get it written." Wesley nodded once. He did not say anything. Judge Whitfield stood up. She picked up the manila folder. She thanked Wesley. She walked back down his porch steps. Mrs. Stickney was on the porch by then, with her arms folded across her chest, in her bathrobe. She was crying quietly. She did not say anything either. Judge Whitfield continued walking north. She passed 2 more houses with their porch lights on. By 6:51, she had reached the south property line of 4244 Antler Ridge Drive. That was Whitney Bramwell's house. The lights in the kitchen were on. Whitney's champagne Cadillac was in the driveway. Theron Bramwell's gray Audi was parked behind it. Inside the kitchen, through the bay window, you could see Whitney standing in a quilted bathrobe. She held a coffee mug in her hand and was looking out at the front yard. She saw Judge Whitfield turn up the front walk. The mug in Whitney's hand froze halfway to her mouth. She stayed very still for 1 full second. Then she set the mug down on the kitchen counter, very carefully, the way a person sets down something they suddenly realize is fragile. Judge Whitfield rang the doorbell at 6:53 Saturday morning. The KUSA cameras were rolling. Whitney Bramwell opened her front door in her quilted bathrobe at 6:54. She looked at Judge Eleanor Whitfield for 2 full seconds before she said anything. The look on her face moved through 3 distinct expressions: confusion, recognition, the slow understanding of a woman who had not, until that moment, fully grasped the address her neighbor at 4194 had been listed under. "Eleanor," she said, "you did not have to walk over." "Whitney, yes I did." Judge Whitfield held out the manila folder. "This is the preliminary injunction issued at 4:43 yesterday afternoon by Judge Patricia Carlton. She sits on the United States District Court for the District of Colorado. The matter is Ashford et al. Versus Antler Ridge Estates Homeowners Association. The injunction is effective immediately. You have been served. I am hand-delivering this in my capacity as a private citizen of this neighborhood. The court has authorized the chain of custody." Whitney did not take the folder. Judge Whitfield set it on the small entry table just inside the door, the way a courteous neighbor leaves a casserole. "There are 3 things I would suggest, Whitney. The first is that you contact your attorney before 9 o'clock this morning. The second is that you not approach any of the Ashford property, the Stickney property, or the Brierley property. You also will not approach the Crowell property or the Pelham property until further notice. The third is that you do not give any media interviews until your attorney has read every page of the order." Whitney's mouth moved twice without making a sound. "Eleanor, I did not know you were." "Whitney, I have lived 4 houses from you for 6 years. You sent me 3 compliance notices. You knew what I do. You did not bother to look up where I do it. I would suggest that lapse in research is what happens when a person spends 6 years accustomed to other people not pushing back." Judge Whitfield turned. She walked back down Whitney Bramwell's front step, across her front lawn, and onto the sidewalk. She turned south. She started walking back toward 4194. She did not look back. The KUSA Denver satellite truck began transmitting live at 7 exactly. Nash Caulfield's voice came over the live audio feed I was watching on my kitchen tablet. It was calm and even. Only a producer can keep his voice that way, when the story he has been waiting for has finally walked itself into the right cul-de-sac. This is KUSA Channel 9 Denver. Breaking news from Larimer County. A sitting federal district court judge has just personally hand-delivered a preliminary injunction to her own neighbor. The case is a federal Fair Housing Act action alleging pattern or practice discrimination by an HOA against multiple disabled residents. The story was the lead segment on the 7 o'clock broadcast. It was the lead segment on every Denver area news broadcast at noon and at 5 and at 10 that day. By Sunday morning, the Associated Press had picked it up. By Monday morning, the New York Times had a national wire story. By Tuesday, Sutton Maddox had received 17 calls from civil rights attorneys in 12 states asking for the case file. Inside our house, Marin and I sat on the porch in the late morning sun. Otto Reiner crossed the cul-de-sac at 10 with his late wife's chocolate chip cookies. The Stickneys came over at 11 with Wesley. The Brierleys came at noon. Sage Brierley wheeled herself up the ramp with her father's help. She and Marin sat on the porch together. Their fathers stood in the front yard, not saying very much. By 2 in the afternoon, Whitney Bramwell's attorney had filed an emergency motion to expedite the entire proceeding. His client wanted to begin negotiating restitution before the federal docket put any more witnesses on the public record. Marin rolled to the edge of the porch at 3. The afternoon sun came across the cedar of the ramp at an angle. It lit the cedar from underneath, the way it had lit Marin's hair the morning we got married 31 years ago. She held my hand. She said the line that everybody at Antler Ridge Estates would remember for a long time. It was small enough that none of the news cameras caught it. Holt, the walk was beautiful. Yes, ma'am. She walked it for all of us. Yes, ma'am. We sat on the porch. The cedar of the ramp held the afternoon sun. The neighborhood had begun, slowly, to feel like ours again. The federal pattern or practice case settled 6 months later. Whitney Bramwell agreed to a consent decree with HUD. The decree paid $480,000 in civil penalties. It paid $110,000 in restitution, divided among the Ashford, Stickney, Brierley, Crowell, and Pelham households. It permanently barred Whitney from holding any HOA officer position in Colorado for life. It mandated ADA compliance training for every HOA board in the state within 24 months. The U.S. Department of Justice issued a written commendation to Sutton Maddox 6 weeks later. Whitney pleaded out on the state criminal charges 3 weeks after the federal settlement: 12 months supervised probation, 120 hours of community service at a Loveland accessible housing nonprofit, a formal written apology to my wife on her own letterhead. The Antler Ridge Estates Homeowners Association called a special election the month after the federal settlement. Otto Reiner ran unopposed for HOA president. He won by acclamation. His first official act was to dissolve Section 8.4 of the bylaws. He replaced it with a 1-paragraph clause requiring the board to comply with all federal Fair Housing Act and ADA requirements. Theron Bramwell filed for divorce 2 months after the consent decree. Whitney moved out of 4244 Antler Ridge Drive in October. I received a personal civil settlement of $240,000 on the property and harassment claims. Marin received a separate $40,000 settlement for the wheelchair pushing incident. We used every dollar of both settlements on one project. The Marin Ashford Accessibility Fund opened its doors in Fort Collins in March. The fund does 3 things. It provides free legal representation for any disabled Colorado homeowner facing an HOA discrimination action. It pays for ADA-compliant ramp construction at the